P-A-S-C-A-L. You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild. Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high, cause St. Louis isn't ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold up, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live, somebody. Let's go.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to the Pascal Show. What's good? What's poppin'? What's happening? What's cracking? What's poppin', everybody? Happy Monday. Yes, it is a Monday, y'all. Dag nabbit, it's a Monday. Dag nabbit, it's a Monday. But it's gonna be all right. We're gonna be just fine, y'all. We got some things that we got to talk about. Oh, you guys like the cover art? Did you like the cover art? Yes. You know what I'm saying? We trying some things, you feel me? Okay, we trying some things. We gonna be doing some things, you know what I'm saying? We working hard out here in these streets, you feel me? So appreciate you guys for being here. Thank you so much. We are going to be going into it, the thing that we've all been waiting for. 30 years in the making. Finally, we may be getting justice for Tupac. Yes. I don't know about you, but I'm very, very excited and very interested to see what is going to go down starting today. All last week was jury selection. Today is the day that we actually get to see Keefe D fight for his life fee inside of this courtroom. You see, even I got bars. I don't have bars, but you get what I'm saying. I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be dope. I hope it's going to be dope. But we'll see how it all goes down. Today's the first pancake, so we're going to see how it goes. But here, please do me a favor. Before we get into everything, hit that like button down below. Crush it, do what it do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on these other platforms. If you are watching on these other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, I'm on all of them. Surprise, surprise. I'm on all of them. So hit that follow button. Please subscribe. Go and get that subscription over on Twitch. That'd be greatly appreciated as well. Subscribe right here on my YouTube channel, the main place where it all goes down, where we all have our beautiful family here. It's wonderful. It's lovely. So please make sure you subscribe over here as well. Go check out my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips. I do have a third channel, Pascal Shorts. Check it out if you want to. If not, it's all good. Okay, but check it out if you can. Subscribe to all three of those channels. Hit the notification bell on all of them. Hit that notification bell and set it to all so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because honestly, it is random. Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Check out my Patreon. And, of course, check out PascalMerch.com. PascalMerch.com. Hey, PascalMerch.com. PascalMerch.com. We got some fire stuff over there if you didn't already know. So go check it out. PascalMerch.com. Okay, guys. Que pasa, cabrons? Buenos dias. What's good? What's poppin'? What's happening, y'all? Y'all good? Y'all all good? Y'all okay? Everybody happy? I'm hoping y'all gonna be all right. I'm hoping you guys will be happy today. We got some things that are going on today. It's a very big day. We do have some sad things that we do have to discuss as well, which is something that happened and broke last night. Late last night, I was not able to get in front of this camera and break this news to you guys. And again, here it is. We are on a watch for the Tupac Shakur murder trial. Dwayne Davis, Keefe D. D stands for dumbass. All right. He is literally looking at some serious time behind bars for his self-proclaimed, by the way, self-proclaimed involvement into the demise of Tupac Shakur. All right. Now, 30 years ago, something tragic absolutely happened with one of the greatest rappers, arguably one of the greatest rappers alive during his time. And we've all been wanting to know what actually happened here. How did this all go down? Who actually took his life? Everybody has been asking that question ad nauseum for 30 mother-loving years, just so you know. And now we're finally at a place where we are going to get maybe some semblance of justice, especially when a lot of people that were involved, that were in connection to this case or have a possible involvement in this, a lot of them are either locked up or dead. So it's very tough to get a thorough and full breakdown of what actually happened to young Tupac Shakur in Las Vegas on Sunset, right out there in Las Vegas, having a great time after a Tyson fight. Now, we got some things going on. There's going to be, it looks like there's going to be in-camera footage of this actual trial starting today. Today, they are doing their opening statements. I don't know about you, but I'm very, very much looking forward to this opening statement. I need to hear, because here's the thing. I ain't tripping about prosecution. Yes, it's going to be good to hear what they got to say. Obviously, they're going to be like, this man right here, Mr. Dwayne Davis. I don't know why they have a southern accent, but just ride with me. Mr. Dwayne Davis, he wrote a book saying how he did it and how he was involved in the killing of one of the greats, Tupac Shakur. He even went on several interviews and said that he did the damn thing and he had everything to do with this situation. Selling books whilst in the middle of these interviews. Sir, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this man guilty. That's the only thing. The only verdict you have right now when you go into that room and you deliberate, when you come back, you better say guilty because the man is guilty. Now, here's the thing. We already know what they're going to say, right? There's too many things, too many dumb things that he did that would, you know what I mean? He kind of painted himself into a corner. And if he lied himself into jail. He lied himself into prison. He lied himself into possibly the whole rest of his natural life, which isn't much, by the way. Rest of his natural life locked up behind bars. Yes, that dusty-ass, crusty-lip-looking mother lover shall never see the light of day ever again. He shall never breathe in the fresh air of freedom anymore. He's screwed. Doesn't matter. If he wrote a book and said, it was all fake. Nah, fam, it was fake. I just made it up. That's fine. He kind of wrote himself into jail, into prison. But what I want to hear, what I'm really interested in hearing, is from his defense. The hell are they going to say? What are they going to do? Walk up with his long, lasting Mohicans hair and just, what are he going to do? He going to what? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my client's a dumbass. And we will lay out all the groundwork to show you how dumb of a dumbass he is. Sir, ladies and gentlemen, Judge, Your Honor, my client is an idiot. He's a special kind of stupid. So you just got to realize that he's dumb. We're going to lay it out for you. We're going to let you know how dumb he is, all right? Yes, it's going to feel like it's the roast of Keefe D, but nope, it's really just showing you how specially dumb and stupid this man is. So when you go into that room and deliberate, I want you to come back and realize that he's a dumbass and he's not guilty for doing any of this stuff. He just made some stuff because he made up some stories because he wanted to make a buck off the death of an icon. That's it. My client is a mother-loving imbecile. That's what I'm waiting for. That's what I'm waiting for from Keefe D's defense. That's what their defense is going to be. You know, they're going to sit there and go, well, he did write a book. They're going to sugarcoat it. What I'm telling you right now, what I'm predicting, because, I'm clairvoyant like that. I'm not. But what I feel what's going to happen, right, is that he's basically going to say, My client is a special kind of stupid, and we're going to explain it to you like you guys are kindergartners. We're going to walk you through all the evidence and show you how dumb Keefe D really is, so that you walk out of here knowing damn well that this guy's an idiot. He wanted to make some money, and he's not guilty of doing what he's alleged of doing, what he actually claimed himself of doing. In other words, like I said, what I just broke down to you earlier, he's going to sugarcoat the hell out of it. But his whole defense is going to be, my client is a special kind of stupid. That's it. That's it. And I'm really, really interested to see how they fight or argue around this situation. Because you already know prosecution is going to be throwing everything at Keefe D. They're going to be bringing in names that we haven't heard of in a while. Other eyewitnesses, etc., coming in, being a part of this conversation. His defense is literally going to be, my client is a special kind of stupid. That's it. Special kind of stupid. That's it. That should be a mother-loving t-shirt. Okay? Just saying out loud. So this is going to be very interesting. This is going to be very, very interesting, and I'm really looking forward to it. But here's the question, and I'm going to put this in a poll in a little while. Hopefully they're going to get started here soon, because they 17 minutes late, y'all. They late as a mother lover. This is the reason why I started late too, because I was like, we still waiting. Look, take a look. Bang. We still waiting, baby. We still waiting, baby. All right. But when it does actually happen, we gonna get it in. You get what I'm saying? That didn't mean, I didn't mean like that. Okay, you dirty sons of. Anyway, we do have some other things that we do need to talk about in the interim. Okay, as we wait for this trial to get on and popping. Again, like I said, there will be opening statements today. We starting off the whole thing with that. Hopefully this will happen very, very soon, and we will talk about that in just a minute. But there are some things we do need to talk about. Aside from special kind of stupid, there is a really sad situation going on here. Late last night, like I said, I wish I was able to hop on and break the news to you guys last night, but we do need to talk about this too. It has to do with the passing of Hayden Panettiere, 36 years old. This is insane. And we knew that it's been known that she had addiction issues. I know that she was dealing with all kinds of different mental health issues as well. She talks about it in interviews and all that. First off, may she rest in peace. But this whole situation sounds like we don't know everything yet, but it seems like this may not have been accidental, if that makes any sense at all. Now, from what I've understood, now, if you don't know who Hayden Panettiere is, okay, very talented actress. If you didn't know the show Heroes, Save the Cheerleaders, Save the World, then I don't know what to tell you. She was in the Scream franchise as well. I mean, she's done a bunch of other stuff, a show called Nashville, and all that. Okay, very talented, beautiful woman. All right. But in some recent interviews, she was talking about her struggles with all kinds of different things, with postpartum depression to anxiety to her addiction to pills and alcohol. And then, of course, being in a really volatile relationship with a guy that she apparently went back to see. And she passed away while she was with him. Yes, there is Bring It On. I forgot about that, right? So she's done a lot. Okay, very talented woman, and now she's gone, which makes no sense. I am shooting from the hip when I say that to me, it sounds like it's not accidental, but you never know. Yes, she was Remember the Titans. That's exact. It's funny because I remember seeing her when I remember the image of her being super, super young. And I was like, what movie is that from? What movie is that? What movie is that? And it was Remember the Titans. Okay. But she's fantastic. She was a fantastic actress. She was fantastic in general. Okay. In these movies. But then now she's gone. And yeah, it sounds like it is an OD, but I don't know if this OD was accidental. You see what I'm saying? That's what I truly think. One second. I'm just taking a look at making sure we're not missing the trial because they should be starting here soon, baby. They should have been started. Okay. But let's take a look at this. Okay. Again, like I said, this is just shocking. Heartbreaking because it seemed like she was starting to get back on the right track, at least in these interviews that she's done, where she's talking about her sobriety, her journey through, going through mental health issues, etc. She seemed like she was on the up and up and starting to get her life back on track, and now she's no longer here. And it all has to do with prescription drugs as well. So Hayden Panettiere, best known for her roles in Heroes in Nashville. Of course, she has passed away at 36 years old. Sources with direct knowledge tell TMZ Hayden passed away earlier on Sunday. We're told she and her on and off again boyfriend, Brian Hickerson, flew from Los Angeles to the South on Saturday. Sources tell us Brian's family is aware. So again, like I said, this was a person that she left because of their alleged volatile DV relationship, and then she ends up going back into his arms. Like she ends up going back to him, and then now she's gone, which doesn't make any sense. All right. It is with profound sadness that we share the tragic passing of our beloved Hayden. She was an incredible light and a source and a force of nature who brought immeasurable love and joy to all who knew her and to the millions who watched her on screen. Yeah, from my understanding, she was a spitfire, very passionate, very. That's the only word I can think of. Very, very passionate individual, right? Hayden became a household name as a child actress before landing her breakout role as cheerleader Claire Bennett, on NBC's Heroes. Remember, Save the Cheerleaders, Save the World. Okay, she later starred as country singer Juliette Barnes on Nashville, earning multiple award nominations for her performance. The late actress also appeared in the beloved Scream franchise, including Scream 4 and Scream 5, Scream 4 and Scream 6, and lent her voice to the video game Until Dawn. Hayden got an early career boost as a child actress with her role as Cheryl Yost in the 2000 sports drama Remember the Titans, exactly, where she appeared alongside Denzel Washington. And it was Remember the Titans. That's what it was. It was Remember the Titans, not what was the other movie that we just said? It's another football movie. Why did I have Friday Night Lights in my head? But anyway, yes. So it was Remember the Titans. Yes. And helped establish her as a young Hollywood talent. Hayden's personal life was often the subject of intense public attention, as she became increasingly open about her struggles and recovery in the recent years, releasing her memoir, This Is Me, A Reckoning, in which she reflected on her childhood fame, motherhood, mental health, and the loss of her younger brother, Jansen. So he passed away in 2023 at the age of 28. She later spoke candidly about the devastating impact and the guilt she carried following his passing. Hayden was also mom to daughter Kaya, who she shares with former fiance Vladimir Klinsko. Hopefully I'm saying that name correctly. Okay. So again, this is kind of what was put out here when it initially happened, when when they broke the news of her passing, which is absolutely insane. All right. So TMZ has obtained the photos of the emergency response that showed up to the scene. She was found dead by a friend inside a South Carolina home. Emergency medical service workers responded to a call that came in of a person of interest in, or came in of a person in cardiac arrest and an unresponsive female. So a little bit later, law enforcement sources confirm police responded to an incident involving Hayden Sunday, and there's currently an open investigation. A source close to Hayden tells TMZ she recently had been complaining about back pain in the past year. So maybe she was taking some medication that she shouldn't have been taking it all, or maybe she was adding more stuff. Maybe it sparked something. Maybe it triggered her to go back towards her addictions. I don't know. That is something that I am kind of curious about. Of course, I'm looking over here to make sure we're not missing the actual opening statements and everything. So let me take a look here really quick. Yeah, they haven't started anything yet. But still, this is a devastating situation. To make a very, very long story short, and of course, we all got questions about what's going on, right? What actually happened to her, and everything. But there's more. So we're going to take a look at a few other things as this trial finally starts to get started. Let's take a look at this too. 911 call of possible OD. Let's take a listen.
Cardiac arrest, Justin Milwaukee. Everyone instant to respond for cardiac arrest, Justin Milwaukee. Road. Everyone instant to respond for cardiac arrest, Justin Milwaukee. Sister 1, Medic 29 responding.
Respond in place of Medic 29. Overdose, CPR is in progress.
That's terrible. That's terrible. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's like, what actually happened here? My thought is that, I mean, it could be accidental, but I don't know. I think that, if she allegedly had back issues, she could have just been getting right back on to her addictions all over again. You see what I'm saying? So that could be what it is, like she was sober, off the wagon, not doing anything anymore. And then suddenly maybe the prescriptions that she received for this back pain could have triggered her addictions all over again. And then she started to mix a bunch of pills together. And then she had an adverse reaction to it. Possibly. Okay. That's possible. But I am kind of curious about that. Yeah, they haven't started yet, guys. The trial is set to start. We see the cameras inside the courtroom, but they have not started anything yet. Trust me, the sound will be turned on. I have it unmuted. So as soon as they get started, we going to get in here and we going to get it in. All right? We're going to see what the hell's going on. Is he a special kind of stupid or no? But let's take a look at this here as we wait. Okay, so she was found dead by a friend inside a South Carolina home. And emergency medical service workers responded to a call about a person in cardiac arrest and an unresponsive female. This is what TMZ learned. Law enforcement sources tell us her friend called 911 at 1:51 p.m. on Sunday to report that the actress was unresponsive and in cardiac arrest inside the residence in Greenville, South Carolina. TMZ obtained the dispatch audio that we just listened to of responders sending medics to her location to perform CPR on someone who has OD'd. which you can hear, which we just listened to just a second ago. It's unclear if her on-again, off-again boyfriend placed the actual phone call. So we don't hear from him, his voice at all. It's just dispatch saying about this unresponsive female and all that, right? We're told Greenville police officers and EMS workers quickly responded, and paramedics attempted to resuscitate Hayden using advanced cardiac life support. Our sources say this treatment builds on CPR by adding special medicines, breathing tubes, and heart rhythm tracking. We're told paramedics also did chest compressions on Hayden, but nothing could bring her back to life. She was pronounced dead at 2:32 p.m. yesterday. And the news about her death didn't come out until late last night, which is wild. But, I mean, sometimes that's how, information flows like that, guys. Police say that there was no initial signs of foul play, and the circumstances surrounding her demise did not appear to be suspicious. So the Greenville County coroner will perform an autopsy Monday to determine the cause and manner of her demise. And we already know about how she started her career. We already know that she has passed, but this is a very, very heartbreaking piece of information. In fact, while we're still waiting, let me just pull this up. It's so weird. Jay Shetty, she did an interview where she just talked about, she talked about everything, Let's take a look at this real quick.
I worked so hard to create this incredible life and career, and I burnt it all to the ground. Don't believe what you see in a picture. There's so much more going on. So much more.
Hayden Panettiere opened up to Jay Shetty like never before. This is the heart of that conversation, her whole story. And it starts with a childhood split between film sets and school hallways.
Yeah. Did you recognize that then?
I did. I remember school was very tricky for me because here I was trying to fit into two different worlds, and I was dealing with this massive world, which is the industry, and dealing with big emotions like what you feel after rejection or not getting a role, or a ridiculous amount of praise, an unhealthy amount of praise that you get at too young of an age. And then I had the world that I was desperately trying to fit into as well, that I was supposed to fit into, that it should have been easy to fit into, and I could.
We now have Mr. Davis. He's present in custody with Mr. Sam. Anything we need to address outside the presence of the jury from either party?
Okay. We're going to have to
just want to make
discuss
sure
that.
I have that issue at...
We're going to have to discuss that during another break, guys. But we have, it is going down right now as we speak. Because I do want to talk about the Hayden Panettiere yacht story. But we'll have to talk about that another time. Look at that dumbass. Look how dumb he is with his dumbass looking ass suit.
At this point, I think most parties would be invoking the exclusionary rule.
Okay, so if we have anyone present in the courtroom who's on the witness list, you do need to step out at this time until you're allowed to come back in. Additionally, for everybody who's here as in the audience, obviously we're in court, so I expect that there'll be no outbursts or speaking audibly that the jury can hear. Otherwise, we might have to remove you. Additionally, if you guys could all check and make sure that your cell phones are turned off or are at least on silent so that we don't have any distractions while we get going.
Yeah, no, with regard to the exclusionary order, because of the fact that this is being broadcast, are we instructing as well witnesses to not be watching the broadcast prior to their testimony as well?
Great point. Yes.
Okay.
Anything further? All right. Let's bring in the jury.
Okay. It's about to go down, everybody. It's about to go down. Just a heads up. Please, guys, hit the like button down below. It helps the show, helps us get out there and letting other people know that we out here watching this trial. So please do me a solid by hitting that like button down below. Get on in here, hit that subscribe button, get some coffee, get your libations, whatever you're drinking, as long as you're not operating heavy machinery. please and thank you. And, we about to rock and roll. Here's another update, just so you know, before we get things started. Tomorrow, I may not be able to do a live watch of this trial, but then we'll be back up and running in the following day. There are some things going on. Tomorrow is a very big day, huge interview that I'm going to be conducting, and I'm looking forward to sharing that with you guys when that interview's done. Okay, so just letting you know. Also, in the hip hop world, I will say that. How's that? Okay, a name in the hip hop world, and I'm very much looking forward to getting this exclusive interview and sharing with y'all. Okay, so there's that. Just so you know, that's the reason why I won't be here watching the trial with y'all. I may do some recaps later on in the day of the big moments, okay, that happen tomorrow. But tomorrow is going to be a little busy. Not Diddy. Come on, man. I mean, it would be dope if it was Diddy, but no. Okay, just so y'all know. All right. Are they still walking in? Is this jury still walking in? Damn. They still walking in. Jiggity damn. We can hear everything that you're saying. I'll say no, not Nelly.
Stand for the jury.
Particular to the presence of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated.
Oh, shout out to Court TV for providing.
Ladies and gentlemen,
this
welcome
live
back.
feed.
Hopefully you were able to get everything situated over the long weekend, and we look forward to proceeding with trial. Before we get started, we do need to have you sworn, so if I could have you all stand and raise your right hand, we'll proceed with that.
You and each of you do solemnly swear that you will well and truly try the case at issue and a true verdict render according to the evidence, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
All right. Thank you, Jessica, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, we're going to turn to opening statements. Mr. Plal, are you ready to give your opening statement at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. On September 7th,
Here we go.
1996, Tupac Shakur came to Las Vegas to attend a Mike Tyson fight. After the fight, Tupac, along with Suge Knight, Trayvon Lane, and other people that were with that group, ran into a person named Orlando Anderson. And Orlando Anderson is the defendant's nephew. And when they encountered Orlando Anderson sitting by himself, they attacked him. And that attack was captured on video. Then, a few hours later, Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight drive down Flamingo Road to Club 662 where Tupac is scheduled to perform a concert. Then 2.5 hours later, after Tupac and Suge engaged in the beating of Orlando Anderson, they are gunned down. Tupac is gunned down in a drive-by shooting from a white Cadillac in an act of revenge. During those 2.5 hours, you will learn that the defendant was escalating and planning the retribution for the beating of his beloved nephew. Now, let's be clear. Dwayne Davis did not pull the trigger. But what he did do was plan the retaliation for the beating of his nephew. You will learn that Dwayne Davis got the gun. You will learn that he got into a white Cadillac. You will learn when the opportunity presented itself for retribution, Dwayne Davis made sure that the shooters were armed and ready to execute their revenge. And remarkably, you will learn that from Dwayne Davis himself. But to understand what happened on September 7th, 1996, on the streets of Las Vegas, we need to go about 275 miles west to the city of Compton, California. What you'll learn is that Compton is about 10 square miles. But in the mid-1990s, those 10 square miles were occupied by over 30 gangs claiming its territory. And important to this case, there are two gangs, Mob Piru and the Southside Compton groups. Let's talk a little bit about the Mob Piru. The Mob Piru is a group that associated with the color red. And you'll hear that Suge Knight, the person who was driving Tupac Shakur that night, grew up in the neighborhood of Mob Piru. But by the mid-1990s, he had become a very successful CEO of the record label Death Row Records. But despite, or maybe because of where he came from, you'll hear that Suge Knight continued to employ Mob Piru gang members as part of Death Row. They would act as unofficial security, and other times they would engage in, let's call them other acts, on behalf of Suge Knight. But Death Row in the mid-1990s was one of the most successful record labels around. They had artists such as Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, and of course, Tupac Shakur. And in 1996, Tupac Shakur was maybe the largest and biggest, most successful rapper around. He had just released All Eyes on Me, a double album that was met with huge success. Additionally, Tupac Shakur was a movie star, having appeared in a number of movies in critically acclaimed roles. He has, at times, been referred to as an icon. But for the purposes of this case, what you need to know is that Tupac Shakur was not a gangster. He was a hip-hop artist associated with the Mob Piru. Now, the other gang that's important to know here is the Southside Compton Crips. And when it comes to Southside, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis was the leader of the Burris Street faction of the Southside Compton Crips. And while Suge Knight rose to prominence in his neighborhood due to the money that he was bringing in through the music industry, Dwayne Davis rose to prominence in his neighborhood because he was a very successful, large-scale drug trafficker. And you will learn that that is how one moves up in the world of gangs, by bringing in money to the neighborhood. The other thing you'll learn is that Orlando Baby Wayne Anderson was his nephew, and also a highly respected member of the Southside Compton Crips. Now, as part of this case, you're going to hear another name. Eric Zip Martin. Now, Eric Zip Martin is not a member of the Southside Compton Crips. In fact, he's based out of New York. He's involved in the drug trade and knows Dwayne Davis as a result of both their involvements in the drug trade. trade. Dwayne Davis from the West Coast, Eric Zip Martin from the East Coast. And one of the connections that Dwayne Davis gets through his association with Zip Martin is with Sean Puffy Combs, who was then the CEO of Bad Boy Entertainment. Sean Combs wanted some security when he came out to the West Coast. He was worried about Mob Piru. He was worried about the members of Death Row Records. And so Dwayne Keefe D. Davis agreed to be around to act as unofficial security for Sean Combs and his artists when they came out west, in order specifically to ensure there are no problems with Mob Pyro and Death Row Records. And this took a rivalry between Mob Pyro and Southside Compton Crips and escalated it. And those tensions boiled over in the Lakewood Mall in the summer of 1996. There, you'll hear that Trayvon Lane, a member of the Mob Pyru, associated with Death Row Records, was there with other members of Mob Pyru in order to do some shopping. Lakewood Mall was a mall nearby Compton. You'll also hear that Baby Lane Anderson, Orlando Anderson, the defendant's nephew, was there. Now, Trayvon Lane that day was wearing a chain with a Death Row medallion. And there was a fight that occurs between the Mob Pyru group and the Southside Compton Crips. And at one point, that chain is pulled off Trayvon Lane's neck. Now, what happened to that chain is an issue of much dispute. Not everybody agrees with it. But the act of disrespect of pulling the Death Row chain and the brawl that occurs further escalates this heated rivalry. And what you'll learn is that these two men, Trayvon Lane and Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, they encounter each other again. This time in Las Vegas. So that brings us back up to September 7th, 1996, here in Las Vegas. Again, Mike Tyson is fighting Bruce Seldon. He disposes of him in less than in a round. Doesn't take a full round. And then after the fight, Tupac Shakur, Suge Knight, and the people that are here with, they leave. And among his group is Trayvon Lane. And that is why this fight occurs. Trayvon Lane and the Death Row group sees Orlando Anderson standing by himself, and they decide to attack him in retribution for what happened at the Lakewood Mall. You'll see Orlando Anderson's on the bottom of that group. You see security coming, trying to break this up. And then you'll see Tupac Shakur, Suge Knight, Trayvon Lane, and that group exit the MGM Grand. Now, Orlando Anderson was by himself because when Dwayne Davis purchased the tickets for the Bruce Seldon fight, he got them through a scalper. So everybody that came with Dwayne Davis were seated separately throughout the fight. And so Orlando Anderson was, at that time, by himself. You'll see that Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight, and his group leave the MGM Grand. And you'll see that Orlando Anderson, after being held by security, is questioned for a bit, asked if he wants to press charges. He decides he doesn't want to participate in any type of prosecution and that he doesn't need medical attention. Dwayne Davis hears about this beating. And what you will hear is that in his world, there is no question that a response is required. And you will hear from Dwayne Davis what happens next. Because what happened over the next 2.5 hours is something Dwayne Davis would later describe himself in a secret 2008 interview from his attorney's office with the federal task force. And we'll talk about that interview and the circumstances surrounding that later. But we'll hear about what the next 2.5 hours was. So, what we learn is that Dwayne Davis is upset about the beating of his nephew. And frankly, No, that's not an unusual response. What's unusual is the next steps Dwayne Davis takes. Unusual for the normal person, maybe not unusual for in-gang culture. Dwayne Davis decides he is going to organize a retaliation, that this beating cannot go unanswered. Then he runs into a person named Zip Martin. Remember the Zip Martin that was a connection with Bad Boy Entertainment from New York? And Zip Martin tells him that he has a gun and that he can come help him out.
Okay, where do you go to? What do you tell Zip right now? You tell Zip, hey, we're going to go handle this shit or whatever?
Yeah, like, if y'all want us to come, like, you know what I'm going to do that? They was they going to get 662 club.
Who's saying that?
Everybody.
Everybody out there?
Yeah, everybody. You want to come to
Well, how do you know that Zip's got a gun? Does he tell you?
It was in the lobby, in the lobby. I got one.
Did you ask him? Do you have one? Or just tells you, hey, I got one?
Yeah, that's when they asked me, we need some help. I got some things. Like, yeah, okay, cool.
I don't know what he gave.
Yeah.
So later, Dwayne Davis organizes 2 vehicles to go over to the 662 Club. Before that, he gets the gun from Zip Martin. He goes out to his Mercedes-Benz, gets the gun from Zip Martin, and then after some time, he assembles 2 cars to go to 662 to violently confront Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight for the beating of his nephew. And you'll hear that Dwayne Davis wasn't initially in the white Cadillac. He goes into a van, and Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, they go in a white Cadillac, and they go to Club 662, waiting for Tupac Shakur, waiting for Suge Knight, waiting for this violent confrontation. And what you'll learn is that Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight don't show up while they're there.
We went out to 626, they didn't show up. We waited about 15, 20 minutes, they didn't show up. So, it's like, let's go get some liquor. We stopped at the liquor store. I got out the van and jumped in the Cadillac.
So what you hear Dwayne Davis say is he got out of the van and goes into the Cadillac. And the plan at that point is to go to a liquor store, get some booze, and then go back to the Las Vegas Strip and party. What the original intention was before Orlando Anderson was beaten at the MGM Grand. But on the way back to the Las Vegas Strip, they see a caravan of cars. And that caravan included Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. And in that white Cadillac, before the shooting occurs, Dwayne Davis explains that the driver is Terrence T. Brown. In the rear driver's side is DeAndre Dre, or Big Dre Smith. In the rear passenger side is Orlando Baby Lane Anderson. And Dwayne Davis himself, KBD, is in the front passenger side. And this is how Dwayne Davis explains the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Yeah. The little liquor store right there. Then we came up Harlem at the Las Vegas Boulevard. And shit. Here they come in that BMW when they came in the corner. And bros, Tupac! I was like, there you go. Made the U-turn. We wasn't supposed to make it. Just wanted the U-turn. They was in the middle lane. We just pulled up on the side and checked every car to see where they was.
So what directed your attention to him was some girl shouting at Tupac?
Tupac! He gave himself away. Otherwise, they would gone away. He all had that quick. You know how they do. They was
You did a U-turn, so then you pull alongside of it. You guys are in the car. Have you already handed him the gun at this point, or at what point do you hand him the gun?
I thought he was going to pull on my side. You know, that's one of them there going to the out for him. You know, he pulled on his side.
So you were fitting the blast if you had to, or you were just...
Yeah, we would have been on my side, I would have.
Okay. So you hand the gun to the back seat?
Yeah.
You can hear Lane?
I gave it to Dre. Dre was like, no. And Lane's like, dude, fuck, dude.
what you hear Dwayne Davis admit that as they see Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight driving to Club 662, Dwayne Davis, along with Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Orlando Anderson, decide to make a U-turn, confront Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. Dwayne Davis had the firearm. It's a firearm he got from Eric Von Zit Martin, and then he passes it to the back. Dwayne Davis says that if they were on his side, if Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight were on his side of the vehicle, he would have shot them himself. But because they were on the other side, he handed it to DeAndre Smith. DeAndre Smith, according to Dwayne Davis, did not want to shoot at that time, so Orlando Anderson shot into that car. Dwayne Davis explains this over and over again.
Literally on the street.
Okay, Lane starts blasting. You say Suge looks over, he sees you. He looks right at you. Are you looking at this?
I just know he does something to say, you know.
When he looks over at you, and then, Tupac's busy getting shot. Evidently, the story is Tupac's trying to either get out of the
backseat or something.
Yeah, what do you see happening inside that car?
I see the bullet going Suge, yeah, I thought he was dead. He must have scraped him or something in the head or something.
A piece of glass went into his neck right here.
And he had a thing in the head.
A little gray.
I thought he was dead.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry, did you guys stop the two girls? Did both of them stop the car and let them get off?
Yeah. And we made the right.
Okay, but he stopped what you said, why you cool, got off.
Yeah. And we made the right and some broad Seabury and homeless. Stupid bitches. And we shot their window around and they stopped.
So Tupac's trying to jump in the back seat. And what Suge doing? He's ducking?
Ducking. He couldn't really duck because he was too big, you know. Yeah.
One of the things Dwayne Davis talks about during the murder of Tupac Shakur is that there's a car full of women. I think he calls them broads at one point. A car full of women who are there as well. And you're going to hear from one of those women. And what she's going to tell you is that she disagrees slightly with Mr. Davis's rendition of facts. They were, in fact, communicating with Suge and Tupac's car, but they weren't talking to Tupac, they were talking to Suge. And what she says is she hears gunshots, she sees the white Cadillac flee, and then what Dwayne Davis interprets as them chasing her, she'll tell you is them just panicking and trying to get away. But she will say they inadvertently follow Dwayne Davis and the other people in the white car as they are fleeing. After Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur's vehicle is shot, Suge Knight makes a U-turn and heads back to the Las Vegas Strip. The car ultimately can go no further and stops. Police arrive, medical arrive, and you will hear that Suge Knight was grazed in the head and had some glass going in his neck. He ultimately survives those injuries and is released fairly quickly. You'll also hear that Tupac Shakur was shot multiple times, that he was brought to UMC, and that 6 days later, he succumbed to those injuries. And within 24 hours, the Cadillac and the assailants are back in Compton. They stay the night, and they drive right home as though nothing happened. But a war followed them back to Compton. Because while people were afraid to come forward to police, the police knew and the streets knew that Southside Compton Crips were responsible for this murder. And the war that follows at Compton is a bloody one. You'll hear that Mob Piru and Southside Crip members start shooting at each other. Within 10 days, 3 people are killed. A number of people are shot, including an 11-year-old girl. And what you'll also learn none of those cases were prosecuted. Why? Because in this context, in the gang context of this, the combination of gangs and guns is scary. And in this world, silence means survival. The one person who has a hard time being silent is Dwayne Davis. You're going to hear from 1998 to 2023, Dwayne Davis has given a number of statements regarding this case. So, as early as 1998, Davis spoke to the FBI. He admitted he was in Las Vegas during Tupac's murder, but he denies being responsible. Then in 1999, Davis speaks to the FBI again. And these aren't interviews that are focused on the Tupac Shakur murder. These are interviews regarding drug transactions and drug trafficking. But he does say that Tupac does come up, and Dwayne Davis admits to being in Las Vegas for Tupac Shakur's murder. Says he wasn't involved, but he was mad about the fact that Orlando Anderson was beaten, and that his plan was to handle it in Compton had Tupac survived. Then in 2008, the interview of clips we've heard today, in a secret interview with the federal task force, Davis admits to his role in the murder of Tupac Shakur. And we do need to talk a little bit about this 2008 federal task force. Because what this task force is investigating is not the murder of Tupac Shakur. What this task force is investigating is another rapper's murder. A rapper by the name of Christopher Wallace. Somebody who is known as Biggie Smalls, so the notorious B.I.G. Christopher Wallace got murdered 6 months after Tupac Shakur was killed. And there was some allegation that the LAPD might have been involved. So a federal task force was formed to determine what happened to Christopher Wallace. The interesting thing about the murder of Christopher Wallace is that Christopher Wallace is killed leaving a party in LA. Also at that party, Dwayne Davis. Christopher Wallace there's a suspect vehicle that involved a Chevy SS Impala, and Dwayne Davis happened to own a Chevy SS Impala. Now, as a result of that, the task force decides, well, let's look at Dwayne Davis. And the thing we know about Dwayne Davis is that he trafficked narcotics. And so they were able, through a CI and an undercover, to have a drug transaction with Dwayne Davis. And as a result, Dwayne Davis now has a case, a big trafficking case. And so the federal task force approaches Dwayne Davis and his attorney, and they say, hey, look, we want information regarding the murder of Christopher Wallace. That is what we are trying to investigate. And what Dwayne Davis says is, I don't have any information about that thing, but I can tell you about what we did. I can tell you about Tupac. And that's what he does. He tells a federal task force that's about his involvement, what you've heard, his orchestration of the murder of Tupac Shakur. That secret conversation, that proffer, was secretly recorded and released later. In 2009, Davis is being so helpful to federal authorities that he actually flies out to New York to try and get Zip Martin to implicate himself in the Tupac Shakur murder. Zip Martin at that time was dying of cancer, was out of the game, and really did not engage with Dwayne Davis. In 2009, though, Dwayne Davis gives an interview to Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Detective Dan Long. Now, Dwayne Davis is more guarded in that interview. It is a different setting than the interview of 2008. It's not a secret proffer agreement. But Dwayne Davis does admit a number of things. That he was in Las Vegas, that he was mad about Orlando Anderson getting beaten, that he was the boss, that he was in the white Cadillac, and that he procured the firearm that ultimately killed Tupac Shakur. Then, in 2011, the landscape changes. Because in 2011, Greg Kading the guy who was leading the task force in 2008, the guy who organized the secret proffer between Dwayne Davis and the federal task force, he leaves law enforcement and decides he's going to publish a book about his investigation into Biggie Smalls, the guy who was killed 6 months after Tupac, and Tupac Shakur. And what he puts in the book is that Dwayne Davis confessed to the murder of Tupac Shakur. The book tells the story about Davis' admission, about himself, but it also tells the story of Dwayne Davis telling about his nephew's involvement in the murder, about Big Dre's involvement in the murder, about Terrence Brown's involvement in the murder. And this is a problem for Dwayne Davis.
Yeah.
Because that meeting was supposed to be secret. And now his cooperation with federal authorities is open to the world. Not only that, Greg Kading is now profiting off Dwayne Davis's life story. So, in 2017, Dwayne Davis decides to go public. He's approached by the producers of a show called Death Row Chronicles that appears on BET. And this is just a small portion of what he says is his motivation for appearing.
When I went in DVD days, I was popping, kingpin, drug dealer. I'm the only one alive that really can tell you the story about the Tupac Shakur. People have been pursuing me for 20 years. Newspapers, magazines. I'm coming out now to tell the story because I got cancer. I got nothing else to lose. All I care about now is the truth.
Dwayne Davis says, all I want to do now is tell the truth. And in the 2017 public interview, he's a little evasive, but he admits to being the boss. He admits to being in the white Cadillac. And he admits to be part of the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Where's the Vlad TV
And when he
interviews?
says he's the only person that can tell what happened, he's right. Because by 2017, Terrence Brown is deceased. DeAndre Smith is deceased. Orlando Baby Lane Anderson is deceased. Terrence Brown was murdered in an unrelated incident. Orlando Anderson was murdered in an unrelated incident. And DeAndre Smith died from health issues. Remarkably, in 2019, Dwayne Davis then decides he's going to publish his own book.
Special kind of stupid.
And with regards to the book, it is certainly a lot of self-aggrandizement.
Yeah, there are no subtitles
But again,
here, guys. I looked on other channels that are broadcasting this.
Mad
No
about
subtitles.
Orlando Anderson about the beating of Orlando Anderson, his nephew. He was in Las Vegas. He got the gun. He was in the white Cadillac, and he handed the gun to the sheriff. And what you'll notice is a constant thing that always goes through these statements is Dwayne Davis's visceral anger at Tupac Shakur for putting hands on his nephew. In the book, he says, them jumping on my nephew gave us the ultimate green light to do something to their ass. Then, Dwayne Davis decides that he's going to do public interviews regarding his role in the murder of Tupac Shakur.
So you ended up getting in the car with Baby Lane and them? Yeah, the car was on me, yeah. We ran into them, went to the light on Sunset, and Domingo, and dude, we acted like he was in a parade or something, that nigga, and that BMW, hanging out with him, hey, it's Tupac, it's Tupac. And them bitches, they was hollering for him. Yeah, they were that motherfucker. They came up on the side of him. Shit.
Just dumb.
Davis's public admissions mirror his private life. He admits to being a leader of Southside Crips. He admits to the significance of the fight over the death row chain at the Lakewood Mall. He admits to being in Las Vegas the night of the fight. He admits to being angry that Tupac stomped Orlando Anderson at the MGM. He admits that he was hunting down Tupac and Suge, first going to 662. He admits that he got a Glock 40 from Eric Zip Martin for the purposes of hunting Tupac. He admits that he was in a white Cadillac with his gang members looking for Tupac. He admits to seeing Tupac in a black BMW and then changing directions, making that U-turn to confront Tupac and Shakur. He admits to putting the gun he obtained that night in the back seat of the vehicle so the shooters could shoot. And again, what remains, even as late as 2020, 2021, 22, is Dwayne Davis's visceral anger at Tupac Shakur.
My nephew never jumped on no fucking Tupac. Come on, man.
What?
Tupac was wrong with two fucking shoes. I mean, don't you think he was wrong? Honestly.
I mean, yeah, I think he could have, reacted in a better way.
You listen, you don't think that man is wrong?
He could have reacted in a better way, I guess. I mean,
I'm talking. Vlad is his fucking biggest fan. He admitted that man is wrong, man.
I mean, yeah, man. I mean, he was wrong, man. But that was only done out of loyalty, man.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. He never jumped. My nephew didn't jump on him. He jumped on my nephew. A kid, man. My nephew was a fucking kid. He was a grown-ass man, so, you know what I'm saying? He was a fucking kid, dude. That's why he had on the channel. He's a fucking kid, dude. You know what I'm saying? They was wrong. My nephew never jumped on him. They jumped on my nephew. My nephew didn't throw a punch, man. Shit was wrong, dude. Jumped on the fucking kid, dude.
Shout out
And
to
this
all the dialogue.
anger is not just demonstrated publicly, but you will hear as recently as 2024, privately, in a conversation with his son, he talks about his feelings about Tupac Shakur. Nearly 30 years after the murder.
What I do is I'll pay out the for him, dude. So you should stop the bread and put them all. Oh, we just a little packet. You know what I'm saying? Fucking prison. You fucking ass. Jumping on little kids. Always fuck casino. That is a piece of shit. No?
Right, like this, way, yeah. Come on, your eyes now. What are you?
28 years later, that is the visceral anger that Dwayne Davis had for Tupac Shakur. It did it in 2.5 hours. He took care of what he thought was the proper response. And 28 years later, he still is angry about what Tupac did. On September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur publicly, on camera, participated in a humiliating beating of Dwayne Davis's nephew, Orlando Anderson. Dwayne Davis knew that in his world, that required a response. And over the years, in private interviews, in public statements, and even in private calls, Dwayne Davis has repeatedly told us, over and over again, about the anger he felt and his own role in the revenge drive-by shooting of Tupac Shakur. And now, nearly 30 years later, we're going to ask you to finally hold Dwayne Davis accountable. Thank you.
Yeah, this whole thing is over before it even started. This whole trial's over.
Mr. Stamps, do you wish to give your opening
Now,
statement at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is the moment I've been waiting
Whenever you're
for.
ready.
Because I really want to see what his team, what Keefy D's team is going to say in their opening statements. What kind of BS excuse are they going to say? Like I said, I feel like all they're going to say is,
I think I got it.
Okay.
my client is a special kind of stupid. He's going to say it in a very lawyery kind of way. But how is he going to maneuver this to make it seem like, no, he was just saying these things. He just said things for financial gain, and that's it. You know, my client is a dumbass. I apologize on behalf of the world, okay? On behalf of my client to the world, my client is a dumbass, and that's it. Okay? He lied. He made things up. But my client is a dumbass.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Here we go.
Good morning. We spent a lot of time, I think, when we were picking a jury to determine who would be the right jurors for a case like this. Obviously, we want people who are going to reserve judgment until the end, but really look at the evidence with a critical eye. Now, what the state has just told you what they believe to be the evidence in this case. But really, at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself if what they're saying is really truth or fiction. Fact or fiction. I don't know if some of you recall, but I had asked a question specifically about what you were holding in your hands. And right now, for instance, you're all holding notepads and pens. That would be a fact. Right?
Here we
And in
go.
this case, for instance, I had asked before about the idea of, I can just do this right, microphone. I'd asked some of you if that microphone was buried and dug up 30 years from now, would it still be a microphone? The answer is yes. And the reason why that's important is because in this case, what they are telling you, they're representing to be a fact when it really is fiction. And it's up to you to determine what the facts are in this case. Now, I'm going to give you a timeline here for you to understand just a little bit of how this is going to work, because there's so much evidence in this case that we have to sort of compartmentalize some things. And what I've done is really just sort of focused on the 3 detectives that work this file from beginning to now. First detective you will hear about is Detective Becker. He works the file. He's the original detective on the scene. Detective Long takes over the case for about 15 years or so. And then it ends with Detective Mogg, who presents this to the grand jury in 2023. But why this timeline is relevant is because you have to see the span of time for yourself. 30 years. And ask yourself this, what facts do they have after 30 years? Now, Detective Becker does what every homicide detective does when he arrives on scene. He's assigned to the case. He starts his investigation. At that particular time, though, Tupac Shakur was not dead. He was critically injured. He was at UMC. And it isn't until 6 days later that he passes away. But Detective Becker starts his initial investigation because it's pretty serious, and as a result, he just takes over the investigation. What he will testify to is that Flamingo Cole on a Saturday night, in the middle of a fight between Mike Tyson and Bruce Seldon, it was very busy when he arrived. And he arrived at a time where he was able to determine cartridge casings, .40 caliber, that was found at the scene. That's another fact for you. But at some point they're going to learn, he learns that potentially it was a Glock 40 that was the actual firearm that was used in this case. And then when crime scene analysts arrive on scene, they document the evidence. And they document the cars. That will be important, and you'll determine at some point why the cars are documented. And with regard to Detective Becker, what he'll tell you is police officers write reports. Critical. Hugely important. Why? Because at some point in the future, like in this case 30 years later, Detective Becker will not remember details like he would if he had, what? His report in front of him. And that's going to be important for you to consider in this case. Now, what Detective Becker does, though, is because of the outcry, the attention, the media focus on this case, he took his file and he secured it in his office under lock and key. Because he was worried about leaks in Metro, leaking information out to the public, because so many people wanted to know answers to the question as to what happened and who did this to Tupac Shakur. Now, what you're going to find is, when Detective Becker testifies in this case, that a lot of his reports are now missing. They're gone. Which is Metro's responsibility to hold and to pass on to the next detective, and then finally to the next detective. Now, Detective Becker also did not trust Compton PD. Why is that important in this case? Because there's an individual by the name of Reggie Wright Sr. He was a lieutenant working in Compton in charge of the gangs in Compton in terms of investigations. His son is Reggie Wright Jr. He was the head of security for Death Row Records. The same security that was here in Las Vegas on the 9th of September 7th, 1996. Death Row Records was affiliated with Mob Pyru Blood, and detectives Ladd and Brennan from Compton answered directly to Reggie Wright Sr. Becker did not trust Compton PD. And the one thing that he really didn't trust is that most of their information came from confidential informants that were not reliable. And he'll tell you that. And because of his intuition, Compton PD was shut down in September of 2000 due to internal corruption. They just evaporated that police department, and the sheriff's department for LA County absorbed the responsibilities for the police department in Compton because of the corruption that was there. Now what facts, right? Just like the pads of paper that you have in your hand and the pens that you have in your hand, what facts can we determine from Detective Becker's efforts? First and foremost, we know that Tupac was shot multiple times. That's a fact. That can be proven. We know that it was with a .40 caliber firearm. That's a fact, due to the cartridge casings. On the corner of Flamingo and Cobalt. That's also a fact. Right? We're on board so far? We know the date, September 7th, 1996. That is a fact. At 11:17 p.m., we know that to be a fact as well. And then finally, that he was in a vehicle during March night, and that Tupac died 6 days later. Those are facts that will not be refuted by anybody in this courtroom during the time we spend together. But here's the one thing. There are no facts to point to Keefe. Not one. You're going to hear about this over and over and over again. No facts like the microphone in your hand or the pad of paper that you have that you write on. Detective Long takes over the case in 2002, and he has it from 2002 to 2017. He was, interestingly enough, on the gang unit, and at the time of the shooting, he was in gangs, and he had been one of the first to arrive on scene. He will testify and tell you that every time he did something on this file, he wrote a report. Because that's important. That's what you do as a police officer. And he conducted follow-up interviews, and he made some travel to Compton. He will tell you those things. That's his role in all of this. But here's the thing. Detective Long also encountered some challenges in this case. They had to hide the case file with Metro because people were still accessing the file in Metro, and they weren't authorized to do so. So they changed the case number so that people couldn't find the file. In addition to that, what you're going to learn is LAPD reached out to him, called him up and said, hey, Detective Long, we have the gun. And we've tested it, and it matches back to what you're looking for in terms of the weapon that killed Tupac Shakur. Detective Long goes to LAPD, gets the gun, transports it back, gets it tested, and it comes out as not a match. LAPD tells him after, we gave you a fake gun to test you out. This is the level of, I don't know how to put it, that was going on during this time period between Metro, LAPD, and Compton. This is what's happening during this time period. Leads, according to Detective Long, became very scarce and stale, meaning that it was just taking a long time for him to follow up with people. Witnesses became unavailable. Why do you think that is? Because of time. So as a result, memories started failing because of that time. So Detective Long had these challenges. But here's what Detective Long does. He interviews Keefe in 2009. Sits him down, has an interview with Keefe, just like the state said. And guess what happens? Detective Long doesn't even know that Keefe had actually spoken to a task force the year before. How is that possible? Metro is the agency responsible for the investigation of Tupac Shakur's murder, and they don't even know about this. No one in that room in 2008 told Detective Long or Metro what was going on. And you know who was in the room in 2008? You had FBI in the room. You had DEA in the room. You had LAPD in the room. You had the United States Attorney for the Central District of California in that room. And Detective Long does not know about any of that. What you will also learn is out of all those people in that room, not one person verifies what TPD tells them. That the FBI, the gold standard of investigation in our country, did not go out and follow up on what was said. Now, one of the things the state showed you was a picture of a car and indicated there was 4 individuals in that car. And he tell you that at some point, 3 of those individuals are dead and Keepe's the only one that's remaining. But at the time that he gives his statement to the task force in 2008, there's another individual that's still alive. They never interviewed that individual to verify if that information was true. Why not? Because the FBI just fell asleep? That the LAPD just didn't care? Keefe was never charged for any of what he said during that time period. And it's because they knew he was full of crap. Otherwise they would have. Why wouldn't they? When Detective Long comes back to Las Vegas, he goes and he talks it over with the Clark County District Attorney's Office. And you know what happened then? They didn't charge the case either. In 2009. Ask yourself the reason why that is. It's because they just didn't care about Tupac Shakur or his life? Or is it because they looked into it and realized, we can't verify this information, we don't believe this to be true? Why would the Clark County District Attorney's Office not charge it in 2009? Now, what facts do we get out of Detective Long based upon what he did for those 15 years? We don't have any facts. Outside of statements made, allegedly by TPD and other people, we don't have anything to verify any of that information. Not one single thing to corroborate the statements made by that man in 2008 or 2009.
Interesting.
Not only by Metro, but by the FBI, by LAPD, by the DEA, by the United States Attorney's Office. No one corroborates any of this. So, 2017 comes along, and an entity called the Center of Investigative Reporting, they file what's called a FOIA request with Metro. And what that means is, FOIA is the Freedom of Information Act. It allows or requires government agencies to give up information if you ask for it. That's the rule. It's to be transparent. And people wanted to know what was going on with the murder files. This is 2017. This is years after any of the statements that were made and anything else. Where's the investigation? What's going on? Well, Metro said, no, we're not going to give it to you. So in 2018, the Center turns around and files a lawsuit against Metro to force them to give them the file, to show them what work had you been doing over, at that particular point, I don't know, what's that, 20 years? That's when Detective Mogg enters the picture. What you will learn is that Detective Mogg basically says, I'm here just to close out the case. He's not here to solve the mystery of who killed Tupac. So with everything you have in front of you, that you're now hearing for the first time in terms of the statements that were made in 2008, 1998, 1990, whatever, Detective Mogg comes along and says, I'm just here to close out the case. That's his role. And what you're going to learn is, Detective Mogg received a copy of what's called the Death Row Chronicles in 2018. It's not a deposition. It's not testimony under oath. It's edited, and it's done for experiment purposes. He receives a copy of it. You know what happens when he receives that copy of the interviews that the state has basically shown you in this case? No charges filed. Why? So, Keefe writes a book, allegedly. Right? Allegedly, he writes this book called Conference City Legend in 2019. You know what happened with the book? Right? Even he confesses to it. What you find is, no charges filed. What is going on? District Attorney's Office doesn't want to charge the case. No charges filed when the interview happens. No charges are filed when the book is written. What is going on? 5 years goes by, and nothing is going on with the case. But Detective Mogg says he's closing it out. Detective Mogg turns around and applies for what's called a search warrant. Now, what a search warrant is that in July of 2023, around that time period, a search warrant requires a police officer to get permission from a judge to basically violate the sanctity and privacy of your home. Right? There's got to be legal reasons for it. He's got to go through that process, and he's got to ask permission from a judge in order for him to get that. And what he does in that search warrant application is he assures the judge, hey, what we are looking for is in the home. The thing that's going to help us solve this crime, who killed Tupac, is in the home. And he signs an affidavit, and that's important. I want you to remember this. He signs an affidavit attesting to what he's saying to this judge to be true and correct. What he says is, I think we have evidence in Keefe D's home that will solve the murder of Tupac. So up until this point, they've got all these statements. They can't be corroborated. So now they're saying, we have evidence in this home that we think probably is in the home. And as a result, we're going to find this evidence. It's going to help us solve this case. What I'm going to tell you right now is that you don't find it. And in the meantime, Detective Mogg retires. He now becomes Mr. Mogg. And Mr. Mogg goes to the grand jury. And in the grand jury, it's a secret proceeding. We're not there. The defense, isn't sitting like we are here. It's just the prosecutors. There's a panel of people called the grand jurors, and you have people come up and they testify under oath. And there's really no way for the defense to challenge any of it because it's done in secret. We don't really know about it. But in this particular case, Mr. Mogg is sworn to testify truthfully. And you know what Mr. Mogg does? He just reads pages of the book into the record. He doesn't do any more in terms of an investigation than read pages of a book into the record. He never documents in any of his efforts any verification of the book before he reads it into the record. He walks up, gets on the stand, and reads the book as if it's the gospel truth. And that's what he does.
So fan
He
fiction.
treats that book like it's fact. Now, what you're going to find out about Mr. Mogg is that he never wrote a report. So when he took over the case in 2017, all the way up until when he retired in 2023 and was in front of the grand jury, he never wrote a report. Not one time. Not like Detective Becker, and not like Detective Long, and not like any other police officer who does their job. This man never writes a report. In fact, what happens is he transitions, right? He's a Metro detective, he retires, and then he gets a job working as an independent contractor for the district attorney's office as an investigator. And as an investigator, he doesn't have any police power. He continues to work as a lead detective on this case. Even though the procedure is you hand your file and your officer's report to the next detective in line. That's how this works. But he keeps the file for himself and he starts billing against the file after he retires as a detective with Metro. Because now he's an independent contractor. That's important to know. Why is that important? Because what the evidence is going to show you is that he backloaded his work. And when he finally writes a report, it's not an officer's report, it's an investigative report that spans from 2018 to current, and we just received it about 5 weeks ago. The importance of capturing everything you do, the accuracy that you would need to be able to be in court on a murder case, not some type of college paper that you forgot to do and then the last second just put something together and, get it out the door. Mr. Mogg does not do any of that. That's going to be important later for you to consider. Because according to that report that he submitted, 5 weeks ago or so, he never verified the book. According to that report, he never investigated any of the alternate theories that were out there, and you're going to hear about those alternate theories. There are people who have developed over time answers to the question, who did this and why? He never looked into any of it. Which I think, at the end of the day, don't you want to see what's out there to help you with your investigation? And according to his report, he did more on the case after he became an investigator than he did before when he was a detective. What I'm going to tell you right now is what you're going to find when you listen to all the evidence, that his work was biased, sloppy, and incomplete. Those are the three things you're going to determine for Mr. Ma. Now, because of the fact that in terms of the evidence itself, he doesn't have much, the state's going to lean pretty heavily on their witnesses. And I'm going to give you a sampling of the type of people you're going to run across in this trial based upon their witness list in this case. First person is this guy named Reggie Wright Jr. He's remember, the security company for Death Row Records. And what he is a felon. Second of all, you're also going to find that he's a former Compton police officer. He worked for Compton PD for about 5 years, and apparently he got disabled. At some point, he becomes a felon. You're going to learn about that. And his father, like I said before earlier, Reggie Wright Sr. was the head of the Compton PD gang unit. What you're also going to learn about Reggie is that, once again, he was supposed to be protecting Suge Knight. Where was he the night of the shooting? In addition to that, he orders his security team to not carry firearms the night of the shooting, before the shooting took place. What you're also going to learn is, he wasn't even around when the shooting occurred. So the principal, meaning the person he should have been protecting the most, would have been Suge Knight, the head of Death Row Records. This man was nowhere to be found. He was sitting at a club called 662 down the street, waiting for Suge to show up, while he left his people that were working for him unarmed in the vehicles behind Suge Knight. And when push comes to shove, he orders his people to lie to police during their investigation. That's going to be called by them. That guy's going to be called by them. In addition to that, when everything was said and done, Suge Knight went to prison because he was not supposed to be in a fight in Las Vegas. He violates his release. Guess who takes over Death Row Records? Reggie Wright Jr. Now, the state is also going to bring in other people with unreliable positions, including criminal histories, financial motivations, and inconsistent statements. That are the people and the quality of the evidence that you're going to listen to in this case. Just to give you another example, there's going to be an individual by the name of Devonta Dirt Rockley. Who is he? He's been a paid informant for years. You're going to hear that they have paid him to be an informant. He will, of course, say whatever he needs to say to avoid his own criminal actions, but his testimony will be inconsistent. And that's what you have to really rely on, is what exactly is he going to say, and can you even believe it? In addition to that, you're also going to learn about a disgraced LAPD detective by the name of Greg Cady. The state told you about him. He wrote a book. He benefited off of what was happening with regards to Keithy. Now, Greg Cady, he stole the file. What you're going to learn is he actually stole the file. He took the Tupac and the Biggie case files and walked out the door. This is an LAPD detective that they are using, or one of the people that they're going to be focusing on to establish their case. He writes the book, and then he holds himself out as the person who solves the murder. That's Greg Cady. That's the LAPD detective. Now, what you're also going to learn is Greg Cady, when he was a detective with LAPD, was basically caught manipulating witnesses. And because he was caught manipulating witnesses, it led to cases being overturned as a result. There was a court finding on this issue. A judge determined that. And there we go. That's Greg Cady. That's a witness in this case from that. Now, your challenges, right? I mean, gosh, we're sitting here, there's cameras in the room. I mean, things going on. But it's really time. Like, how do you, as jurors, try to figure out time on this case? There's been so much time. Delays. By who, though? And there's corruption. How do you look at your information that you're receiving with anything more than just like skepticism? Like, you're going to look at this stuff and be like, well, I mean, you have a motive to lie. You have a motive to tell or deceive. And it's because at the end of the day, there's not actual facts. When you get past all the talk and me talking, just look at the actual facts. What facts do you have to support any of what KPD said or any of his interviews or in the book? When you look at this relevant timeline again, and you see the length of time, ask yourself, what facts do they have to even put KPD in a car in Las Vegas on September 7th, 1996? What facts? When you look at the video that happened at the MGM, look for them. Try to find them in there. Try to find any of the other individuals. Remember, he said there's 3 individuals in the car with him and Orlando Anderson. Orlando's in the video because he's getting beat up. Find any of those other individuals on the videos of the MGM. Look for evidence that shows that KPD was even in Las Vegas on the night of the fight. Receipts, credit cards, a picture of him standing next to somebody else, maybe watching the fight from another casino. Something. Give me something. In the book, you're going to learn that Kiki says that he was at the fight. He was sitting on the second row. He was sitting with all the celebrities, and he's dressed in his finest gear. There's not one iota of proof that he was ever at that fight. But you know who does show an iota of proof that he was at the fight? Suge Knight. Suge Knight was raided, and at some point, there is a ticket stub to that fight, the Tyson versus Selden fight with Suge Knight's possession. Because he went to the fight. And you would think, a fight like this, you want to show everyone that you were at the fight. There's no evidence at all that man was even at the fight. When we say fact versus fiction, really at the end of the day, what you're going to hear from witnesses that will testify to this is that KPD was known to do this. That's the testimony you're going to hear in this case. That's what you're going to hear about that man right there. And so you have to ask yourself the question.
He said bullshit.
If I just say things, is that going to end up being one of those things where I'm going to be hemmed up for a murder if I just keep repeating a fiction? If I keep repeating that? The answer is no. You have to corroborate everything I say in order for it to be true. Otherwise, it's just that. Or fiction. And at the end of all of the time we spend together, what you're going to find is that the state cannot prove to you beyond reasonable doubt the claim that Kiki had anything to do with a first-degree murder with use of deadly weapon. There's no facts to that matter. Thank you.
Zero
Thank
facts.
you, Mr. Sandford.
Crazy.
State, at this time, are you prepared to proceed with your case in chief, or did you need a brief break?
Just need a break to bring the evidence in, so maybe give the jury a few minutes.
Sure, we can do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we are going to take a 15-minute break. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is finally submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 11 a.m. Please rise for the jury.
15 minutes. 15 minutes, y'all. Wow. That is that was a very, very, very interesting defense opening statement. Okay, basically saying like, "Yo, they ain't got nothing." As much as they try to say they have something, they got nothing. He's basically saying like, all the facts. There's a lot of corruption, like within the PD. There's a lot of corruption of them not trusting each other, so on and so forth. But then on top of that, you can't just go off of just this book or just the, but that's the thing. One thing I'd like to have more explanation on is the proffer, right? He talked about things in this proffer. Why would he, you know what I mean? Why would he say those things? just to say those things. It just doesn't make any sense. You remember in the interview that we saw, he said that there was a script, like there was a literal script that he was made to basically read, and he said some sort of code word to them when he walked into the room to do this interview, the proffer, and it was all just him reading off of a script. He doesn't seem like the type who knows how to, like, you know what I mean? He doesn't seem like the type who reads. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I guess that's what we're going with. So he's saying all of this is a whole bunch of bullshnish. So what do you think of that? He's like, yo, they are leaning on something that there's no evidence pointing to Keefe D, pointing to Dwayne Davis, that this whole thing is just a fugazi. It's one big fat ass lie, that they're leaning off of stuff that is just fabricated, written words. Like, that's just insane. It's bananas. It's absolutely nuts. This whole thing is nuts. So he's like, yo, what they're giving you and how they're putting this guy on trial right now is a bunch of malarkey. It's a bunch of bullshnish. You guys are wasting your time trying to convict my client of having anything to do with the unaliving or the murder of Tupac Shakur. Man, this is going to be a very, very interesting trial. Let me just say that. It's going to be very interesting, just to be completely real with y'all. Yeah, this is nuts. Yeah, this is like, so in other words, thank you, Webster, for bringing that back. Okay, bringing it back. But that's going to be the theme of this entire trial, that Keefe D is a special type, a special kind of stupid, and that all that they're trying to present right now, as you just saw his attorney just say, and I don't know his name. I need to look up his name, okay? I know some of y'all are calling him Lord Farquaad. Yeah, his hair is killing me. But other than that, he's basically saying, and you saw it he literally wrote it out as part of his PowerPoint presentation. He said bullshnish. Straight up. He said, this is a bunch of bullshnish. One word. So what say you guys so far? I would be very curious to see or hear what other, the law tubers that might be watching this and everything. I am kind of curious what they think about this so far. I think Emily D. Baker is also watching this as well. Let me just check that. Let me just see what she got to say, because I think she's watching this too. I mean, it's wild that what they're presenting. Just like, nah, homie, this ain't it. This ain't it. You guys got the wrong dude. This is 30 years. You're adding certain things onto my client that have nothing to do with him, and so on. Crazy. Hold on. Emily Baker. I'm just curious. I just want to see, just a peek to see what she's saying, what she's thinking about this.
5 years old. He's also battled cancer 2 or 3 times. So, he was like, I don't need a deal. I ain't got long. But in the past, if this was being prosecuted when he was younger, I would imagine that he might have taken a plea deal in this case to keep this information from coming out, that in 1998, he was speaking to the FBI. I think that's probably close in time to when one of the other members in the car was killed, because everybody else in the car has since either been killed or has passed.
They did.
So Emma Black, the book I'm talking about is Keefe D's book. Suge's book is not coming out till after the trial. He has held it, so it's not coming out till after the trial. Hi, George. George has become a Velcro cat since Travis has moved to college. All right. Suge is in custody for a 28-year sentence, so he's not eligible to get out until 2030 something.
And now you got Suge Knight, who's refusing. Okay. He's saying he's refusing to testify in this trial. He's not going to talk about this at all. Like he's just going to keep it. He's going to keep tight-lipped. For what reason? I don't even effing know. Which is just, like I said, it's just insane, this whole thing. And it does make you wonder, like, what he hiding? You know what I mean? Why wouldn't he just say, yeah, okay, I'm going to testify, and this is what I remember seeing. Why wouldn't you just go and testify and be done? Because then it makes it look like you have something to do with this too. You see what I'm saying? And there's already been theories and all that about that too. You know, how Biggie and Tupac were planning on, you know, branching off and doing their own stuff or starting their own label, blah, blah, blah. And of course, you know, they lost their lives, separately lost their lives out of retaliation of that plan, right? Diddy took out Biggie, and Suge took out Tupac, right? I don't know about all that. But what I do know is that you got a guy who said in multiple interviews and in a book, also in a proffer as well, that he had something to do with the unaliving of Tupac. And now he's sitting here saying, I didn't do nothing. I didn't say nothing. I mean, I said a lot, but it was all fabrication. So in other words, the book, you know, this book, Compton Street Legend, is basically fan fiction. That's basically what he's saying. It's kind of like, you know, when people write like, they take the characters from like the Twilight series and then they write their own books. You know, they fabricate other ideas. You know, they you know, start other romances and all that. Fan fiction. That's it. That's all he's doing. He wrote fan fiction, and then he went on to all these countless interviews and all these countless YouTube channels and podcasts and all that, and said, yeah, I was there. I handed the heater to my boy, and then he blasted through the back seat and took the life of Tupac. But not all that now is a fabrication. It's just a bunch of bullshit. So again, I don't know. This is the dumbest thing I have ever freaking seen. But let's just, like I said, and I get it. Some people are like, yo, wait a second now. It looks like the defense is starting to cook. He might have a good point. I see it, but will it sit well with the jury? You got to remember, it's up to the jury to look at this and go, yeah, he didn't do nothing. He's just a dumbass. He's just a special kind of stupid, and that's it. But no, guys, no. Like to me, I just don't see it like that. I just don't. Not yet, but this is what the trial is going to be about. Laying out all the groundwork to show how special kind of stupid this man Keefe D really is. But let me just hear what Emily Baker got to say. Hold on.
And that's what he does. He tells a federal task force that's about his involvement, what you've heard, his orchestration of the murder of Tupac Shakur. That secret conversation, that proffer, was secretly reported and released later. In 2000.
Wait. Who secretly recorded this? And who released? Excuse me, I have some questions.
Yeah.
About how this is proper evidence.
Yeah, that's a good
Who
point.
secretly recorded this, and how did it get released?
That's a good question too. I was thinking that earlier. It's like, wait a second. So the proffer that we know about, right? The interview that we know about. If that is what they're pertaining to, they're saying, wait, the recording, this proffer was recorded without his knowledge. Is that correct? So the interview that we know and that they're saying is is him confessing to to a whole bunch of lawyers. They're saying now that was secretly recorded without his knowledge, and they're like, how's that even admissible in court? You see what I'm saying? That doesn't make any sense either, right?
And how? Ooh, I have so many questions. Put a pin on that. I got some questions. Because if he recorded it, that's not a problem. But I got a question. I got questions on secretly recorded. A lot of you are saying it was one of the cops there.
See what I'm saying? That doesn't make sense.
This might be a problem.
That's a big
If
problem.
it was him,
oh boy,
less of a problem.
See, I didn't know it was secretly recorded. I just thought it was. That doesn't. Hold on. Let me let her cook.
His orchestration of the murder of Tupac Shakur.
So I'm going to back that up just a little bit.
What?
It's interesting how much they're relying on police interviews. It's going to be very interesting when we get to, the end of this case. But I have questions about that.
About Tupac. And that's what he does. He tells a federal task force that's about his involvement, what you've heard, his orchestration of the murder of Tupac Shakur. That secret conversation, that proffer, was secretly recorded and released later.
There it is. Hold on. I'm pausing her own stuff, but shout out to Emily D. Baker first off. Okay, she the GOAT. Okay, she's really great. If you don't know about her channel, please go check it out. She's fantastic. She's a lawyer, so she knows her stuff. Okay, very smart person. I can prep too. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. It's hard to keep a lie straight, but the truth, when stated, rarely changes. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's you got a point there. But like I said, there's something strange about this. Like I said, about the proffer being secretly recorded. That's something I didn't know. I don't know if anybody really knew about that. But now we're hearing that the proffer was actually secretly recorded. That is a big, like I said, that's a problem, right? That's a big problem. So now it's like, here it is. Here it is. Let me just say this really quick. This doesn't change my opinion to Keefe D. I think Keefe D had something to do with this for sure. I think he had his hand in taking the life of Tupac Shakur. I don't see why somebody would go out of his way to lie to that extent, okay? Only for him to find himself in this situation. Like I said, why would he lie his way into prison? It's the dumbest thing you can ever do. I think he's dumb and is willing to say whatever he needs to say because he wants to make money and he wants that clout, maybe before he passes away. Maybe it's the cancer. You know what I mean? Maybe it's the chemo that he went through that made him do some crazy, stupid ish, like, ratting himself out type of thing. But nonetheless, it doesn't change my thoughts of Keefe D. He's still a special kind of stupid. But given the fact that if the proffer was recorded without his knowledge, then how can that even be used in court? You see what I'm saying? How could they even use this ish in court, son? Someone please explain that to me. And the fact that we're hearing it from prosecution, it was recorded without his knowledge. It was secretly recorded. We have the proffer right here, right? And it's the proffer that's been, bits of this has been put out here. You know what I mean? And we've seen and heard snippets from that actual proffer. And they're saying that this proffer can be used in court. That doesn't make sense. Secretly recorded without his knowledge. Now, I don't know what the state of Nevada does when it comes to if it's a two-party state or not, but at the same time, have mercy. They could really use that? Really? Okay. Like I said, the whole case could fall apart solely because of that. You see what I'm saying? This whole trial could literally fall apart just because of that. And if this guy really did do it, he could literally walk. You see what I'm saying? So they were already doing dirty on him too. And see, that's the other thing too. Given the fact that he's black, they got Tupac's murder. They're trying to pin it on anybody and everybody they can think of. He one of the last very few that are still alive on this planet that had anything to do with Tupac's death. So what do you think they're trying to do? And you don't think some of these jurors are going to look at that and go, wait a second. No, they trying to do this guy dirty. They're trying to pull a fast one on him. But again, like I said, he wrote these books. Or he wrote this book. He did these interviews. He talked all this crazy stuff. There's still this recording that was secretly recorded, this proffer of him confessing, saying he did all that ish. Woo! Hamburger. Let me just hear a little bit more what Emily Baker got to say about this, about the prosecution's opening remarks.
In 2009, Davis is being so helpful to federal authorities.
So helpful.
That he actually flies out to New York to try and get zip.
Prosecution's just trying to piss him off. He was just the best little informant that ever informed. The asterisk that's going through my brain right now is, even if the 2008 proffer was recorded and released later, the fact that he put the exact same information in his book is going to be an inevitable discovery type of issue.
Yeah.
So if it hadn't been in the book, I don't think they could have ever used this. But the fact that it's in the book kind of might get us into some inevitable discovery. Unfortunately, most of the documents in this case have not been easily available up to pretrial, but we'll look at it after trial.
That's, oh boy. Yeah. He about to get F'd in the A. Man, and now it's going to be like, yo, maybe he really didn't do this because of this information that's being put in or that's being presented. The jury is now walking in, it looks like. But like I said, this is ay chihuahua. This could be no bueno. This could be no bueno, cabron. That's nuts. I'm sorry. I'm going to keep it a bean with y'all. That is effing freaking mother-loving nuts. Okay? Mother-loving nuts. But okay. Okay. What do you think so far? Because it could be like, okay, all right, because I already see it. Let me say this. I see it. Okay? I already see it like starting to percolate out here in these streets. And they're going to be like, yo, they just trying to take that black man down. That black man innocent, bro. You don't understand? They just trying to take that black man down. Wait for it. It's already happening. I can already feel it in the internet streets, percolating. Are they trying to take this black man down? Is he innocent? What do you think? I think that this is, he's dumb. He painted himself into this corner. Okay. He painted himself into... Let me just repeat that one more time. He painted himself into this corner. Then he wrote a book about it, love. Then he did a whole bunch of interviews and said all this bullshnish about all this bullshnish. So, yeah, they're going, hey, he is making himself the whipping boy. Come on. He's making himself the scapegoat. He did us a favor. He's sitting in the seat. We didn't even have to drag him over there. He calmly sat his ass down in this mother-loving seat. So let's just give it to him. Shoot. He wrote the book. He did all this mother-loving stuff. Let's go. Thank you, Keefy D. You a special kind of stupid, aren't you? See what I'm saying? But let's go. Let's take a look. I got a poll. Go check it out. Go vote. Let me hear your thoughts.
R-R-Y. Last name is Dale. D-A-L-E.
This is
Thank
crazy.
you, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Duckman, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, back in September of 1996, how were you employed?
I was working for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department at that time.
And how long did you wind up working for Metro?
25 years total.
On September 7th of 1996, what was your assignment?
I was assigned to a bike team on bicycles on the Strip, Las Vegas Strip area.
Is the uniform similar to the ones they have today where you're wearing the yellow shirts, or were you wearing something different?
Yellow shirts and black pants.
I would direct your attention to right around 11 p.m. What part of the Strip were you working?
I was working the little bit further south end, south of Flamingo.
Did you have a partner?
Yes, I did.
What was his name?
Richard Golgart.
While you were working on that area of the Strip, did you cause there to be some sort of car stop of a vehicle?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was the purpose of stopping this vehicle?
I initiated a car stop on a black BMW that had no license plates.
May I approach, Judge?
You may.
First, I'm going to show you what's been marked in the state's proposed exhibits 1 and 2. Now, there's some obvious markings on here, but these appear to be two aerials of the Las Vegas Valley from, well, generally around the time period of the 2096 area.
Yes, sir.
Accurately reflect kind of the locations that they're describing on there. Flamingo, Harmon.
Yes.
Move to admit 1 and 2, Judge.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted. You may publish.
I'm going to start with exhibit number 1. And right next to you, don't click it, but there is a mouse that you can roll around with a pointer. Can you generally tell me where this car stop occurred?
It won't work because you're doing it off of your computer.
I have it plugged in. It works.
There it goes.
So it will work.
Trying to wrap around the boulevard here.
So if I told you that red dot's Harmon and Flamingo, or sorry, Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard.
Yes, sir. A car stop was right around, I believe it was right around this area.
So just south of Flamingo on Las Vegas Boulevard.
Yes.
When you approached the vehicle, did you recognize the occupants?
No, I did not.
Why did you stop this vehicle?
It had no license plate on the back.
When you approached the vehicle, did the occupants communicate with you?
Yes.
And did you, at that point, did you learn their identity?
They told me who they were, but just as identifying them, not.
Did you know them?
No, I
didn't.
didn't.
They told you their names?
They told us their names because we asked them their names, but I didn't know them. I had no knowledge of them before that. We ID'd them.
As you sit here today, do you recall who they were?
Yeah, Tupac Shakur and Marion Knight.
May I approach?
May.
Showing you grand jury exhibit number 3. Is that how the two of them appeared to look that evening when you approached them?
Yes.
In particular, Mr. Shakur is wearing or has on a very large gold necklace.
Yes.
Did you talk to him about that necklace?
Yeah, we talked to him for a few minutes out there, and I just remarked to him, "Wow, man, that's a huge piece of gold or something like that he had around his neck."
Would you describe your interaction with him as congenial?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask them about the license plate, why their vehicle had no license plate?
Yes, I did.
And what was the response?
They stated that they were filming a video, so they had taken the license plate off because they were filming a video going up and down the strip.
Move to admit 3, Judge.
Any objection?
I'm sorry. No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
And this large gold medallion is what we're talking about, correct?
Yes, sir.
How did that interaction with Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur end?
We told them that they were going to have to put the plate back on their car, and we warned them and released them.
Did you remain down on the strip in the strip area after they left that car stop?
Yes, sir.
We'll fast forward about, let's say, 10 minutes later. Something unusual happened. What happened?
We were continuing riding on the strip area. We were heading southbound on the boulevard, and we heard some calls come out about a vehicle. Can't remember exactly what was said, but heading up towards Harmon, we saw the vehicle that had been described in the median of the road. It looked like it had ran up on the median and was stopped there in the middle of the boulevard.
What do you do when you see that?
We approached the vehicle.
Is it you and Mr. Goldgart? Or Officer Goldgart?
Officer Goldgart and I.
And do you see either of the two people that you saw earlier in the vehicle?
Yes.
And who is that?
Marion Knight was outside of the vehicle, walking around, talking, and Tupac Shakur was being removed by EMS people.
As Marion Knight is talking, do you recall anything he's saying?
He was telling us to take care of Tupac Shakur. He had Marion Knight had a chunk of shrapnel or something in his head. He was bleeding, and when I wanted to talk to him, he was adamant that we needed to go and care for Mr. Shakur.
Did you then go to Mr. Shakur?
Yes, I did.
And then what do you do? What's your responsibility as it relates to Mr. Shakur as the EMT is working on?
I was trying to talk to him to find out what had happened. Excuse me. Gather information to see who had fired at them.
Did you wind up riding anywhere with Mr. Shakur?
Yes, I rode to the hospital in the ambulance with him.
During that time period, between the time you get to Mr. Shakur and the time period he gets taken into the hospital, are you able to have any sort of communication with Mr. Shakur?
He was still talking, and I was trying to convince him to tell me the name of whoever his assailants were.
And did he ever respond?
Yes, he responded, no, we'll take care of it. So, something like that.
No, we'll take
care of it, something like that.
And that's the only thing you were able to gather from Mr. Shakur?
Yeah, I couldn't get him to talk to me any further than that. That was repeated a couple of times.
I'm going to approach with a few photographs. Obviously, when an incident, well, let me back up. When an incident like this happens, there's first responders, but then there is detectives, crime scene analysts, everybody who's called out. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Showing you what's been marked as grand jury exhibit number 4. You recognize the individual who appears to be inside that vehicle at that time?
Dan Ford.
Do you know what he did for Metro?
At the time, he was a detective. I was not there when that photograph was taken. But at the time, he was a detective. I'm not sure what he was, homicide or general assignment or...
Could he be a crime scene analyst?
Crime scene analyst, yeah, CSI.
Okay. And then I'm just going to show you a few other pictures of the vehicle itself. Showing you State's proposed exhibits 5 through 8. Just flip through those.
Okay.
Is that how the vehicle appeared to you when you first arrived on scene? Obviously without people in it.
Right, on the scene of the, where it stopped in the middle of Harmon Boulevard.
Move to admit 5 through 8.
Any objection, Mr. Stamp?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
And then finally, while you were at UMC, did you collect some personal items off Mr. Shakur?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's proposed exhibit number 33. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
That's the objects I removed from Tupac Shakur. I impounded those into evidence. There should be a property report for those.
Let's talk about that large gold chain we see in that photograph right there. The second time you came across Mr. Shakur, was he wearing that gold chain that's around his neck?
No.
And so you weren't able to recover that from him at the hospital?
No.
Judge, I'm just going to put up a few of these photographs.
Okay. My clerk's letting me know that 4 was not admitted.
Move to admit 4.
Any objection, Mr. Stamp?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
Showing you 4. That's Mr. Ford appearing like he's inside that vehicle.
Okay.
5. That's the front of the vehicle. Yes?
Yes.
Sorry, she's typing down everything, so you got to answer yes or no.
Apologies.
That's the rear of the vehicle without the license plate still?
Yes.
Number 8 is the driver's side of the vehicle.
Yes.
And, oops.
Mr. DeJacmo,
I know, I
33
put the
also
wrong
not
one up,
admitted.
Judge.
Okay. It's done.
There you go. 7. That is what the passenger side of that vehicle looked like?
Yes.
Finally, for you, 33. Those are the items you were collected off Mr. Shakur at the hospital.
Yes.
Judge, Mr. Samt has requested, and I've agreed, to also offer Dan Ford's CSA report, as Mr. Ford is not physically capable of coming to court to testify.
So that'll be admitted via stipulation?
Yes.
What exhibit did you want it to be?
I guess we could just make it next in order, which I believe is 143.
All right, that'll be admitted via stipulation as 143.
Thank you, Honor.
No problem. I think 33 has been worked on. I think it's not in front of us.
And based upon that agreement,
This is 33? 33 is also not admitted.
move to admit 33.
Any objection?
No objection here.
So admitted.
And based on that agreement that we've reached with Mr. Samt, I believe he has no objection to the rest of Mr. Ford's crime scene photographs at this particular scene, which is state proposed exhibits 9 through 32.
That is correct, Honor.
All right, 9 through 32 will be admitted via stipulation. You may publish.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Okay.
And you are Mr. Gale.
Yes.
Well, welcome back to the courtroom.
Thanks.
So let me ask you this. So how long had you been working for Metro until you retired, basically?
Like 13 years.
I see. And at the time when you were on the bicycle on September 7th, 1996, how long had you been working for Metro at that point?
Yeah, I thought that's what you asked to begin with.
Oh.
I started in '83, so it would have been right around 13 years.
I see. And obviously, when you are first a police officer, you go through an academy before you become an actual police officer.
Yes, sir.
And you learn skills and techniques and things to help you become a successful police officer.
Yes.
One of those things I would imagine would be writing reports.
Yes.
Now, fair to say, though, in this particular case, what you had seen, or what you had done was basically you saw a license plate that wasn't on a vehicle, you stopped them, you asked for their ID, and at some point you just allowed them to continue on their way.
Yes.
So there was no need to write a report about that?
No.
Okay. Did you write a report with regards to that stop?
No.
Okay. Now, when you were present at the scene and you saw the vehicle stop, do you know if any other vehicles were behind it?
No, I did not see any other vehicles behind it, so I don't know.
So there wasn't like a caravan or a line of vehicles behind the black BMW when you stopped the BMW?
No.
Can you describe for us a little bit about what the area was like on the night of September 7th, 1996?
It was a pretty average night for the Strip as far as the amount of traffic flowing and things like that. Not particularly crowded or packed or anything like that. The area we stopped him in had some lighting, but it wasn't like right in front of a hotel or something that cast a lot of lighting on the area or anything like that. But,
I see.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
So there was nothing out of the ordinary as to that particular date and time in terms of any special events going on in Las Vegas at that particular time?
I'm sorry, was always something going on the strip. So I heard that things were going on that night, but I was really aware of them.
Were you ever aware that on that particular night there was a championship boxing match between Mike Tyson and Bruce Seldon that was being held at the MGM?
Yes.
All right. And I would venture to say that that would be something that would have been briefed to all the police officers prior to you going on your shift for that night.
No, we didn't really talk about it.
All right. And then with regards to the amount of traffic, you're saying that even though this championship fight had taken place, in your opinion, there wasn't a lot of traffic on the strip?
Not more than ordinary.
Okay. And when you say not more than ordinary, can you describe for us what that means exactly?
So the strip is always pretty crowded, or was at that time. So, that's why they had us out there on bicycles. It's because we could get in between in and out of cars. So I guess when we conducted the car stop, there was enough traffic that we felt comfortable that he was going to have to stop and pull over, that he wouldn't be able to just take off on us.
Right.
And that's the best description I have. That's why we rode bikes out there. So, but there was always traffic in that area. So it's always congested over there.
Okay, and that's probably the best way to put it, right? It's still congested for Las Vegas.
Yes.
But it's normal for Las Vegas to be congested.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it wasn't like, for instance, I don't know if you were around Las Vegas in 2020 when you could just take your bicycle and just ride down Las Vegas Boulevard with like no one around, right? It's not that kind of.
It's not like that.
All right. And when you say congested, meaning that cars could not go very fast because there's always cars around in that area.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, your testimony was that you had arrived on scene, and then at some point you're actually in the ambulance with Mr. Shakur.
Yes.
Being transported to the hospital.
Yes.
And the hospital you were going to was UMC?
It was UMC.
Okay. Now, when a police officer first arrives on scene, is that police officer considered to be the primary officer until such time as they are relieved of that duty?
Ordinarily, yes.
Were you the primary officer at that particular scene? Were you the first officer on arrival?
I don't really remember. There were so many of us that showed up like at right around the same time. There's just a lot of officers showed up there pretty quickly.
Right. Now, I mean, you have a pretty clear memory of this. Did you review any records or have any meetings with the district attorney's office prior to your testimony here today?
Yes, I did. I reviewed the records.
Okay. And once again, you do that so it'll help you refresh your recollection as to what occurred 30 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. Even though this might be something that's unusual, right? You have a celebrity who's shot on the strip, you still have to refresh your recollection in order for you to remember things.
Some of it, yes.
Yeah. And once again, you're doing that so you make sure that for this jury that you're accurate about what you recall 30 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, you were shown a map, and I'm going to show you again here. This is State's Exhibit number 1. See this?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me, this map, do you know if this map was the actual map in 1996 of the Las Vegas area?
No.
You're smiling.
It's just a long time ago. It changes so much down there.
Yeah. So we know that this is a map of Las Vegas.
Yes.
But you cannot tell us, for instance, if this is 1996.
No, I cannot tell you
that. So, for instance, on the top over here, this doesn't look like the sphere, does it? Does it?
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And then down over here, does this look like T-Mobile or anything like that, as far as you can tell?
No.
Okay. Now, and once again, I just want to make sure I'm clear for the jury. This particular map, as it sits here right now, as it's here, for instance, we have what looks like down here at the bottom. I'm pointing where the MGM label is right here. Do these look like walk bridges over the streets?
I can't really tell.
Let me just scroll here real quick. Does that help you?
Yeah, they do look like walkways.
And fair to say that those walk bridges in 1996, people were still walking on the streets, crossing like pedestrian crosswalks, right?
I'm trying to recall. I couldn't honestly recall.
yeah,
I remember them taking the crosswalks out and putting those walkways in.
Right.
I remember when they did that, but I don't remember the year they did it.
And once again, I'm not trying to. It's not a catch-a moment.
No,
I'm
I
not trying
understand.
to get you in
Yeah, I
trouble.
understand what you're saying. I don't want to say something that I can't be sure of, but I remember when I was down there working, they no longer allowed traffic to cross on foot across the strip because of all of the accidents that we had. So they put those walkways in when I was still working.
Right. Okay. Now, and just finally here, with regards to the when you're riding on the strip and you're riding with your with the other person that's with you, you said at some point you were made aware that there was a shooting that had occurred, and the radio traffic indicated that the vehicle you had stopped was potentially the vehicle that was being involved. Remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us just really quickly here, based upon State's Exhibit number 1, and once again, we're not looking at it in terms of an accurate 1996 view, but just in terms of the streets. Can you tell us where you were at when you took off to wherever the vehicle was? And I'll just pull that here real quick so you can.
Thank you.
Sure.
I couldn't really tell you where we were because my memory serves me, it was called out right around the same time as we were rolling up on that vehicle.
Okay.
There was shots fired call and vehicles involved, and then we rolled up and saw that vehicle in the middle of Harmon.
And when and when you rolled up and you saw the vehicle, can you tell us other vehicles that were behind that vehicle? Were there any other vehicles in an entourage behind the black vehicle?
There were several vehicles stopped all over the strip. It looked cluttered with cars, so I couldn't tell you if they were with them or not.
Sure. Did other police officers aid in terms of securing the scene and making sure that anything of evidentiary value was going to be kept in that area?
Yes.
Because I would imagine it wasn't just you by yourself.
Right.
Your partner, other officers arriving on scene would have started to help as a team.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect examination, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you have any questions for this witness? If you do, please raise your hand and I'll walk you through the process. Seeing no hands, thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Dale. You are excused.
Thank you.
State may call their next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Ingrid Stokes. Yes.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Ingrid Stokes, INGRIDSTOKES.
Thank you, ma'am. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Paul, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Stokes.
Good morning.
Back in 1996, did you have a different last name?
It was Johnson.
Okay, so you went by Ingrid Johnson back then? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Did you come to Las Vegas on the weekend of September 7th, 1996?
Yes.
Who'd you come with?
My best friend and some girlfriends.
Okay, can you tell me who they were?
Shalane, Tanisha, and Lauren.
And why'd you come to Las Vegas that weekend?
Well, when you live in LA, you go to Vegas all the time. It's just a party city. So we decided to go for the weekend. We were all off work. And so we went to come hang out, have fun.
And were you aware, okay, well, first let me take a step back. So you guys were living in LA at the time?
Yes.
What part of LA?
I may have been living at my dad's, which is Carson.
Okay. And then and you came out for the purposes to party. Were you aware that there was a Mike Tyson fight that weekend?
Yes, that's one of the reasons. There was always a Mike Tyson fight. But we were coming because my friend knew one of the managers or coaches, I forget what they're called, and we had planned on going to the fight.
Did you end up going to the fight?
No.
What happened?
4 women in a bathroom did not work. We took too long. We missed the fight completely.
And so, where were you staying that night?
I believe we were at the Lexor or the Rio, but I think it was the Lexor.
Okay. And then, did you ever actually make it to the MGM where the fight was?
We made it to the let out, is what I call it, because the fight was already over, so everyone was kind of hanging out. So we went to see what was going on for the night.
And did you hang out there for a while?
I don't remember, but it would have been enough time to run into a few friends and say hello and hang out, and maybe drink or two, maybe.
So, what did you do after hanging out at the MGM Grand?
Well, we had met one of my friends, and they had mentioned there was somewhere they were going to go. So we decided, okay, we'll go there first and see what's happening before we decide, where we're going to end the night. So we all got back in our car, the rented car we took from LA, and drove.
And do you recall what kind of car that was?
It was a convertible Supreme.
And did all 4 of you go into the car?
Yes, all 4 of us were in the car.
And what happened once you guys started driving?
That's a loaded question. A lot happened. We got in the car. I believe we left the MGM parking lot, and then we went to the main street, Las Vegas Boulevard, I guess. And we were driving, and I believe we were, I don't know, about 10 minutes after leaving the parking lot, and then we ran into Suge and Tupac in the car.
And when you say you ran into them, what'd that look like?
Well, we were driving, hanging out in a convertible, and my girlfriend Lauren at the time, she knew Suge, and she told us, "Hey, there's Suge. Pull up next to him. I'm gonna ask them what they're doing." And so Shalane was the driver, and she slowed up close to them.
And so you said Shalane was the driver.
Yes.
Where were you seated?
I was a passenger in front.
In the front passenger? So Shalane's driving, you're in the front passenger, and the other 2 women are in the back seat?
Yeah, Tanisha's behind me, and then Lauren is behind the driver.
After all these years, you still remember that, huh?
Well, yeah. Some things you don't forget. That one you forget.
And so then when you start driving, or when you see Suge, and your friend starts talking to Suge, what happens?
They were talking, and she was like, "What's going on? What's happening?" We look over initially, we pull up to the car, and we kind of nod or say hello, that kind of thing. But we were in our own little world. While she was talking to him, he said, "Hey, we're all going to the club. Why don't you follow us? Get behind us. You can go with us." And so that was decided we'll go there first and see what's happening before we go anywhere else.
So do you follow, do you remember who's driving and who's in the passenger side?
Suge was driving, and Tupac was in the passenger seat.
All right. I believe States Exhibit 3 has already been admitted. We're going to publish that. Is this kind of the way they looked that night?
That was just like this.
And so, you decided to follow Suge and Tupac to the club?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
That's okay. And so, do you recall the name of that club?
It was an area code, so I remember it was 662 or 702, but now I know it's 662.
Okay. And then what did you do? Did you guys start driving over to Club 662?
We got behind them, and we start driving down the Las Vegas Strip. And it was weird because there was a car behind us, and they kept going around us trying to get in front of us. It happened quite often. It was really annoying. We didn't understand what was going on. And then at one point, we were getting ready to turn to go on the main street. I guess Flamingo was on, or Flamingo, I think is what it's called. When we turned that way, I was like, what the heck's going on? People keep getting in front of us. I know how to get to the club. Let's figure out our own way. I can drive it. We can meet them up there. And so our plan was to get out from behind them.
So you were confused about the way the cars were moving?
Yeah, I didn't understand. In hindsight, I know now, but I didn't understand there was entourage. I just thought, they were going to a club. We didn't think about it.
And then at some point on Flamingo, do you stop at a light?
Yeah, so when we get close to the light, I tell Shalane, pull over, I'll drive. I know where I'm going. I've been there before. So we pull from around them, and then we stop at the light, and
before, that's my fault, not yours. So before, when you guys are stopped at the light, where is your car relative to Suge Knight's and Tupac Shakur's car?
So I believe there was 4 lanes, a turning lane, the lane next to it, the middle, and then there was one for like the outside lane. So they were on the third lane, I believe, and when we got off the lane behind them, we got out and we went past, and I think we were a car or two on the second lane from the light.
And so were you behind or in front of Suge Knight's car?
We were in front.
So you're in the lane next over, a car or maybe two in front.
Yeah, exactly.
Then while you're waiting at that light, does anything happen?
Well, me and Shalane were going to change seats. I was going to drive. I'm the more aggressive driver, and after what, she was nervous with them coming back in front of us so much. So me and Shalane were literally head down, taking our seatbelts off when we heard the gunshots, when all hell broke loose.
And to be fair, you didn't see those gunshots.
No.
And then what do you do when you hear the gunshots?
I freak out, and I scream, what the hell? I said, what the hell? And then Shalane is kind of half up, half down, and so I grab her head to bring her down. And I was like, what the hell is going on? And then she has her hand on the wheel, but she's like frozen. And so I don't remember how many gunshots there were, honestly. But I know I put the car in drive, and I told her to get the hell out of there and drive. And so I may even grab the wheel. Like I said, I'm very aggressive. And from that, she tried to drive off.
And then did you see the color of the vehicle?
Yeah, so we almost hit the car. When we were trying to drive off, there was a car in the lane, that last lane, that was the turning lane. And it was a white four-door. Can't tell you what kind, but I just know it was like white-ish. And we almost hit it when we were trying to get away.
Were you trying to pursue the white car?
Hell no. Just want to get away.
And then where did you guys go? Did you turn off? Did you follow them turning off? Or?
We turned off. We turned the only way you could turn because it was a light, a red light, which was down that first street past. And then when we turned right, we were just driving fast. There still might have been gunshots. I can't speak for anyone else in the car, but there was a lot going on. There was a lot of adrenaline. And then the first street we saw that was on the left, I was like, turn left. And we just turned down a random street that had like apartments on it.
Now, it's fair to say you didn't see who was in the car, right?
No, didn't look.
But did you go back to where the shooting occurred?
Yes, I did.
Were you nervous about talking about what happened?
I didn't think I had anything valuable to say, to be honest. So I wasn't nervous initially because I just was like, we came back because when we wanted to know what happened. Because we left, so we didn't know. We didn't look around. We didn't see anything. We just left. And so when we came back, we saw there were a lot of police presence. And I wasn't a big fan of the police at the time, so it wasn't like I wanted to stop and talk to them and offer my help. But I also wanted to make sure if I could help, I would help. So when we went back, we told the officers we had been there when something happened, what happened when we left. And so he made us stop the car and get out the car. The police officer made us sit on the ground, on the sidewalk, in front of everything. Like cars are still, I think, may have been passing. So it was kind of an odd situation where they were like kind of rude to us. And then they're treating us like we're suspects. We really didn't know what happened though. And so they said, well, we need you guys, eyewitnesses, we need you guys to come downtown or in a van for you guys to come, and had us sit there. I kept asking a lot of questions, but no answers.
Now, I noticed some of your friends aren't going to be here. Is there this fear about talking in this kind of case?
Absolutely, yes.
Why is that?
Snitches get ditches, I'm saying. Not the coolest, but yeah, talking to police is not a thing we do in our culture anywhere in LA. It's not a normal thing. So there was that, especially in the 90s and 80s. There was multiple reasons why. But I didn't see anything, so I was kind of limbo. I didn't see anything. I didn't think I'd be beneficial. And then, I don't know, I was going to offer some assistance, what I could, because I may have had more memory back then. I may have heard the number of gunshots. I may have had, more. But the police treat us so bad that I just we start shutting down, because we're like, if someone did it, they could come by and sitting on the ground. They can see we're sitting here telling people, even though we're not saying anything. So this was a really bad situation.
And is it fair to say that that was something that also would scare you, is that if somebody was seeing you talk?
Absolutely.
Objection
yeah.
is the leading.
What's your response, Mr. Paul?
I'm just following up on your question. She's going to lay the foundation too.
I'll sustain if you could rephrase.
Okay. Is it fair or unfair to say that you are concerned about people seeing you talking to police?
Yes.
All right. No further questions from the state.
Cross-examination, Mr. Sam.
Thank you, Honor. Hi, Mr. Turner. Obviously, I would imagine you've never testified before about this particular situation.
No, I was in the grand jury.
Okay, so you were at the grand jury. And with regards to your testimony, when you were in front of the grand jury, did you meet with the district attorney's office prior to giving that testimony to the grand jury?
Not except outside the door when I got to the courthouse. I mean, the door of the grand jury.
I see. And with regards to that testimony, did you review any documents, records, anything like that in preparation for your testimony in front of the grand jury?
No.
All right. Now, asking you again for today, did you review any documents in preparation for your testimony here in front of this jury?
I looked at the grand jury testimony that I said, but other than that, no.
Okay. Now, when this thing had occurred, I would imagine it would have been a very traumatic experience for you.
Yes.
And at some point you go back to L.A.?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
That's all right. It's just for the record. When you go back to L.A., did you ever just sort of keep on top of it, like in terms of like articles that would come out in magazines, anything like that at all?
No, we didn't talk about that night for decades. We just didn't talk about it.
Okay. Now, did you ever at any point capture what you had remembered in a journal or anything like that?
I did a documentary, a couple of documentaries. Yes, years, like 20 years later.
I see. And in preparation for those documentaries, what did you use to refresh your recollection back then?
Talk to my girlfriend. I mean, more talk and try to remember pieces that I could.
Right. And your girlfriend was also present in the Sebring when it happened?
Yes,
as well?
she was driving.
I see.
No, that's right.
Now, just to describe us a little bit that night, you're driving in a convertible Sebring.
Yes.
And I'd assume that the top was probably down.
The top was down. Yes.
Okay. And the weather that night, was it raining?
No.
Can you describe for the jury what the weather was like that night?
It was Vegas in September. It probably, I'd be guessing, but I know what it wasn't. It wasn't raining. It could have been a cloud in the sky, but I wouldn't remember that.
Was
I
it
know
cold?
it wasn't bad.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. We didn't have any jackets. We had designer clothes. That's why I was mad. I had to sit on the curb. But no, it was a nice, cool evening, so I would probably say in the 80s, 70s, 80s. I have no idea.
All right. But obviously, among the four girls, no jackets or anything that would indicate that it was cold that night.
Yes, no.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, your testimony was that you had pulled up alongside Suge Knight's vehicle at some point.
Yes.
Now, I noticed that you weren't given a map. Did you ever have an opportunity to kind of envision exactly where this had occurred?
I didn't forget that part.
Okay. If I were to show you a map, would you be able to point out for
Yes.
us exactly?
As much as I can, yes, absolutely.
Sure. I'm going to show you what's been marked in there. It states exhibit number 1. And just for the record, I'm showing you states exhibit number 1. It's just an overview of Las Vegas. Does that help you at all?
No, not really, but I see the streets. It's what I thought. I'm assuming the red dot is Vegas Boulevard.
And when you say red dot, there's a mouse that's right there in front of you. You could use that to sort of move that mouse over to where. No, that doesn't do that.
I can point it, but.
Now let me do this.
When you're on our computer, can you do that? This is
You can point it now.
All right. So would this be? And
Yes,
I'm using my
that's-
Sharpie. That's
yes.
the dot.
Yes.
Okay. So yes, that would be Las Vegas Boulevard. Now I'm going to point over here. Do you recognize this particular area?
Yeah, that's where it happened.
Okay. And this, I'm pointing now once again for the record, Flamingo, and it looks like this would be Koval.
Koval, that sounds about right.
Now, you were describing for us a little bit about where the cars were. If I were to give you a piece of paper, can you draw for us just a little bit better so we can have a better view? And
I can try.
Okay.
What?
You want me to approach?
Yes, you may.
Can you draw the car? Am I drawing what the palm trees look like on that road as well? See any payphones? Can you draw those?
And
as
what am
well
I
on
drawing
the screen?
exactly again?
If you can draw for us where, on that night, where Koval was. And just for the record, you're writing Koval, is it for the horizontal line or the vertical line?
It is the horizontal line.
Okay, so that's Koval. And then can you draw for us where Suge's vehicle was when you pulled up to it?
We were behind it.
Okay.
So it would have been, I'm just going to make lanes and like, don't quote me, I could be off by one, of course. So I'll say this was Suge and we were behind. So this was, I'm going to put I for me. And then we moved and went right here. So this is where we end up parking. I'm not parking, but stopping at the red light.
That's fine. And just for the record, you have made a mark that looks like an S, and I would assume that would be for Suge's vehicle?
Yes.
And then there's another I, it looks like right there, and that would be for your vehicle.
Yes.
And then you have an arrow pointing to the next lane over where the I is now at.
Yes, that's where it ended.
Okay, great. And then when the shots, when you're, I guess, trying to change seats, can you tell us where you were at that particular point?
You mean in the car?
Well, not in the car, but where the car was.
It was here when the shots happened.
Okay.
And when we were trying to flee, we were trying to get in this lane to go around to get the turn.
I see.
And that's what we ended up doing eventually.
I see. So when the shots were fired, you were still in that I.
The I, yes.
And then you pulled off onto Koval.
Yes.
Okay. Now this area right here, what is this? What street is that?
What do you mean? This Flamingo? No, is this Flamingo, I'm assuming? I'm guessing. Like I said, I'm bad at direction on places I still go today.
That's right.
And then here was like a gas station or something right there. And then here was where we turned off right, which is where that first left was. So I don't know the name of the streets or anything.
No problem. I'm going to show this. Thank you so much, ma'am. I appreciate it. All right. Your Honor, if I could have this marked as defense exhibit, opposed defense exhibit A.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
What is going on?
Any objection to its admission?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so admitted. Did you want to publish?
I would like to publish it.
Okay, feel free.
Thank you. Now, showing you what's been marked and admitted now as defense exhibit A.
This is ridiculous. I'm wondering where he's going with this.
All right. And I will just explain this for the jury again. So where you have Koval is actually the street Koval. Is that right?
Yes.
And you have Flamingo, which would be the other street that's going vertical down the defense exhibit A.
Yes.
And then on the corner, it would be one of the corners. There's a gas station.
Yes.
Now over here, this S, that would be what you would call a Suge Knight's vehicle.
Yes.
And you were directly behind that vehicle at some
Yes.
point. And you pulled up, and that's the arrow pointing up to the next lane over, and that's where you were at, right next to Suge's vehicle.
In front of, not next to. That's why it's a little above.
I see. So you're slightly in front of Suge's vehicle. Was there another vehicle over here in front of Suge's vehicle?
I'm assuming yes, because we weren't at the front of the line. So yes, maybe two.
I see. Maybe two vehicles, but presuming that there would be at least a vehicle in front of Suge's vehicle.
At least two, I'd say, because there was one in front of me.
Okay. And then this lane over here, what lane is that?
That's the a small lane that you can turn off.
Turning lane?
Yeah, it didn't say, but yes.
Yeah. And so at some point when the shots were ringing out, you just immediately just gassed the car and made a right-hand turn on Koval.
Yeah, into the turning lane.
Okay. And your testimony here right now, for instance, is that the top was down, but you didn't see...
No, I was looking down because I was initiating changing my seat. So I would thank God I was all face down.
Okay. And when you pulled off and you made that right-hand turn, did anyone shoot at you?
Probably. I honestly don't know. There was a lot of gunshots.
Sure. Did any, after the event had occurred, did you ever observe any bullet holes in your vehicle?
There was no bullet holes in my vehicle.
Was there any shattered windshield as a result of anything happening on the scene?
No.
Okay. And then with regards to where you were at, when your testimony was that you were talking to Suge was saying, hey, come to 662. Is that what was happening?
Yes.
And during that time period, you said, and I want to make sure I'm clear, that while there was a conversation about going over to Suge's place, but it seemed like everyone was sort of talking. Like it was like the girls in the back seat maybe were having a conversation or something like that.
No. Lauren was the only one talking to Shook because she's the only one who knew him.
I see.
So nobody, we were just like, oh, okay, looking like, because it wasn't our conversation.
Right. And when that was happening, did any of your people in your vehicle yell out, Tupac, anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Oh my gosh, it's Tupac.
No.
Okay. Now, during that time period, as you're over here behind Suge's vehicle or next to it, did you ever see, can you describe for me what Tupac was doing in the vehicle?
When we pulled up on the side of him and she was talking to Suge, he was relaxed, like sitting in the chair, sitting in the passenger seat. And Suge was relaxed talking to Lauren. Nothing, like there was no engagement.
Okay, so as you're sitting there and you pull up, Tupac was not hanging out the window and doing something out of the window?
Absolutely not, no.
Okay.
No.
His torso was not sitting on top of the window yelling to his fans, Tupac, Tupac?
No, there was no fans around. They were just driving in the car listening to music like we were.
All right. And during that time period, when you were here during this time period, there's a red light.
Yes.
Preventing you from moving forward. And once again, going back to Defense Exhibit A, there's no green light allowing traffic to move in the direction of Coble.
No.
Okay. So everyone was stopped at that particular point.
Everyone was stopped.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? You do have one? Okay, so what I'll need you to do is write your juror number on the question and then write the question on a full sheet of paper and then hand it to my marshal when you're done.
My.
Any questions from anyone else? Okay, perfect. Can I have the party's approach?
Oh, boy. Okay. I mean, what do you think defense was trying to do? Trying to prove with that, with the questioning that he had? Because I mean, like, why would you go? Oh, can you draw a diagram of exactly what you did, of how you drove up and did that, and I don't think that this witness is going out of her way to be out here putting her life on the line too. Let's not forget, she even was scared. She's scared for her life, even being in this right now. You know what I mean? But you think that she would just be making this stuff up for the sake of making stuff up? I just don't see it. You know what I mean? But let's see what's going on here.
All right, one question from a juror. Could you gauge what direction the shots were coming from?
Good question.
No.
No? Any thought? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm going to say it was just
okay.
It was too chaotic, and you're not, thinking about that, but no.
Okay. State, any follow-up based on that question?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, any follow-up based on that question?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. You are
Good
excused.
question.
That was fast.
Because they're trying to put in reasonable doubt.
State, any quick witnesses, or are we prepared to take a lunch break at this time?
Lunch break, sir.
Okay, sounds good. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our lunch break at this time. During the recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have everyone back here let's say 1:15, so that everybody has enough time to get everything done over the lunch break. We'll see you guys back at that time. Please rise to the jury.
Oh boy. So yeah. So that's
For the record, the jury has exited the room. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Nothing from the state?
No.
Okay, we'll be in recess. We'll see you guys back right around 1:15.
Thank you.
If you need any more time, just let us know.
It should be.
He did indicate that you could go over whenever, and so if you want to go over now, you'd get.
So what do you guys think? What say you guys with this? What do you think? Here's the thing. Let me just say this. Okay. Obviously, it's a very good question to ask. Like, hey, did you see in the direction? Could you tell what direction those gunshots were coming from? I think that's a viable question. But she did say that she saw like a white-ish vehicle, four-door white-ish vehicle drive by, and then of course, shots rang out. I don't know. I mean, what do you guys think so far? I mean, actually, I'm going to end this poll here because that was one question I had over like 191 votes on that poll, and you guys are saying no. He didn't make a good, strong defense. Defense did not make a good, strong argument. So there's that. Now, let's see. They're doing a lunch break. And when did she say? She said 1:15? Did she say 1:15? Hold on. I'm going back. Just trying to find out when.
For the record, the jury has exited the room. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Nothing from the state?
No.
Okay, we'll be in recess. We'll see you guys back right around 1:15.
Thank you.
If you need any more time, just let us know.
It should be.
He did indicate that you could go over whenever, and so if you want to go over now, you'd get.
So there's some time to kill. Geez, 1:15, and so it's 1:15. It is right now. It's almost okay. So it's they got over an hour and some odd, over an hour and a half. Well, it's like an hour and 15 minutes of a break. Woo! That's a long break. That's one big, long, fat ass break. You'd hope that there would be some like mid, like lunch break breakdown type thing. I'm gonna stick around and see if that's what's up. No, so 1:15 would be 1:15 would be 3:15 Eastern time. So 2:15 Central. So yeah, because they're in Nevada. Yeah, just about an hour and 15 minutes, guys. I mean, we do have some other things that we do need to talk about anyway, so we could use that lunch break to talk about these a few other things that we've been needing to talk about anyway. But it is it's crazy. I mean, you got one. I mean, first off, that's just one. That's one witness. Okay. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Let me get this right. So it's literally 12 p.m. in Nevada, okay? So if it's 12 p.m. in Nevada, yeah, so it's 3 p.m. in New York, or like Eastern Standard Time, all right? It's 2 p.m. Central, right? So so it'd be 4:15. Sorry guys. My bad. The timing and time zones and all that just got me jacked up. So, we do have a little bit of time to kill that we could do, that we could talk about a couple other things before, while they're on this this lunch break. Because there are some things, the Hayden Panettiere situation, definitely we could talk about that. There's a bunch of other things that we could talk about too. I'm going to see if there's going to be, if they have like some sort of like midstream lunch break coverage anywhere about this so far. But it is crazy that, one, that's the only witness that we've seen so far, by the way. It doesn't mean a damn thing. This does not automatically exonerate Keefe D just because she doesn't remember the direction of where the bullets are flying and all that. You feel me? So, again, he can go and sit there and be all like, maybe he's walking out with a smirk on his face, but that doesn't change a damn thing. It doesn't. Okay? He's still his life is still on the chopping block, right? He is still in trial, and you never know. There might be other people that are going to be like, yeah, I saw everything. I saw I saw the car pulling up. I saw the weapon get pulled out. I saw Tupac lose his life. You never know. We'll see. Give it a second and we will see, right? But I digress. We got some things we got to get into anyway. Hold on, let me just pull up a few things here because there are some other updates. There are some updates in the Hayden Panettiere situation. We definitely need to talk about that. And there is a clip that I wanted to talk to you guys about with the whole Hayden and a yacht situation. Because apparently people are sitting there saying, like, Hayden lost her life when she exposed the dark underbelly of Hollywood. Months later, she's dead. You see what I'm saying? So now people are thinking that, now people are coming up with the conspiracy theories. The conspiracy theories are actually happening, right? So, crazy. But we do have an update here. Narcan was found in the apartment where her body was found, okay? And they're thinking that she OD'd, right? So, Narcan was found in the apartment where Hayden died. And it was reported after the Heroes actress suffered an apparent overdose at the age of just 36 years old. So the nasal spray, which is used to reverse the side effects of, or the effects of, opioid overdose, was found on a mattress in a loft apartment where Hayden was staying in when she passed away on Sunday. It is still unclear if the Narcan had been used to try and revive Panettiere, although 911 audio obtained earlier on Monday revealed that the actress had gone into cardiac arrest following a suspected ODing. So, on Monday, Greenville County Sheriff's Office said that Panettiere, her autopsy had been completed, and there was no signs of trauma found on the star's body. Now, here's the thing, though. Just because there was no trauma, no, signs of trauma on her body, she could still, like I said, she could have taken this willfully. You see what I'm saying? This could have been an accident, or it could have been not an accident, if you get what I'm saying. Further investigations will now take place to establish her cause of demise, with Chief Deputy Coroner England telling the Daily Mail that it was too early to discuss the ODing theory. So meanwhile, a neighbor has spoken of the chaos that unfolded at the scene Sunday after she was found unresponsive, and efforts to revive her proved unsuccessful. So Micah Lee, who lives in the Judson Mills Lofts complex where she passed away, claimed that there was a bunch of commotion in the hallway after the star allegedly collapsed in a unit in the building. The halls were pretty hollow, so noise echoes throughout, and I had just heard about someone collapsing. Then afterwards, there was talk about cardiac arrest. I can't confirm any of it. That's just what I've heard. And of course, the 911 call that we heard just a little bit ago, made on at 1:51 p.m. Sunday afternoon. A female dispatcher described the actress as suffering a cardiac arrest. A few moments later, a male dispatcher could be heard saying that Hayden had suffered a suspected OD at the actual home. She was due to turn 37 this Friday. So she was just days shy of her 37th birthday. Wild. So then she was pronounced dead at the scene at 2:32 p.m., just over 40 minutes after the first 911 call was made. She was going to turn 37 just a few days. In just a few days. That's very crazy. And very, very unfortunate, right? And now I do want to pull some things up. Like I said, a lot of people have been talking about this like crazy. It's pretty insane. Especially the yacht. People have been talking about the yacht, saying that she was exposing something really bad. And then, of course, after she exposed it, she's dead, right? Which is obviously something very interesting as well. And of course, it's a lunch break right now, so we're still kind of waiting for for them to come back from the lunch break on the Tupac Shakur trial. So stick around. We got some things we're going to be talking about anyway. In the meantime, and then of course we'll be watching the rest of of this trial. So it says here, watch Hayden Panettiere says she was 18 when a woman she trusted as a protector took her below deck on a yacht and physically put her in bed beside an undressed, quote unquote, very famous man. By the time I'd realized I was in danger, I was quite literally out to sea. She physically put me in the bed next to this undressed man who was very famous. My hair stood on end and I became ferocious. I was like, this is not happening. I bolted and hid wherever I could think of to hide on the boat. There was no jumping off and swimming away. When you really find somebody that you trust, you hold on to them for dear life. So to be betrayed like that, that's just an awful feeling. So let's take a look at this. I mean, a very famous individual, and she's being put in a bed with this man who's buck naked. I mean, that's what I'd like to know too. Who's the famous man, right? Who's this very famous person? Elong? You know what I mean? Who is it, man?
I was 18, even though I'd lived such a huge life and I thought I was so mature at 18, scientifically, her frontal lobes don't develop until we're 26, 25, 26. So even though I felt like I could make healthy decisions, safe decisions, I wasn't capable of being fully aware of what was going on around me. And it wasn't until I found myself in predicaments that I realized my perspective completely shifted, and I realized that I was in danger. But by the time I'd realized I was in danger, I was quite literally out to sea. And it was that moment shook me and was shocking. And I was quite literally walked down, and I had been having a great time. There was no hints of anything like that happening. So it took me, I was shocked. It took me by surprise. And it was led by somebody that I had grown to trust and see as a protector and somebody who had my back.
I mean, imagine being that led astray. Imagine that. You're doing your thing. You're having a great time. You're on a yacht, probably a super yacht or something like that. You're like, yeah, we live in the life like it's golden. We on a boat, mother lover. We're having fun, right? And God knows what she's doing on that boat. You know, I'm sure she wasn't sober at that time either. So I'm sure she was having a great time. She's 18. She could do whatever the hell she wants. She's Hayden Panettiere, right? And she's around rich people. She's thinking, hey, this is all good and fun and famous individuals and nah. And then all of a sudden she just walks into a room with her friend, and then she realizes 2 seconds later, friend is gone. And the door's shut and closed behind her. And there's this guy in a bed with nothing but the radio on. And y'all out in the middle of the ocean. So it's not like you could just run, you know what I mean? Run down the street and call for help. You got to figure out something. You got to find a way to get away from that situation as best you can. That's crazy, guys. That's really scary. Especially when it's somebody you trust. And I don't know, was this some sort of ritualistic thing that she had to do so that she can continue with her fame or something like that? Did she have to do that, or was that something? What I'd like to know is what else was being said to her while she was in that room. You know what I'm saying? Like, was it hey, you spend time with me and you'll get all those Marvel movies. You'll become the next Black Widow or something like that, right? It's interesting, right? So I am kind of curious about that. What was going on there? Why was she put in that room? Was it just because? Or was there something else going on?
And to be walked down the stairs, and it was as like a surprise, presented as though it was like a surprise. And it was this very small room, and she physically put me in the bed next to this undressed man who was very famous and had his hands like this, like this was just, an average day for him. This is something that happens all the time. And I waited for her to leave, and I mean that lion in me, that fire in me, that my hair stood on end, and I became ferocious. I was like, this is not happening. But I had nowhere to hide, and I bolted, and I hid wherever I could think of to hide on a boat. There was no jumping off and swimming away, and there was nobody who was going to. I realized that there was nobody who was going to be empathetic to my situation, that this was nothing new to them.
I mean, that sounds, it's such a horrifying event to go through, and to be put in that position at 18 years old.
And disappointing when somebody lets you down like that. And I'd been let down so much before, and that when you really find somebody that you trust, like you hold on to them for dear life, and you feel so I was.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, like, I mean, I feel like we've all been in that situation in our lives where we get screwed over, or we've been burned a couple times, and then we find ourselves like going, okay, I'm never getting burned like that ever again. I'm never getting screwed over like that again. But then you meet somebody, you make a new friend, and they seem to be true blue, and they seem to be, they just want to be your friend, and that's it. Only to find out that there's something else. They have a hidden agenda. It's heartbreaking. It's very heartbreaking. It's wild that she just kind of placed her in the bed, like, hey, it's all good. Just sit right here. It's gonna be fine. Leaving the room while this guy's got his hands up over, on the back of his head, chilling, like this is just normal everyday stuff, Or is it like I said, is it just some sort of rite of passage, or was she a victim? Right? Was she a victim? And then, the woman the friend that put her there, was she a victim? And then suddenly, he, as soon as whatever she was going to do with this, whatever she was supposed to do with this bad guy, you know what I mean? This very famous person, was it going to be like after that she would have to pick somebody for him as well? Like, I don't know. It's very sad. It's very, very sad. Can't believe that stuff is real. But people are reacting to this. People are reacting to this big time, saying that because of her speaking out about these things, that's why she's dead. And that's what people are going with right now. That's the theory that people are running with right now. I mean, I guess my question is, what say you guys? I mean, do you think that she passed away in a mysterious manner, or did this just happen to be a very tragic situation that happened to a famous person? One second. Oh yeah, this is the other thing too. People have been talking about Stephen Baldwin. He is something else, man. But let's take a look. Let's take a look at this too.
Is all of them. All of them.
You write about a moment in your career where a friend of yours takes you onto a boat. You're led to a room which has an older man in it, and then basically told to perform sexual acts, and
Oh yeah, perspective completely shifted, and I realized that I was in danger. But by the time I'd realized I was in danger, I was quite literally out to sea, and it was that moment, trust and see us, and Eve, and I mean that lion in me, that fire in me, that.
So I'm skipping ahead. Hold on. Yeah, somebody made a little compilation thing. Come on. This thing just got stuck. Hold on.
Going to be empathetic.
Public place, you did it.
The best.
Okay, the best. Probably the Obama thing.
John.
Okay, so I haven't seen this video in its entirety, so I don't know what comes of it. I'm just gonna stop it right there because it looks like it's getting pretty gnarly. Listen, I will say this: the fact that you have Hayden talking about this stuff, talking about her experience, and then suddenly now she's gone. I mean, it does say. I mean, I get it. I could see why people are side-eyeing the situation like crazy. I get it. I truly get it. I mean, this is another thing too. Just a little bit ago, this was a few years ago. She was out with her on again, off again boyfriend. Okay, and they got into a huge ass fight outside of a hotel, which is also crazy. I mean, and this is Hayden right here, Okay, this thing goes off the rails quick.
I'm really upset about it.
Take your bitch ass home. Go home. I need everybody else back in the bar, please. Back in the bar.
We're trying to leave. We're trying to fucking leave. This guy. Over. Let's go. Let's fucking go, bro. Let's him, motherfucker.
Brian, jail. Wait a minute, dude. Call the fucking cops, bro. We get this shit.
You kicking me? Back the fuck up! What do you got? What are you fucking got? Back the fuck up! You fucking You see what I'm saying? His ass, bro. What the fuck is going on? Why you on her? Look at his ass.
Wait.
What do you back the fuck up? You're a bad little man.
You see that? The guy, I think that's Brian right here. Okay, Brian, her on again, off again boyfriend. I think he just went and like put his hands on a woman. Like, this is crazy. But yeah, I mean, this is what people. This is them drunk. Clearly, this is drunk. Okay, you got people like, with all due respect, it's like, yo, you a celebrity. Like, you are outside a swanky hotel. Why are you doing all this? You see what I'm saying? Yeah, that's the guy that she was with, that like her last days she spent was with this same guy that's fighting and I saw it. Let me roll back. It's hard to see, but there's a girl right here. It almost looks like she's wearing either capri pants, okay, or a long skirt. I think that's just like capri pants. But anyway, that's a woman right there. The Brian is behind this guy, this guy in this bluish shirt right here, and he like gets in her face. You know what I'm saying? This is the same Brian that she spent her last days with, guys. Just want to make that abundantly clear. Yes, he was also in jail for a good while for putting his paws on Hayden. And somehow she went back into his arms. I don't know why. Okay. Her birthday was going to be on this Friday. Friday is her birthday. So maybe she was getting back, like, I don't know, maybe they're trying to work things out. I don't know, but that just doesn't make any sense. All right. But take a look. That's a woman right there. This is insane.
Come on, leaders, back me around. Look at this fucking asshole. Get up.
Hayden's right there. That's Hayden right there, y'all. Oh my God.
Let it go, bro. Let it go. Fuck off. Right now. Okay, let him walk. Let him walk.
Back up! Everybody back up!
Everybody!
Yeah, you could tell. You could even hear her voice. She sounds drunk. She even sounds drunk. She sounds lit. She sounds lit. Wow.
Watch him. He's still coming after us. Oh, I'm ready for round fucking 2. Let's go, motherfucker.
He's drunk.
If you square off.
Baby, baby, you lost your shoe, baby. Baby Brian, chill. You lost your shoe. Where your shoe at, son? Come on now, baby. Where your shoe? Where your shoe?
I still got people I'm waiting for. He's gonna follow us. He is though. He already did.
So then it's like that dude, like.
I know, I'm sorry. I tried. We all tried.
White boy's gonna get arrested.
White boy is gonna get arrested. That's the first. Was that a white person that said that? And said, white boy is gonna go and get arrested. Yeah, okay. All right. That white boy's gonna get himself arrested. Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Tony, is that guy, the cops coming to pick the other guy up? I don't know.
Don't ever fucking talk about him.
No.
Don't ever talk about him.
Don't worry, I won't.
Yeah, she's drunk.
She's going to take care of it.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, so she's drunk. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, he literally said that white boy's gonna get himself arrested. Yeah. All right. Welcome to LA. Yeah, she's drunk. She's definitely drunk. They are all drunk, it seems like, or at least those two. Okay, at least Brian and Hayden seem to be pretty drunk, and I'm wondering why. I'm wondering why that actually happened. Yeah, here it is. You know, yeah, only person with Hayden when she passed away was Brian. So he was actually sentenced to 45 days in jail on 2 counts of injuring the actress. So the ex-boyfriend, Brian Hickerson, has been sentenced to 45 days in jail. He pleaded no contest on Tuesday to 2 felony counts of injuring a spouse, cohabitant, girlfriend/child's parent. The Los Angeles District Attorney's Office confirmed 2 people, and the 31-year-old must begin serving his sentence on May 7th. In addition to jail time, he was sentenced to 4 years of formal probation, 52 domestic V classes, $500 in restitution, and a 5-year protective order. Yeah, I'm wondering when this actually happened. But so she was having issues with this piece of trash, and then she went back to this piece of trash. Why? That's something I think a lot of us would like to know. Why would she go back to this piece of trash? Couple ideas I have in my mind. One of them starts with the letter A. It's called addiction. That's what I think. I think she fell off the wagon. Or she got back on the wagon. Yeah. That's what I think. I think they're enablers, right? They enable each other. And maybe she was just like, F it. She has some sort of pull to this guy. And so they got back together. Yeah, definitely, Jamie. I think it's also a self-esteem situation, of course. But I do think it's an addiction issue, too. Because if you go back to your enabler, like, the only thing, I mean, which is terrible because he's obviously, there's obviously DV. He's obviously putting his hands on her. He's done it multiple times. That's the reason why he spent 45 days in jail for putting his hands on Hayden. But what I'm trying to say is, like, the fact that they, aside from her knowing how he can be, the addiction of being with somebody who, that enables and doesn't, like, kind of rides, that kind of like matches your energy, if that makes any sense. Like, he likes to do, he probably likes to consume a lot of alcohol and do, substances as well, right? And it's the same thing, maybe, like it's something that they both like to do. And yes, you can be sober, but you will always be battling addiction for the rest of your days, right? It's not like you just suddenly get cured of that disease. It is something that you battle and you have to work on every single day. So again, her flying out to South Carolina to go meet up with this guy, the question is why? The only other thing I can think of, aside from, let's just say, what she believes is love, is addiction. That's what I think. I mean, let's be real. I don't think that she suddenly, she may have had a heart attack just for the sake of having a heart attack. You never know. But they also said OD. They also said OD. Again, we got to remember, they don't know all the answers, right? So there's still a possibility that, when they found her, they may have assumed it was an ODing situation. And then later on, they find out, okay, it was, it's this one thing that actually caused her demise, not an OD. But right out the gate, they said it was an ODing situation, cardiac arrest to ODing. Now, here's the thing. She could literally have a heart attack. We could all die tomorrow, today, right now, this moment. I could drop dead right now due to a heart attack, right? Due to a cardiac arrest. That is true. That's very possible, right? But let me just say, there's still a possibility that, let's be real. She was taking something for her back. She was complaining about back issues. She had just gotten done with getting a very evasive back surgery, a little while ago. She could still be taking medication for that, which could also trigger her back to her old habits, back to her addictions, right? And that's possible. Maybe the pain was so unbearable that she got back on the wagon. You see what I'm saying? But then, as she's getting back on the wagon, she goes back to the things that she's familiar with. Enter piece of trash Brian. So I get, we'll see what's going on, but I'm just saying, it's just possible. I know somebody, hold on, let me see this. I know you're making a realization, but don't talk like that. Not the way this world is going. Well, I think that does happen a lot. I think that there are people that you can be addicted to. I think there are people that you will gravitate towards because of, let's just say, you do have an addiction issue. They have an addiction issue too, but they don't judge you. They just love you for who you are, and they enjoy being able to, get high with you too. I'm sorry, I'm just speaking the truth. I'm speaking things that I have seen through friends and loved ones and what they've gone through. Some people find enablers to justify their consumption of whatever their addiction is. And they will try as best as they can. Later on, they're like, I can't be your friend anymore. I can't talk to you anymore. I can't be around you anymore, because whenever I do, I go down this dark rabbit hole of addiction. You don't help pull me out. We just go deeper. And we start hurting each other. Or something bad happens. I get arrested, you get arrested, somebody gets arrested. You see what I'm saying? And then we realize that we've hit rock bottom. We go back to trying to being sober, and then 6 months later, we're back into this whole situation all over again. Exactly, Chief Maine. Yeah, misery loves company. So I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to be, speak ill of the dead. But I do know this story, and I've seen this story countless times from a lot of friends. Okay, from a lot of people. They just meet that one person that, maybe they're just, a recreational smoker, let's just say. And then suddenly they meet that one person that just, along with them, it just pushes things over the edge and everything goes completely nuck and futs. You know what I mean? And I think maybe, this is just an assumption, right? This is just me asking questions. Maybe, because I feel like for someone who has just been locked up for 45 days, where is that? For 45 days in jail for putting his hands on her on 2 separate occasions, okay, or 2 felony counts of actually putting his paws on her. You see what I'm saying? Like, you'd think she would stay far away from this piece of trash. And yet she was back hanging out with him in South Carolina before she passed away. Let's see. You guys are saying there's some more updates in the Hayden's case. So let's take a look at this. Well, I did talk about Narcan. I did. But we'll pull this up again. TMZ just put up an update. And again, overdose evidence was found on the scene. Okay. So, yeah. So someone close to her was treated with meds typically used for, so either Hayden or somebody else used Narcan. Okay. We've confirmed through sources in Greenville, South Carolina, that Narcan was found in the apartment where she passed away. Narcan is administered nasally to reverse the side effects of opioid OD. And we're told the device used to dispense it was found on a mattress. Now, was it used? Or maybe someone may have grabbed it and they were going to use it on her, but maybe they weren't able to get her to use it in time. That's possible. I don't know. We know first responders on the scene mentioned an overdose and CPR efforts while reporting back to dispatch. However, we also know 2 ambulances rushed to the apartment, which seems to point to 2 people in distress in the apartment. So it's unclear who received the dose of Narcan. We're also told epinephrine, I don't know, was used on the scene as well. And that would track with the initial 911 call being for a woman in cardiac arrest. Okay, so it's like adrenaline. This epinephrine is like adrenaline, is commonly used to resuscitate patients after or that are in a cardiac arrest. Okay, so here's the thing. We're told Hayden's longtime on and off boyfriend, Brian Hickerson, had been staying at the residence as well. Where's he? Epinephrine? Am I saying that right? Epinephrine? Oh, it's an EpiPen. Epinephrine? Hopefully I'm saying that right. But anyway, where's he right now? That's what I'd like to know. Where's he at? Remember, they just said she was staying with him at this residence in South Carolina. 2 people could have been under the influence. 2 people could have taken the wrong thing and had a bad reaction. Where is he, though? So let me just say this really quick. For those who are sitting there going like, how, oh, you shouldn't say it like that. That's mean to get that, blah, blah, blah. What if that is the case? Could he be the other one that's in the hospital right now? Yeah, Stacy, where is he at? He just disappears? Or is he in the hospital because he maybe shared a dose with her and the dose was bad? Here's the other thing too. I want to point this out. You know what I mean? Like I said, I'm not trying to speak ill of the dead. May she rest in peace. May she rest in peace. Okay. But at the same time, we got to talk about this. All right. We got to talk about this. She could have been sober this entire time. And then finally, Sunday, yesterday, she decided to take one little hit of this one thing. Of God knows what she took. Just so you know, it doesn't automatically mean that she just like she's been just deep in her addiction, going crazy, blah, 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 and that's all it was. And then suddenly now, because of all the drugs she has taken, now she's having an adverse reaction to something that kills her. That possibility is still on the table too. But there's also still a possibility of her just being like, just this one time. You know, it's my birthday's in a couple days. F it. Yeah, let's have some fun. Yeah, it's been a stressful day. Let's just have some fun. She takes a bad dose and she's gone. I'm just saying. Here's another thing too. I just want to point this out, and yeah, this is going to freak you out, and especially those who are parents and who have kids, right? But here's the other thing too that kind of freaks you out. It could just take one dose. You don't have to be a person who has a history of addiction. You don't have to be a connoisseur of narcotics for you to die from taking one hit of one thing that happens to be tainted. I'm just saying. You could be sitting there going, I've never done yayo before, and I've always wanted to do it. And you in the club, you're having a great time. Okay, they got ABBA playing in the background, so it's very 80s. You know, you're feeling it, and you're like, you know what? F it. YOLO, bro. Let's go in the bathroom and let's do a line. And then you go in there, and that's the last place you'll ever see life. Because you took something for the very first time that was tainted. So again, like I said, this could be something where she decided, F it, let me just take something. I'm just going to have some fun. And this was the first time in a very long time that she took anything. Or she could have been doing all kinds of drugs. And then this happens to be a bad dose. Again, my question is, where the F is Brian now? Where the F is Brian? Is he the one who also took a bad dose? Because if that's the case, then my theory most likely will be correct. And like I said, I hate to say it like that, but there are people out here where you just find that connection, and they can really drag you under. But here's the thing. You're not doing it against, it's not like it's happening against your will. You're willfully dragging yourself under as well. But now you're not doing it alone. You're doing it with somebody else who also wants to be dragged deep under into the darkness of whatever the addiction may be. It's a real thing. And sometimes you don't get out of it. Sometimes you die. Sometimes you just live your life in this fog with this particular person because you feel that there's nobody else in this world that understands you except this person. And you can't do any better because you love where you are in that addiction. Some people get lucky and they find the light and they realize, oh my Lord, the person I was with was terrible. Holy crap, why was I with that guy? Why was I with that girl? You see what I'm saying? And then they try to get as far away from that person as possible, as quickly as possible. But some people aren't as lucky. Or they try to get away and they keep coming back They keep coming back to you, or you keep going back to them. It's a real thing, guys. It's a tale as old as time. It's a tale as old as time. But let me see this really quick. Jenny, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. Pascal, you speak the truth. As a recovering addict of 19 years, they say person, places, things, and can and are very dangerous for your recovery. If I didn't get a divorce and move away, I'm just saying, Jenny, thank you so much for sharing with us. And congratulations on 19 mother-loving years. That's beautiful. Congratulations. But like I said, this could very well be that kind of tale. She met the wrong dude. That's it, And then especially, you got to remember that clip. She said, hold on. Let me get the super chat, and then we're going to do throw a little receipt here really quick. For the record, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. Recently, singer Tate, is it M? Tate, is that Tate McRae? Is that girl, the flexible one? Pop singer, right? Is that who you're talking about? Recently, singer Tate M has been featured in Neutrogena ads where Hayden was fired from for speaking on, postpartum depression. She did. This could have triggered her to relapse. That could be it too. Yes, she did lose a big endorsement with Neutrogena. But I think it was also not just because of her speaking out about her mental struggles, but I think it's also because of the other stuff, like her dealing with this dude, the things that she's been caught on, camera doing, like these fights, etc. I mean, it's not the greatest look, right? So yeah, and yes, guys, just a reminder, Jenny's right. Okay, recovery can be an extremely beautiful thing. Okay, so keep fighting that fight. Okay, but one thing I want to point out. Okay, listen, I'm not a psychotherapist. I'm not an expert in any way, shape, or form. But this is something that this triggered something in my mind. So I just want to play, and it's in the last few seconds of this actual video where she was getting double-crossed by a friend that she thought that she could trust, that she thought was a friend. What did she say at the end of this? Listen to what she says. Hold on. I don't have it perfectly queued up, so just be patient with me.
Who was going to, I realized that there was nobody who was going to be empathetic to my situation, that this was nothing new to them.
I mean, it's such a horrifying event to go through and to be put in that position at 18 years old.
And disappointing when somebody lets you down like that. And I'd been let down so much before, and that when you really find somebody that you trust, like, you hold on to them for dear life.
Right there. This is a very lonely woman. I don't mean that in a bad way. I don't mean that to be condescending, but this is somebody who has gone through some serious things in her life. From my understanding, did not have the greatest relationship with her mother. All the people that were around her that she loved and what she would assume would be there to protect her and love her and take care of her and all that, only were there to treat her like trash or use her for something, right? That's a very, very lonely experience. That's a very big moment of just a lifetime of solitude, if you really think about it. Like, you're living out in public, but you're also living in solitude in plain sight, if that makes any sense. You got someone right here that's saying, hey, I got swindled by somebody that I was holding on to for dear life because I don't have many friends. So when I do get a friend that I actually feel like I can trust you, I'm holding on to you because, you guys are rare, kind of thing, right? In comes Brian. And Brian's a piece of trash. But Brian knows how to poke, like push her buttons in all types of ways, not only just to piss her off. Not only did they have a volatile relationship, but they also had a relationship where he knew what would get her happy, right? I think that there's mental health, loneliness, you have addiction in there, and then suddenly out of nowhere, you got this particular person, Hayden, or even Brian, reaching out at a moment where she may feel the most vulnerable. And so, of course, it's like, okay, come on back in my life. And then the saga starts all over again. Just saying. I mean, we hear this kind of story a lot. Artists and famous people, finding, going into a dark place because they feel like they're out there. You know what I mean? Like they're out there in plain sight, but no one's seeing them. Or they're seeing them, but they're only seeing them as like an opportunity, a cash grab, etc. I think that has a lot to do, possibly has something to do with what actually happened here. Again, like I said, this is just me. Sure. Yeah, I have no idea. Okay? I'm just a person, but I can empathize. I can understand what some people are going through because I'm human. And that's it. But I think what happened here is, I don't know. I just think that it's something that Brian needs to answer. I think Brian has all the answers, in my personal opinion. Let's take a look at this interview with Brian.
You and Hayden first started dating in 2018, and it's...
By the way, this is an old interview, okay? Just so you know.
Started dating in 2018, and it's been a very public relationship. Is there anything you want people to know about you and Hayden's relationship?
Hayden Panettiere is the sweetest thing in the world. It's not about who you spend Saturday night with, it's who you spend all day Sunday with. And Hayden Panettiere is a Sunday girl.
Do you think it's better?
What? That's how he talks? What? Is he high? This is an old interview. I'm rolling that back. Did they just slow down the interview? Did they slow down the speed of the interview? That was, what in the hell?
It's been a very public relationship. Is there anything you want people to know about you and Hayden's relationship?
Hayden Panettiere is the sweetest thing in the world. It's not about who you spend Saturday night with, it's who you spend all day Sunday with. And Hayden Panettiere is a Sunday girl.
Okay. This is Brian? Yeah, he's high as balls. That's what it sounds like to me. But okay. It's not the person you spend your Saturday night with. It's the person that you spend your Sundays with. And Hayden Panettiere is a Sunday girl. That's what he just said. I get what he's saying. He just sounds high. You know what I mean?
Do you think it's better for her to not be with you?
I think that Hayden is one of the most talented people I've ever met in my life, and I would be an idiot not to walk away from her and let her flourish in her career. So, we probably wouldn't be good together. I'd like to see what she's gonna do with the next like 30 years of her career. She's, she'll always hold a special place in my heart, and I hope the same for her. But yeah, we're just good buddies.
Good buddies. Yeah, I'm wondering who gamer lover. I'm wondering who he's looking at too. Like, why does he sound like he could be like Sling Blade's brother? You know what I mean? Yep. You got that damn thing going on there. Yep. Like, what's going on with this guy? No, this guy's slower than Forrest Gump. Okay? So what the F is going on here? Truly, what the F is going on here? Yeah, his pupils are, yeah. He is alert. I don't know. This is a very strange interview. That is his let me say this. I understand, like, he might be emotional, okay? He might be emotional solely because he this is the whole thing is like we're done. You know what I mean? Like, the relationship is over, so it might hurt. So maybe he's looking off to the side because he doesn't want to shed a tear, But it's weird, man. That is a true thing that just happened. Yeah, guys. I mean, like I said, I don't have all the answers. This is just me asking questions and just trying to understand what the hell's going on here. But it does sound to me, okay, again, I could be wrong, all right? But it could very well be that I mean, that maybe he is the cause of her demise. Not saying that he like forced her to do anything or anything of that sort, but maybe, like I said, maybe they were going to take something together recreationally, hang out, blah blah blah, and it was just the wrong stuff. It was a bad dose, or you get what I'm saying. It's unbelievable. And it's frustrating because for a fact that someone like this should still be here, Someone like this should still be here. And she's not. Let's take a look at this. This is with Gail and Hayden. Hold on.
The Golden Globe nominated actor's career has spanned more than 3 decades, starring in movies and TV shows like Nashville, I love that, Heroes, and the Scream franchise. Now she's sharing her story in her new memoir. It's called This Is Me, A Reckoning. And reckoning, boy, is the word. To say this isn't honest, it's a raw account, would be an understatement. She opens up about very difficult topics, such as postpartum depression, addiction, physical abuse, and then recovery. Scan the QR code to buy the book. I'm thinking you do want to buy the book. It's a really compelling read. We're happy to say that Hayden Panettiere joins us for her first morning show interview about her memoir. First, how are you feeling? Because I think you unpack a lot in this book, and I would think a lot of it would be difficult to talk about. So how are you feeling as you sit here today?
By the way, it's sped up, so my apologies. Let me slow that down so it doesn't sound so cracked up, and we got some time. But this is from May of 2026, just so you know. So this interview just recently happened over this summer. Just so you guys know. But again, you could be, you can have a good, strong stint of sobriety for a very long time. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, on a dime, things could change. It happens. Just remember, if it does happen, it's okay. You can start again. For those of y'all who are, battling, every day, keep fighting that good fight. And if you do stumble, it's okay. Just pick yourself back up, right? Get to a meeting, reach out to the people that, that you trust and that love you and only want your best interest, and keep going after that. Keep going after sobriety. All right. But let's hear this. I feel compelled. I need to say this, and the thing is like, I know that some of y'all are like, thinking I'm saying something that's like cracked out and, or wrong or something like that. I've lost a lot of friends due to addiction. A lot. Good people that I didn't even know were battling addictions. And these were different kinds of addictions, everything from pills to powder, of the brown and white, and the drink. Okay. I've lost a lot of friends like that. And because you just don't know, they don't open up to you. They don't tell you those things. Or I'm going to be real. They find people that enable them, and then bad choices are made, and then they lose their lives. Either it's wrapping themselves around a telephone pole, or it's taking something too much, or it's taking it and then going and doing something so that they're no longer here on this planet anymore because they can't handle it anymore. So that's why I speak about these things in the way that I am speaking, because I've seen these things happen in real time. And like I said, it doesn't happen until you actually find out, if that makes any sense. You start doing the reverse math. You're like, oh my God, that girl was a bad choice for him. And I'm not sitting here saying that it's always the spouse or the partner that is the fault or is at fault. But I'm just saying a lot of times it'll be, either they're doing it by themselves in solitude, and then something bad happens. Either it's an accident, or it's, like an actual car accident or something of that sort, or it's them taking a bad dose by themselves. So I'm not sitting here saying that every single one has to do with a partner and it's always the partner's fault. No, I'm not saying that. There are cases like that, though. Okay. And I've seen those things actually happen to friends of mine, but I didn't know about that until late, if that makes any sense, until later. Oh, I didn't know that their relationship was that volatile, or I didn't know that there was addiction going on. I didn't know you were drinking like that every single night. Holy cow. And you still were showing up to work and still doing your thing. How do you function like that? That's insane. I didn't know that. You know what I mean? So that's the reason why I speak about this, because I've seen it. I've seen it in so many different colors, so many different shades of colors. Not every single case, like, Hayden's case, not every case is the same, but some can be fairly familiar. So that's why, I feel compelled to talk about this, or to speak what I'm saying, because I've seen it, So that's why I'm saying, like, some people are suffering in plain sight. You just don't know until you know. And a lot of times when we do find out, it's already too late. So that's why I feel moved to say out loud, for those who are watching and maybe are suffering in plain sight, please talk. Please speak up. Please call a friend, call a hotline, call a therapist, call your parents, call someone you can trust. Confide in them wholeheartedly. Be honest. Rip the whole entire Band-Aid off and just be truthful. And then get sober. And if it means you got to get away from somebody, I know it's not that easy. Easier said than done. But please, if you do have somebody who's enabling you instead of helping you, they are hindering you, please leave. If you can. Just come up with a plan. and execute that plan. And then go get sober. Please. So let's take a look at this.
Getting ready to launch your book tour.
Honestly, I'm always nervous, but this time I'm the rawest version of myself that I've ever been. I'm not walking out, promoting a project or a character that I played or able to hide behind anything. So I feel always a little bit overwhelmed by the subject matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't get easier.
I know, Hayden, let's take a deep breath because you write about the book Life Quakes, which I like that phrase, by the way. You said it's not about losses. When it's tumultuous times in your life and you've had some, you call them life quakes.
Life quakes, yeah.
And you get through it how?
You get through it by time, finding good therapists, being willing to reflect, check in with yourself.
Yeah.
Really do the work.
But let's talk about your life. You're born, your mom jokes that you came out of the womb saying, thanks, I got it from here.
Yeah.
Which is sort of a telltale about you were feisty from the very beginning.
Yeah.
You say by the time you were 5, you had done 50 commercials. Your mom, from what I read, also was an actress and seemed to take a lot of joy and pride out of what you did too. But it also created conflicts between the two of you. It's complicated, the relationship with your mom.
When your mother is chosen to take the 8-month-old baby to the audition rooms, into those audition rooms, and it went from there and progressed into 50 commercials by the time I was 5. I was on a soap opera by 4 years old, and it never stopped, and it was every moment on set. I didn't care about anybody else's opinion but my mom's, because I knew that if she was unhappy with my performance in any way, that the rest of the day was going to be ruined.
Yes.
Yeah, that's terrible. Imagine that, man. Imagine that. Messi, what's up? Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. Did you see her long-form interview on John Sheedy podcast, where she talked about her essay and attacks she suffered in the industry? It was a few months ago. We watched a clip from her yacht story, which is insane. I don't put it past her that she would, be a victim throughout the industry, given the fact that she was a child star. She was in the industry at a very, very young age, starting at a very young age. So I'm not surprised about that, and that might be something we might have to look at, in another time or something like that. Because I know that the lunch break is going to be over here very, very soon. But nonetheless, I mean, that is just, it's interesting for sure. And then, of course, hearing that her momager was just as volatile and terrible to her too. It's just sounds like nothing but trauma all her life.
It was going to be a very bad day.
And your mom was tough. You had a lot of, this is what got me, your praise for your over-the-top performances, which you think is a good thing. But what happened when you get the praise for being over-the-top in your performances?
Yeah, that's something that I realized that I had been crying. Once people figured out that I could cry on cue the way that I did, it was in everything, literally every scene. And it went from being a kid and having to imagine just that your pet passed away or something. But then as I got older, the imagery became darker and darker and darker. And the emotion that I had to hold within me in order to get those trigger tears going. And it became harder and harder to jump out of it. I didn't know where my character started and where I ended,
and where it began.
Just enmeshed.
But what was interesting to me, Hayden, you said you began to associate those over-top performances
with praise.
Catastrophe with adoration.
Yeah.
That had to be confusing as a young child.
Very confusing. Very confusing. I mean, there I was, feeling just this deep sadness, And then the people were so happy afterwards. And you do that over such a long period of time, years after years, that of course it's gonna take its toll on you emotionally. You know, I was like, this isn't healthy.
Yes.
There's no way that this is not and it was, I had to find the right therapist in order to make the proper connections
To
and
become whole.
realize, to realize and to try to heal.
But the turning point for you is when you got the role in Heroes. I mean, you became a household name
Great show.
almost immediately. Talk
Pretty
about
much overnight, yeah.
Yeah, talk about what that process was like and how your life changed in that moment.
Yeah, it was a great show until it wasn't. You know what I mean? It was a great series until it wasn't. But yeah, I mean, being thrust out there, the stress I'm sure is insane.
My gosh, well.
And the spotlight that was on you.
I remember it was 16 years old when I had always thought about like what my first paparazzi picture would look like. And I walked out of my apartment. It was the first time, and it was like literally looking down the barrel of a gun.
Yeah.
And I remember feeling terrified and overwhelmed. And back in the 2000s, there were no boundaries at all. It was rough and tough, and it like no holds barred. And
the way they spoke to you,
the way they hunted, literally like prey.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, so you become famous, and during this time you meet Vladimir, who's the father of your child, who didn't realize how famous you were at first.
No, he had no idea.
So then the two of you get together and you have a baby.
Yes.
At a time for many people, it's just a joyous occasion. But for you, what happened?
For me, I had a wonderful pregnancy. I worked throughout my whole pregnancy. And I had a really rough birth, to the point where I almost didn't make it through.
Yes.
And then the postpartum depression started. And there I am with this beautiful, healthy, beautiful baby girl and this very fortunate life. And I could not for the life of me be happy. I was so depressed, and I just couldn't find my way out.
You wanted to be happy too. That's the thing. You were
desperately
looking forward to having the baby.
Yeah.
And you write in the book, you are not the mother you thought you'd be, nor the mother you want to be.
I had all these ideas in my head of what I wanted to do as a mom, as a parent, and I think I was also, though, at the same time scared because of what my mom did to me, that I might do that too.
And now
it's my child.
Kaya lives with her dad in the Ukraine, and you're here. And how do you describe the relationship with your daughter today?
I'm so blessed to have a great relationship with her. I fly over there as much as I can. I'm on FaceTime with her all the time. She's now 11 years old, and she's calling mommy more and more. She actually called me, FaceTimed me the other day, and she calls me Brittany. She goes, "Hey, Brittany." And I was like, it took me a second, and I realized she was talking about Bring It On. Because her friends are fans of Bring It On.
Oh, got it,
like, oh my gosh, she's now asking me to Zoom with her friends. Well, so I'm cool now.
Well, I think it's good that you're cool because you've certainly been through it with all the things that you've had in your life. What do you want people to take away from this book? Why did you decide to write it?
I decided to write it because there was so much stigma. At first I said no. I had spent so many years trying to hide as much of my life as I could that it was just a habit. But I really wanted to share with the world that they don't have to be afraid, that they can live their truth, that they can be imperfect, that they can, that's being perfectly imperfect is being brave, and it's okay. And there's so much stigma around the postpartum depression and the backlash. The support was there from people who had experienced it and needed to hear it. But there was so much backlash as well that it shocked me. So I wanted to do more of that and tell more stories.
And how are you today? Because I would imagine it's still based on what I read, I would imagine you're still going through stuff, still processing.
Always.
How are you today?
Always. Still working on myself all the time. I got a great therapist, and I'm better, healthier than I've been in a long time.
And I'm.
Yeah, y'all. And now she is no longer here, which is pretty shocking, if you ask me. It looks like they should be getting started here shortly. In fact, I'm going to unmute it because it looks like, just so you guys can see, it looks like defense is coming back in the room, so they're going to be doing some stuff here. I'm sure the trial will get back up and resuming things here shortly. But let me get this here, though. I want to pull something up. Here we go.
Welcome to.
I just want to hear what TMZ has to say about this really quick, about Hayden Panettiere. Anyway, let's take a look.
TMZ Live. Really sad, tragic news. Hayden Panettiere, you may have heard this already, 36 years old, died yesterday. And it appears that this may well have been a drug overdose.
Yeah, that there was certainly some drug use going on in the Greenville, South Carolina apartment where she was found. The call to 911, it was initially for a woman suffering with cardiac arrest, but once officials got there...
And even on the dispatch call, they said it may have been an overdose.
Yes, first responders said that may have been an overdose, that they'd started CPR efforts, but they were not able to revive her. But there's something interesting about the response to this, though, because there were 2 ambulances sent there.
2 ambulances and ultimately a coroner's van. Now, the 2 ambulances are interesting because they wheeled stretchers in from each ambulance, but when they came out, there was nobody on either of those stretchers. The ambulances left, the coroner's van came, but because there were 2 ambulances, it would seem that there were 2 people in distress.
There it is. I'd like to know what the F is going on here, too. I'm assuming it's the boyfriend. It's Brian. I'm assuming. But I just want to show you guys that we're still waiting. This is the trial. I guess Keefe D will be making his appearance here in a second, making his entry into this courtroom. There we go. Here we go. Yeah, y'all. So I don't know. When it comes to the Hayden situation, I am kind of curious about Brian. You know, yeah, he may have ran, but they say there was 2 ambulances showed up. So maybe the Narcan was used. He used it on himself, maybe. I don't know. It's still an ongoing situation that still needs to be figured out. Yeah, that's true. I can prep. Nothing's definitive yet. They say it's a possible OD, but there's no proof. They have not said anything other than that. So she could literally have had a heart attack. It literally could have happened. Happens to all of us. You know what I mean? It could happen to any of us. So that is possible, but still just a very interesting situation. We'll find out. Righty. Anytime now. Anytime now. Shimon B. There we are.
Okay, I'm talking normally now.
Oh, don't do that.
And now I'm trying to talk. And now I'm trying to mute.
Any difference?
My weekend was busy.
I thought I did.
That was all yours.
Okay, I'm talking, and now I'm muting. I'm keeping on mute. Can you hear me? I'm on mute. I'm pressing the mute button. The mute button. The mute are not. That is suboptimal. I'm sure the meeting is working when we hold that aside. Well, I left, everything was fine. Yes. That makes it that long. So it's fine. Oh, you guys wired the joint. They don't want to hear everything until we do. Yeah, right.
Okay, we're on record in State versus Davis, C337407. We've gotten through some of our technical issues. Anything else we need to address before bringing in the jury? Okay, let's bring them in.
Yeah, the jury.
Do the parties stipulate to move on to the jury?
We do.
Okay, you may all be seated. At this time, the state may call their next witness. All right, Mr. Becker, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to have my clerk swear you. Please raise your right
Yes,
hand.
ma'am.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Brent Becker, BRENTBECKER.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Sir, you're retired these days.
retired.
Is that correct? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what'd you do for a living before you retired?
I was a police officer for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And what years were you with Metro?
Jesus.
I was there from 1984 to 2011.
And in September of 1996, what was your assignment?
I was a detective with the homicide section.
Do you recall how long you'd been with homicide when you, in 1996?
I got into homicide, I think it was November of 1994.
Did you have a partner in 96?
Yes, it was Mike Franks.
And who was your sergeant?
Kevin Manning.
Sorry. Oh, he's gonna hold on a second. All right, he's gonna work on the echo.
Echo's insane.
Can you still hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On September 7th, or into, I guess, technically into September 8th of 1996, did you get called out for a shooting that happened, ultimately determined to be happened at Flamingo and Koval?
Yes, Sergeant Manning called me. It was about 12:30 in the morning, and I was asleep, so it would have been September 8th. And so it was around 12:30. So by the time I got up, got dressed, and got there, it was probably about 1 o'clock in the morning on the 8th.
And when you say you got there, what scene did you go to?
Initially, from what I recall, I went to Harmon in the Boulevard because that's where general assignment and everybody was at to get debriefed on things and get some of the notes. And then from what I recall, I went over to Flamingo and Koval to kind of look at the scene, but they had some witnesses from the car that supposedly was directly behind Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur back at Harmon and the Boulevard that I needed to interview.
Can we talk a little bit, first of all, Tupac Shakur is still alive on September 8th of 1996, correct?
That's what I was told. He had already been transported. He was not at the scene when I got there.
Is it somewhat unusual for homicide to be involved in a situation where there isn't a deceased victim yet?
That was very unusual, and normally we don't get called out, at least at that time, we didn't get called out unless there was a deceased victim. So it was unusual. I think when we arrived at the scene, we were told that because of the nature of who the victim was, general assignment wanted us to come out to it.
Let me ask you, we've heard from a first responder today. Back in those days, what was general assignment? What does that mean?
General assignment was in essence, the night detectives. They worked swing shift and graveyard shift. So they were the night detectives that if something needed a detective to respond, they were the ones that got called out to the scene.
So they would have been at this scene before you, and then they made a determination along with, I assume, the command staff that homicide should be called out to this investigation.
Correct. Actually, uniformed officers would have been the first people called to the scene of anything. And general assignment, I'm sure, was monitoring the traffic. So if they had heard the call, they may have been responding, but they would have gone out assess the scene and eventually determine if someone, the type of scene it was and if someone needed to come out to it. And in this case, I guess someone must have called Sergeant Manning because he's the one that called us.
And your partner, Detective Franks, do you recall where he responded to?
I believe he got sent directly to a University Medical Center, the hospital, which is where Shakur and I believe Suge Knight got sent to.
And your responsibility, was there also crime scene analysts that were called up to the scene?
Yeah, my initial response was to the scene to start handling things directly at the crime scene, yes.
And then does at some point crime scene analyst Dan Ford show up and document the scene while you're present?
Dan Ford was already there from what I recall. They were called CSAs back then, I believe. Yeah, Dan Ford would have already been there. Usually CSAs, because CSAs were assigned to each shift. So I'm pretty sure he was that particular shift CSA. He would have already been out there doing whatever he did for the scene, marking it, taking photographs and such.
When you, at the end of sort of both the two scene investigations, so the Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard, as well as the Flamingo and Koval investigation, essentially, what was the facts you were dealing with?
Well, according to the witnesses that I had interviewed, Frank Alexander, Malcolm Greenidge, Katari Cox, and Yafu Fula, and I'm just doing what I remember the pronunciation was. They were in the car behind Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur. And what they described was that a white car, and from what I recall, they described a white Cadillac pulling up alongside Knight's car, and someone inside that white Cadillac opening fire or shooting into the car that Knight and Shakur were at. Their descriptions varied a little bit, but from what I recall, I believe they all said it was a white car and more or less agreed that it was a Cadillac. And there might have been a little bit of a variance between 2 and 4 occupants.
And what direction after the shooting does the vehicle head?
After the shooting, it would have turned south on Koval. That was at Flamingo and Koval, because the Knight group was heading eastbound on Flamingo, and the Cadillac would have originally been heading eastbound, but then it turned southbound on Koval.
And the nature of the bullet holes that are in the BMW that's located at Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard, all those bullets appear to be coming in from the passenger side of the BMW?
The impact strikes that I saw were all on the right rear passenger door, the right front door, or the right front passenger door. I believe there was some sort of a mark or impact on the windshield. Those were the strikes that you could see. It was you couldn't tell if anything had been a stray of any kind.
So, at your scene, you have bullets being shot from south to north into the passenger side of Suge and Tupac's car, but you have no idea how many actual bullets are fired because you can only see the strikes which are in the car.
Correct. All I can see is what the actual impacts are. That doesn't mean that's how many shots were fired. That's just how many struck the vehicle.
And I think we have another witness who's going to testify to this later, but there are a number of casings or cartridge cases, expended cartridge cases that ultimately get collected from the southbound lanes of Flamingo right before Koval. Is that correct?
Yes, without seeing the report, I know that there were fired cartridge cases recovered from the street. I do recall that the number of fired cartridge cases recovered from the street did not match the number of impact strikes on the vehicle, which wouldn't have been surprising considering what traffic probably was on Flamingo on a Saturday night and probably the delay of anybody arriving there, at least from law enforcement.
What happens when, in your experience as a detective, there's a bunch of cartridge cases laying in a busy street and cars driving through? What can happen to those cartridge cases?
Well, especially prior to the uniform officers getting there, cars are driving over them. They're either getting caught within the tread of the tires, or they're getting thrown down the street or thrown into a rain gutter, or, I mean, they could go a lot of different places. We've investigated numerous shootings within streets where you've had fired cartridge cases scattered all over the place. And you never know for sure if you've got all of them, because if something gets caught within a tread of a tire and it doesn't get ejected, unless someone tells you about it later or it gets ejected somewhere else, who knows where it ends up.
In addition to that, when you have your shooter inside a vehicle, are there times that you found casings have gone into the vehicle that the shooter's shooting from?
Yeah, that would depend on if the shots were fired with the handgun inside the window of the car or if the handgun was outside of the window. Obviously, if the handgun is outside of the window, there's a higher probability. If it's a semi-automatic pistol, there's a higher probability that all those fired cartridge cases ended up outside. If the handgun is on the inside of the vehicle, you have a higher probability of some fired cartridge cases ended up staying inside the car. If it's a revolver, then everything is going to stay within the handgun.
Eventually, I'm kind of jumping forward here, do you have those casings forensically tested?
The firearms examiner ends up testing them. I believe they were able to determine that they thought a Glock, it was going to be a .40 caliber. They were able to determine the caliber. And I believe, because I guess I'm not the expert, the firearms people are, but that a Glock has a particular marking that shows up, and I believe they determined that they thought it was a Glock that fired the weapon, that fired the cartridge cases.
So now you're looking for a white Cadillac occupied somewhere between 2 and 4 times, heading south on Koval, and a Glock 40 caliber firearm.
That was the information we had eventually at the time, yes.
After speaking to the witnesses, did you have any suspect information?
The only thing we had was 2 to 4 people, probably already all black males. The shooter, all we had was a black arm. There was a question of whether it was out the driver's door window or out the back window. There was a lot of questions. And this was strictly coming from the 4 gentlemen, Alexander, Greenidge, Cox, and Fula, from the car that was behind them. You got to realize, as I learned later, there was an entire convoy or entourage, whatever you want to call it, that had been behind them. And none of those people were around. Everybody had skedaddled before we got there, or at least by the time I got there. And so the only information we had was what General Assignment had acquired from, I believe, a couple of witnesses that they had talked to, and some of the people at the scene. I think Detective Franks talked to some girls later on that had been at the scene.
Now, during the course of this, you've mentioned Frank Alexander. Do you know what Frank Alexander's responsibility was that night in the car behind Suge and Tupac?
Frank Alexander said he was Tupac Shakur's bodyguard.
And Yafula, I'm not even going to say his name right either.
Fula and Greenidge and Qatari Cox were supposed to be part of the Outlaws. I guess it's like the group, the I don't know if you call them the band, but the part of the group that performed with Tupac Shakur.
And those are the only four that stuck around by the time you got there and you were able to take statements from.
I believe they were the only four, plus I know there were a couple other guys they're mentioned in the report. I think Kevin Woods was one of them, and I think they must have got stopped by General Assignment or somebody when Suge Knight had made the U-turn to flee or drive away and ended up at Harmon and the Boulevard. Everybody else was gone.
I want to fast forward a little bit. Did you learn of an incident that occurred at the MGM casino shortly after the Tyson-Seldon fight?
We eventually learned that. No one claimed that night, but yes, there was a videotape that came about and information about a fight that was caught on videotape where a person was kicked, beaten down by Suge Knight and a bunch of other people in that group. Tupac Shakur was in the group, and Frank Alexander was off in the side.
When you learned about that, did Metro initially know the identity of the victim of that beating?
The only thing we had, I believe, was the first name of Orlando. One of the officers that was at the fight that night, I think they were working off duty, because we also saw some video where they had talked to the person. He was wearing a football jersey, and I don't believe there was a written down ID where the ID was obtained, but the first name of Orlando was on there. That was all we had at that time.
Did you make efforts to talk to Suge Knight?
I know that night at the hospital, Detective Franks attempted to, he said. And then I know that for 2 to 3 days after that, we attempted to, and finally were able to get him in and conduct an interview with him.
How did that come about? How does Suge Knight wind up at Metro?
Well, the first couple of attempts weren't very successful, put it this way. He didn't want to come, he didn't come in. In fact, I think the one time he was supposed to come in, he didn't show up. And then the night he did, I think it was 3 nights after, it would be in the report. When he did arrive, he showed up with David Kenner, David Chesnoff, and George Kalisis, who were all 3 attorneys who were his representatives, which we thought was weird because Suge Knight was a victim. And I think Reggie Wright Jr. might have been out in the lobby waiting. And then that's when we were finally able to conduct a taped interview of Suge Knight with his 3 attorneys present.
And what were your impressions from that interview?
Suge Knight was not the Suge Knight I expected. Everything, we had done a lot of research in the short time we had been involved, and Suge Knight was not a very timid person in the previous interviews we had seen of him. He was a very boisterous, in charge kind of guy. He was very timid, and to us, his interview was very practiced, and he was very timid. And
Interesting.
I thought he lied to us. He just didn't know anything.
He
didn't know anything at all.
Holding information about what happened.
Interesting.
He just basically said he didn't know anything. He couldn't recognize anybody.
A few days, or maybe a week even, does there come a point in time when you get contacted by law enforcement in Los Angeles area, whether it be LAPD, LASO, or Compton PD, that assists you in your investigation?
Tupac Shakur passed away on September 13th. We attended the autopsy, and we were later contacted. Well, I think there was probably some contact with other people within the homicide section. You got to realize there are people higher up than us, but eventually Tim Brennan from Compton PD, I think a Mike Coet, and I don't, Fontenot, something like that from Los Angeles County Sheriffs came down to exchange information, and that's when we showed them the videotape from the MGM.
And once you showed them the videotape from the MGM, were they able to identify for you, first of all, who Orlando was?
They immediately recognized Orlando Anderson. They told us that's Orlando Anderson.
And do they also identify some of the people that are with Suge that you didn't know might have been with Suge?
They recognized Suge Knight. I think they did by monikers, if I remember right. There might have been names. I think Buntry was in the picture, a guy named Buntry. There may have been some others that would have, again, it would be on the report because we did document all this.
Does Trayvon Lane sound familiar to you?
Yes, Trayvon Lane does sound familiar.
What about Neckbone?
They ended up identifying a bunch of people because we ended up getting a substantial amount of information from them.
Does there come a point in time when they let you know that basically there's something happening in Compton that might be really indicative of who may have killed Tupac?
Well, we learned that they had had a series of shootings occurring in Compton, and we're getting a lot of information from informants that was interesting to us. The problem was it was all from informants. We didn't have any actual people that would come forward and testify. So it was information we could use, but we didn't have any witnesses that would be willing to talk to us. It was all hearsay for us.
And before I get too far into the time you go to Compton the first time, were you able to identify that Suge Knight, Tupac Shakur, and their entourage was staying at the Luxor?
Well, yeah, we knew that after the beatdown at the MGM, they had all gone because the MGM security had videotaped or filmed the group going through the casino and exiting, and we got information that they went over to the Luxor where they had rooms because we observed or saw some videotape down in the valet area after they had changed clothes and were meeting down there for some vehicles where they had left to go to Suge Knight's house there in Las Vegas.
Judge, I have in my hand a certified record from Luxor of the reservations as 124. I'd offer it.
No objection, Honor.
So admitted.
So you mentioned something that I guess I should get to. Suge and Tupac's group leave the MGM, go to the Luxor, and then did you have law enforcement outside, not for this purpose, but did you have law enforcement working security near Suge Knight's house here in Las Vegas?
We did not. Homicide did not. Apparently, there was an off-duty assignment at Suge Knight's community. I guess it's a gated community is where his house was at. And they were working off-duty because of whatever the event was.
And so, did you learn that after the Luxor, they went over to Suge's house?
Yes, we learned that they went over there. There was, I think, a gate log or something, and we learned that several people had gone over there, gone inside, and we eventually acquired that gate log. And then sometime after they had arrived at the house there, they departed, and
that's when the incident occurs.
That's not long after that is when the incident occurred.
All right, let me get back to Compton. At some point, you get told that the Compton Police Department is going to execute search warrants on all of the Mob Piru and Southside Crip residences that they could identify as part of their investigation into the ongoing war now that's happening between Mob Piru and the Southside Crips.
It was kind of twofold. We were told that they were serving search warrants on all these locations for these different groups or gangs, but that there was also at least one murder warrant for Orlando Anderson that they had there in Compton. So it was our understanding that they were going to be arresting him on an outstanding murder warrant there in Compton.
Were you present in Compton when those warrants were executed?
Mike Franks and I did travel down and were present to witness the search warrants being served by Compton and I believe the I don't know if the Los Angeles County Sheriffs participated, the actual deputies. I know that their jail facility people were there.
And you talked about this before. That warrant, had you seen a copy of the affidavit for that warrant?
Yeah, I saw one way back in '96, and I think I've seen one here recently that you showed me that kind of refreshed my memory.
And within that, all of the witnesses are identified as CRIs. Do you know what they were calling CRIs?
What I was told is that it was called a confidential, reliable informant. I don't recall any person being named as a testifying witness to anything. It was all based on confidential, reliable informants that the search warrant was being based on, which I guess in some cases that's not unusual. I know narcotics cases do that quite often, but eventually if you're going to successfully prosecute a case, you need to have somebody willing to testify.
So on October 2nd of 1996, were you present on Burris Ave when Orlando Anderson's residence was, when the police hit it and searched that residence?
I can't tell you if it was Burris Avenue. I remember being somewhere where Orlando Anderson was arrested, yes.
And during that, did you find out information as to where Orlando Anderson was staying when he was in Las Vegas?
Well, yeah, we kind of had an idea before that, but then when he was arrested, we kind of confirmed it that he had been staying at the Excalibur Hotel. We knew he'd been in Vegas because we had him on videotape, but yes.
Judge, I have in my hand states proposed exhibit number 125, which is a certified copy of, or it's a certified record of the Excalibur. I offer it at this time.
You want to make your approach?
Yes.
Interesting. We do have a little bit of an update here. It's on another case that we've been covering on this show. There has been some significant police activity in Pima County, Arizona, where Nancy Guthrie went missing.
That will be a minute.
Hold on.
Okay, now.
Apparently, a body has been found miles away from her home. They're saying that there's no indication that this is actually Nancy Guthrie, but they are looking into it. So, body was found in the area. Okay, so just so you guys know, all right. Just on that case, that's something that's breaking right now as we speak.
I guess I should have it up. All right. Are you seeing my screen at all?
I see you. I don't see the document. Oh, wait a minute. It just flipped.
You see that document now?
Okay. Yeah, I do see a document. It's a affidavit of custodian of records.
Okay. I'm going to roll down here to page 2.
Okay, it's a receipt from Excalibur.
And then I'm going to zoom in here, maybe. Oh, that's the search button. Is this going to let me zoom in here? There we go.
I see some writing down there. Yeah.
That's
Okay,
correct.
it zoomed.
Yeah, I'm just going to get to that writing now that I've zoomed in.
Okay.
So on page
All right.
2 here, there's
I
some
see.
handwriting on there.
That's the Stardust and Monte Carlo.
You recognize that handwriting?
That's my handwriting.
So how does that handwriting wind up on this record? What do you do?
Well, without seeing a report, I wrote it on there. There's no doubt that I wrote it on there. The question is why I wrote it on there. It's dated September 8th. Says they're local calls, and I put Stardust for one phone number, and then the Monte Carlo for the other phone number.
Does that suggest to you were looking to see who Orlando Anderson, what other hotels he was calling?
I'm wanting to see what the phone calls are, and the Stardust call is at 9:41. It should be if it's correct, 0941 is 9:41 a.m. and then Monte Carlo is at 0946, and then right after that is the Stardust again at 0947 again.
Now, there's been some discussions, and I guess we'll get to that when we get a little bit farther, but why don't we address some of that now? Was there a problem at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department of information related to your investigation being leaked publicly?
Well, I became aware that there may have been some information being leaked. I couldn't say who specifically was doing it, but I was becoming concerned to the point that in our office we had shelves not behind my desk, but there were some shelves where a lot of the case files were stored. And once this case continued and the nature of who the victim was, especially when he passed away, there seemed to be a lot of interest in it, outside interest, especially with the media. And I became concerned about it, so I started locking my case files in my desk because I didn't want them to be available. Because I had left things on my desk, and a couple times I had found things different than when I left them, and it just bothered me. So that's why I locked them up.
Did there come a point in time when you started saving your reports to a different type of medium than just the computer?
Well, yes, there were some reports that I ended up not sending off to records because I was putting them on what we had then was called a floppy disk. I guess today they've got a lot different technology, but back then we had a thing called a floppy disk. Because we actually did some reports early on that I still don't know where they are. We did a pen register early on that I guess nobody can find. We did, we went looking for a vehicle on another guy that nobody can find. There's just a lot of things that disappeared. And some of them are reports that were before I even put them on floppy disk. So yes, I had some concerns.
Were you aware that some Metro employees sold a Polaroid of Tupac on the autopsy table to the Daily Mail? I was, after we did the autopsy, I was outside the autopsy room. I cannot say that I saw a person take the Polaroid photo of Tupac Shakur's body. I saw somebody walk into the autopsy room where his body was at with a Polaroid. And then I don't remember how long after that a book was published by a Kathy Scott that had, it was a Polaroid photo of his body. It wasn't one of our photos of his body from the autopsy. It was quite obvious it was a Polaroid photo afterwards because it was not a photograph that we took. We didn't take those kind of photographs at an autopsy. We had no reason to. But needless to say, you yourself had concerns about the security of the information as it relates to the investigation. Yes. Now, going back to exhibit number 125, it says on September 8th at 9:46 a.m., it appears the Monte Carlo was called, correct? Correct. And, Judge, I have marked State's proposed exhibit number 126, which is a certified copy of a record from the Monte Carlo hide offer.
Any objection?
If I can have a moment, please.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they'll be admitted.
All right, Detective, I'm going to try and do this. Change the screen for you and now put 126 up on the screen. Ooh. Apparently screen sharing has stopped. Put it up first and then... Now I'm going to go back to you and hit share. Can you see that now? Now I do. There's a little delay, but it's a affidavit of custodian of records again. Now this is the Monte Carlo, and I'm going to jump down to the first page. There's a name, Corey Edwards, at
Corey Edwards.
1301 East Sloan.
Okay.
And it looks like he arrived and departed the Friday night before, the Friday the 6th into Saturday the 7th of September of 96. You see that on the right side?
I see that.
And I'm going to roll down here, a few pages in. Do you see? I could zoom in a little bit here for you.
No, I can see the writing. The Excalibur. Well, go back.
Yeah, I gotta go back.
It zoomed too much.
There you go.
Okay, it's Excalibur, Sahara, and Luxor. That's my handwriting.
And so, does that suggest to you that you took this record and checked to see
where those phone numbers,
the local phone numbers that are being called on it? And I'm going to roll down.
Yes. So the Excalibur was September 7th at 10:01 a.m. Sahara, September 7th at 10:26, and Luxor was at September 7th at 10:32 a.m.
Now, initially, did you have any idea who Corey Edwards was?
I did not have Corey Edwards' name until Compton gave us that name.
So now you're in Compton. You've executed search warrants. You learn about the Excalibur. You learn about the Monte Carlo and Corey Edwards. I want to kind of fast forward now. Well, you mentioned something about a pen register. Does there come a point in time when you guys learn about an individual by the name of David Keith that might have worked at the MGM?
Yes, we learned about him. Well, it would have been related to the pen register because it goes back to, I want to say, Yafu Fula's description when I took his statement. He gave a description that I recall. He described the driver of the Cadillac having a bitch face. That's the term he used. And I may have misunderstood the terminology at the time. I might have thought bitch face meaning a younger looking face at the time, because there were some names coming up, and we had developed a name of Davion Brooks, who apparently was a Southside Compton Crip, and he was a fair-skinned black male, and we thought he kind of was a bitch face. And he was the person that the pen register was related to in a place.
What?
It was south.
What?
I can't tell you the address right off the bat. It was south of Tropicana, between the Boulevard and Koval. Because all we had, I think, was a cell phone or something, and we did the pen register, but David Keith's name came up somehow in that as a worker in Las Vegas. And for some reason, I'm going off the top of my head without the reports. He had I thought a full-size Blazer, because I used to own a full-size Blazer, and there was an address in Las Vegas and I know we went out and checked that address, but it turned out nothing was there. We couldn't determine anything, but that's how that all came about, David Keith. And I know that we ended up, because we couldn't find Davion Brooks, that at the time, I don't know what they got now, we had a thing called Scope, which the people would get their sheriff's cards or criminal history would go in there, and we could flag a person. So if they were stopped by officers or arrested, that we could be notified. And so we had flagged Davion Brooks, and I believe eventually we must have been down because I was out of town, but Mike Franks and Kevin Manning went and interviewed him.
So at this point, we have the names of Orlando Anderson, you have the name of Corey Edwards, you have the name of Davion Brooks, you have the name of Davian Keith. Kind of fast forward, but in November of 96, well, let me ask you this. Of all the people you interviewed in that car behind, was there anybody who said he thought he could make an identification?
Yafu Fula,
Chunky, you
from
heard
what
it.
I remember, thought he could ID someone possibly.
You heard
I
right.
thought it was the driver, but I'd have to look at the report. He's the only person that thought they could possibly identify someone. I don't recall anybody saying they could ID the shooter. Frank Alexander, Malcolm Greenidge, and Katari Cox were more or less more of the dark arm kind of thing.
When in November of 96 in New Jersey, does something happen to Yafula?
Unfortunately, Yafu Fula was murdered. We were notified, I want to say it was Orange, New Jersey, somewhere in that area. We learned that Yafu Fula had been murdered. This was after we had made several attempts because Death Row Records, David Kenner, who was the attorney, they had told us that if we needed to talk to anybody from the Outlaws or anybody, that we needed to contact them to make arrangements. And somewhere in the reports that there's several attempts were made to try to get a hold of Yafu Fula, and we got the runaround on that.
I want to fast forward to March 9th of 1997. Did you become aware that another famous rapper by the name of Christopher Wallace, also known as Biggie Smalls, also known as Notorious B.I.G., was killed outside the Peterson Automotive Museum in Los Angeles?
Yes.
And LAPD was responsible for that investigation.
Correct.
At some point, do you have contact with Fred Miller, one of the lead detectives from LAPD?
Yes.
And then shortly thereafter, March 17th or so, did you attempt to contact, well, let me ask you this, did you contact Frank Alexander to do photo lineups?
Yes. Mike Franks and I went down and we met Frank Alexander. If that's what the report said, it was around March 17th down in Orange County somewhere, California. And I had taken probably, I think it was 10 photo lineups that we had prepared because I had since the shooting and all, Frank had kind of turned around. I think he had gone cross with Death Row Records and things turned around and he was willing to meet with us, and that's when I showed him the photo lineups.
Judge and I talked to Mr. Stamp about not having to lay the foundation with each one of these with Mr. Stamp, but I have in my hand those 10 photo lineups, which are marked 76 through 85.
No objection there.
No objection to admission?
Yes.
All right, they'll be admitted then.
And I'm going to start with number 10, which is 85. Oops. I have to go in and out here a few times. But each of these photo lineups that you have done here, did you have a reason why you had these particular people in photo lineups?
Main players that were in these photo lineups were, well, obviously Orlando Anderson
Darius,
was in there because of the
who's
beatdown at the
investigating what?
MGM. I mean, And because of the information we'd acquired from Compton, then the other people, I think Darnell Brim might have been in one of those because his name had come up. Dwayne Davis's name was in there. Terrence Brown, Smith. There's another Davis. I think it's Dwayne Davis's brother, or he's related to him somehow. Is it Kevin Davis? I think.
Let me just share my screen, and we'll go through each one by one. Okay.
Yeah. I just remember there were 10 of them, and there was each person that was in the lineup. There was a reason for them being in there, just to cover our bases. We had particular people we were looking at, but we wanted to cover the basis of everybody that had come up.
So on these lineups, this is page 1, page 2, and then on the bottom, page 3 has the names of the people that are in each of those positions. Is that fair?
Those are the lineup records, yes.
And so it shows on March 17th of 1997, you would have created the photo lineup record that's your name down there?
Yes.
And this one, the suspect is number 6, Dwayne Davis.
Yeah, and I guess I probably spelled his name wrong.
And if we go to picture number 6,
that's Dwayne Davis. He's younger. I mean, obviously, it's been a long
30
time.
years ago, right?
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Now, at this point in time, when you're showing these photo lineups, did you have a theory as to who was in this vehicle?
We had an idea from information. We didn't have anybody stepping forward to say anything in particular.
Okay. And who was it? Who did you think was in the car?
Well, the 4 names that we were leaning on was Dwayne Davis, Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Orlando Anderson. Those were the names that we'd been leaning on. But again, those are just the names we had.
Right. You had no live witness to tell you.
No.
You all had confidential, reliable, the CRI
we personally didn't even have that. I mean, I guess everybody else did, but we didn't have a name that would step forward to say anything. And I believe the CRIs were even throwing out Darnell Brim and other people.
I'm going to kind of go through each one of these, but there's one I want to show you, and you've looked at these 10 photo lineups recently, right?
Correct.
And then there's another 6 photo lineups that you have where there's just a handwritten log that goes with them, right?
Yeah, and after looking at those, I'm wondering if those are photo lineups that I did later, because the 4 girls that I think Mike interviewed that night at the shooting scene, I had attempted to get in touch with them, and I think I talked to a couple of them, and 1 or 2 of them lived in the LA area. And either, I think it was LAPD, we had sent some lineups to them to look at. Those might have been the lineups we sent to them, actually, because it was, 97 or 98? And I think technology might have got a little better by then.
So let me click out here. Judge, I have in my hand the log of 86, and then State Proposed Exhibits 87 through 91, which are the other 6 lineups. 5 lineups, excuse me.
No objection. I'm sorry, no objection.
They'll be there.
So let me start with the log for you, and then we're going to go back to the other ones for just a minute, but let me pull up the log first. Oops. I'm sure there's more technologically advanced if you were younger if I were younger, we could figure out how to do this easier, but.
You're doing better than me, so.
These are the logs. This is the logs you wrote for each one of those lineups, right? So you had Orlando Anderson in one, Darnell Brim in another, Roger.
Sure, these are probably notes that I wrote down because we were just trying to put something together to send off. Because I'm seeing, well, Roger Williams would have been, wasn't a Southside Crip, from what I remember. He was a mob guy or something. He was the opposite of everybody else.
Roger Williams, do you recall his nickname being Neckbone?
Yes, because I think we got to talk to him briefly down in Compton.
The name Jerry Bonds was the name that was
Jerry Bonds was a name that came up very, very early on, and I think Compton had it, and as time went on, Jerry Bonds' name kind of was fading out. I think he's a South Side Compton Crip, but as things went on, his name just started disappearing, even from the informants.
And then the last one on there is Big Dre or DeAndre Smith.
DeAndre Smith, who is the guy that we think was in the back seat with Orlando Anderson.
Now I'm going to go to the DeAndre Smith photo lineup, and that's 91. And he'd be in position number 3, correct? Oh, wait, you can't see it. I didn't share it with you yet.
Nothing's popped up yet, so.
Let me share it with you. But if your log has him in position number 3, that'd be him in number 3, correct?
Looking at it, yeah, that face kind of looks familiar. And that number 15 would be my writing. So this is one of the later photos. Yes. And this this is definitely one of the later photos. This is one we had early on.
So now I want to go to photo lineup that you wrote as number 1, which is State's Exhibit number 76. Can't believe I have to stop the share every time, but. I'm going to zoom in here on number 2 and then share it with you here. Maybe. The person there in number 2, that appears to be DeAndre Smith, correct?
Yes. That's probably an early photo because what I'm looking at, I think, is probably, I don't know if those were California DMV photos or what, because from what I recall, we had to cut the pictures out because the backgrounds were all different colors, and we were trying not to make different colors on the photo lineup so we didn't come into conflict down the road with anybody. I think Mr. Sanford would agree. If you have a yellow, red, blue, that causes issues. So that's why we did this. And this is all we had that was available at the time.
So I want to roll down here. The weird thing about this record is
number 6 didn't have a name.
Number 6 didn't have a name, but also number 2, even though it's a picture of DeAndre Smith, the record you have written is Andre Norton. Is that possibly an AKA for Mr. Smith?
Probably. We're talking what, 97? Yeah. Andre Norton. I'd have to look at his rap sheet. I don't know. But because there's no ID number over there, that's probably what it is. Because usually if there's an ID number, that's a Metro thing. And DeAndre Smith, whatever, wouldn't have had anything, because I don't think he had a history with Las Vegas.
Now, as I go through each of these photo lineups that you have, let's go to number 2, which is State's Exhibit number 77. And we roll down here. Oh, I guess I should share it for you so you know what I'm talking about. We roll down here, and position number 3 is Orlando Anderson. Is that right?
Okay, you're right.
And position number 3 is Orlando.
Yes, that's Orlando. He had a pretty recognizable face. And again, that would have been a similar deal where the backgrounds were all different colors, so that's why we had to cut him out.
I'm going to share with you 78. And then show you down at the bottom. Darnell Brim's in position number 1.
Yeah, when I saw the picture, it looked like him up in the, something about the faces that kind of remember.
But that'd be Darnell Brim.
That would be Darnell Brim.
Let's go to number 4. And if we roll down here, position number 5 would be Jerry Bonds. And if we roll up here, in position number 5 we have Jerry Bonds.
Correct. Yes. Okay.
Number 5. Number 5, we roll down to the bottom, which is State's Exhibit number 80.
That's Davion Brooks. Yeah.
Davion Brooks in position number 5, and if we roll up here, that's Davion Brooks in position number 5.
Yeah.
And that's the potentially young kid, based upon what Yafula said, that caused you guys to do the pen and all those other things.
He's the guy who did the pen register on, yes.
Number 6. Oops. And this will be State's Exhibit number 81. I gotta share it with you. We roll down here. David Keith is in position number 1, and so that would be David Keith.
Yes, and the reason we put the tape on there is I think those were probably ID numbers or something, so we were again trying not to create problems with the different booking photos or something. And I don't know if this was a booking thing or a sheriff's card, but we just covered them up to. lessen the conflict.
You learned during the course of your investigation that Mr. Keith worked at the MGM, which meant he must have a work card, ergo he must have a photo.
At a minimum, he had to have a work card, yes.
On to the next one. Oops. Number 82. Go. We roll down 82, and in spot number 5 is Kevin Davis.
Kevin Davis, yeah.
And number 5 is a photograph of Kevin Davis.
Okay, yes.
And your understanding is that Mr. Davis, Kevin Davis, is Dwayne Davis's brother.
I think that's what it was. I knew he was a relative. For some reason, I thought they were brothers.
Do you recall a point in time when a .40 caliber Glock was found on Mr. Davis?
I don't remember if it was on him. There's 2 firearms that I can recall. I know that Mike Coet from the LA County Sheriff's Office had a firearm. If that was on him, then that would be it. He mentioned a Glock 40, and I had him enter those cartridges into what we had was drug fire then. I don't know if they still have it. And then I had our firearms people do the comparison on that.
And ultimately, that wasn't your murder weapon.
The firearms examiner said it was not the weapon.
And so, drug fire, which is, I think, the jury will hear later, is now called NIBIN. But drug fire was a way for photographs of casings to be put into a computer, and then somebody somewhere else could check casings that were found and see if they matched the same gun, casing to casing.
Yeah, the forensics guys that do all those firearms things, they know how to do all that stuff. All I know is if I get the information, I ask the people to enter it in to drug fire at the time, and then those firearms people know what to do. I depend on them.
So we only got 2 more here. Let's do your number 8, which is going to be my 83. In position number 2 is Terry Brown.
Terry Brown.
You see that right there? It says Terry Brown.
I don't see the photo lineup yet. I just see the lineup record.
Yeah. Terry Brown would be in his position number 2, correct?
Yeah. He's going to be in number 2. Okay. And I don't. Oh, there he is.
And
yeah.
Photo number 2 is Terrence Brown.
That's the old photo, yes.
And then the last record I have for you, Detective. Well, I have to share my screen with you. Excuse me a second. State's Exhibit number 84. You have Corey Edwards in position 3.
Okay.
And when we roll up here to position number 3, that'd be Corey Edwards.
Yeah, does he always have that beard? I don't remember. It's been so long, but yeah.
Now, when you showed Mr. Alexander these photo lineups, was he able to pick anybody out?
He said he could not.
And do you know where Mr. Alexander is today?
From what I was told, he committed suicide, so he's deceased.
Did you attempt to show those photo lineups to Malcolm Greenidge?
I think it was the next day, because what started this was a newspaper article. So we went and met Malcolm with Reggie Wright Jr. And I think I learned later, because there was a report, that there's some other guy came with him. We met them at the Compton Police Department, and we sat down with Malcolm and we offered to show him these photo lineups. And Malcolm said he never wanted to see the lineups because he said he could never identify anybody. So basically, he declined to look at the photo lineups.
You mentioned a news story. What was in the news story that caused you to think you should go probably talk to Mr. Greenidge?
There was a reporter named Chuck Phillips that was working for the LA Times at the time that was, well, that's my opinion. Anyhow, Chuck Phillips was writing an article claiming that there were two witnesses that the Metropolitan Police Department were refusing to talk to, Frank Alexander and Malcolm Greenidge. When we got a hold of Frank Alexander and Malcolm Greenidge, they both stated that the words that Chuck Phillips used were not their words, that they had never said those words, and that Malcolm Greenidge said he could never identify anybody, so he had no reason to look at the photo lineups. Frank Alexander basically said the same thing, that the story was not the way he had told it.
Now, you were a homicide detective in Las Vegas, Nevada, Clark County, right?
Correct.
This crime appears to have come from Compton and returned shortly thereafter to Compton, right? All the witnesses, everything is there, correct?
Everybody that is related to this crime that we know of is coming from California, yes.
And so, are you a peace officer in California? You got the same powers you have here in Las Vegas?
No.
And how many times did you trip to California, generally, in an effort to talk to people about this particular case?
We made 10 to 12 trips to California. Not all of those trips were with law enforcement because there came a time where we weren't necessarily wanting to deal with law enforcement. So we went down there that many times to try and to contact different people. In fact, every time we went to California, we tried to contact Death Row Records, but got the runaround, so.
So ultimately, were you left with any avenue to further your investigation?
The only thing we ever got was we ended up the revocation hearing for Suge Knight, where I ended up providing a videotape of from the MGM for the DA's office down there.
Let me ask you about that. So, Suge Knight, at the time that he is involved at this fight with Orlando Anderson at the MGM, he is on probation, both federal and state probation in California, correct?
That's the way it was presented to us, yes.
And at that particular hearing, did he call a witness in his defense to claim he was trying to stop the fight?
Orlando Anderson was subpoenaed as a witness for Suge Knight, yes.
And did he testify that Suge Knight was trying to help him, not hurt him?
Orlando Anderson apparently, because I wasn't allowed in the courtroom, but apparently Orlando Anderson testified in court that day that Suge Knight was trying to help him.
And then were you the witness that laid the foundation for the videotape that disputed that testimony at that revocation hearing?
Because I had talked to Orlando Anderson in Compton the day of the search warrants, and he told me differently, I was there as an impeachment witness in case Orlando decided to tell the story that he did tell. And I testified that Orlando told me otherwise, that Suge Knight and Tupac had basically beat him down pretty good.
Thank you, sir. Judge, I pass the witness.
All right. Cross-examination, Mr. Sanders.
Detective Becker, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I just need to follow up with a couple things. Let me start off with this. So you talked a little bit about your powers as a police officer in Nevada. And you had mentioned that those police powers end at the border of Nevada. Is that what I heard before?
Yeah, our basic law enforcement powers are within Nevada.
And as a result, what that means is when you enter into another state, you're technically not a police officer per se. I mean, you are a police officer, but you don't have a jurisdiction. Is that how you would frame it?
Correct. If we were, say, to want to arrest someone in another state, I mean, you could have someone arrest them, but you'd have to go through an extradition proceeding to bring someone over to Nevada. And that takes time. It's not like you can just go grab a guy and bring him back to Nevada.
Right. Now, in terms of your work here on this case, I just wanted to make sure that I was clear on a couple things. We went through a lot of photo lineups, right?
Correct.
And you had referenced to me a little bit about the photo lineups, and fair to say, of course, as a defense attorney, you want to make sure that each photo lineup does not suggest the answer to the question, right?
Correct.
So back in those days, you're cutting pictures, you're actually cutting photographs out and just pasting them in such a way to try to eliminate backgrounds and so forth, so that the person that's looking at the photo lineup won't be suggested as to what the answer is.
That's what our attempt was, yes, sir.
Now, just for the jury's edification, when someone is being shown a photo lineup, they're in a room, they see the photo lineup, and then at that point, you wait for them to respond and see which one of the 6 people in there they recognize, right?
Well, you'd show the lineup and ask them if they recognize anybody in the lineup. You don't say who in this lineup, do you recognize? You just say, do you recognize anybody in the lineup?
Right, and the reason why you ask that question that way is you do not want to suggest an answer to your question.
Correct. You don't want to try and make them lean towards anybody in particular.
Right, because there are instructions that are part of those photo lineups that say there may not be a person at all that we're interested in the 6 people that we present to you, right? You could have a photo lineup with nobody in it that you would have as a target. Fair?
That's a fair statement. Yes, sir.
Now, in this particular regard, once a person sees who that person believes to be somebody associated with whatever investigation you're looking at, they typically would circle the picture and maybe put down a percentage of how sure they are of that person being the person that's involved in something. Is that how that works?
Yeah, typically what I would do anyhow is I'd have them initial the back of the photograph, the particular photograph of the person.
Right.
And if there was a percentage, I would have them put that on there, say at 80%, 60%, whatever that is, or 100%, whichever.
Now, of course, during this time period, as you are putting together these photo lineups, the majority of the individuals that the state identified in each photo lineup are people that are associated with Southside Crips. Would that be an accurate description?
I believe everybody was, I don't remember, was Roger Williams one of them? Because he's not a Crip. He's a Pyru or mob guy, so he's a Blood.
I think
But everybody else was a Crip, yes.
Right, and so because you were under the premise that there was a gang war, that the Southside Crips had actually shot at Tupac and Suge Knight because they were pirate blood, and so you were identifying just Southside Crips and putting them into photo lineups. Is that how that worked?
Yeah, we were using Crips because that was the information. Again, we were basing a lot of things off the information we were getting from Compton.
Right, and even so, even as you're receiving this information from Compton, even as you sit here right now, sir, you weren't comfortable necessarily with all of the information you were receiving from Compton, right?
We weren't comfortable with certain things in Compton, yes.
For instance, the way they're conducting their business as law enforcement in Compton was not the way you would recommend or know that Metro would do here in Las Vegas. Fair?
We witnessed a couple of interview techniques that we weren't comfortable with, yes.
Yes, sir. Now, in addition, as you are having these photo lineups, did these photo lineups ever go to anyone back in Las Vegas? For instance, we've heard some testimony from some females that were in a vehicle, some other people maybe that would have been at the scene. Were those photo lineups ever shown to anyone that was, like the girls in the Sebring or anything like that?
That's where I'm wondering. I think there was 5 photos later on that are shown, not the original 10. I don't remember the exact number, but there are 5 later photos. And I think I mentioned it during my earlier testimony that we sent to, I believe, someone in LAPD. And I know that of the 4 girls in the Sebring, I only think 1 or 2 said they were willing to look at the photo lineups. And I think photo lineups were sent to LA so they could show them to those.
And do you recall what the results were of those photo lineups being sent to the girls in LA?
I don't believe they identified anybody.
And fair to say that in this particular regard, the photo lineup that shows Terrence Brown, no one, as far as you know, no one identified Terrence Brown as being in a vehicle, even in Las Vegas on September 7th, 1996.
Yeah, if Terrence Brown was in one of those photo lineups, then he wasn't identified, correct.
How about DeAndre Smith? Was he ever identified by anybody in his photo lineup as being present in Las Vegas, Nevada on September 7th, 1996?
I don't recall anybody being identified in a photo lineup.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, sir, your testimony was that you were the primary detective on this case originally.
Myself and Mike Franks, we didn't really have a lead, but yeah.
All right. You drew the short straw basically on this one, right?
Well, I guess I'm the guy that his name is all over everything, but yeah.
Well, congratulations. Let me ask you this question though: as a police officer, did you write reports of all of your activity that you did during the course of this investigation?
Anytime we did something, I did an officer's report. I know Mike Franks did several reports too, yes.
And would there ever be a time during the time that you were handling this investigation that you would have chosen not to have written a officer's report?
Not that I can think of.
Okay.
No. If we'd had a trip, especially any trip we did out of state, anything where we went out and did anything, I'd have done an officer's report. Back in the day, apparently they do things a little different. Even if it was a 1-paragrapher, we did officer's reports.
And as far as you know, based upon your knowledge of what happened to your file after you left, is the file complete in terms of your reports and what you did in this case?
When I left, it was, yes.
Is it now?
I don't know. I've never seen the case file, so I don't know what it looks like now. I've heard rumors.
Now, the district attorney's office had forwarded over to you some documents to help you with your preparation for testimony here today, right?
Correct.
Were those documents all of the officers' reports that you wrote while you were on this investigation?
No.
Now, in addition to that, sir, you had testified a little bit about the Luxor, I think. You had mentioned something about there was some information that Tupac and Suge Knight had both had rooms at the Luxor. Is that correct?
That's the information we had, yes, sir.
Okay. In addition to that, was there any video that was captured of the vehicles that had gone to the Luxor to pick up Tupac while he was at the Luxor?
I don't remember a specific video of the vehicles. I mean, there was hearsay of vehicles, but I don't remember specific videos.
Now,
off the top of my head, I don't. No.
Right. And because you were the lead detective, of course, you're accumulating all of the information that's being gathered, sometimes from other police officers in furtherance of your investigation, right?
Yeah, if it's given to me, yes, and it's put into the case file, yes.
Right. And so with regards to the Luxor incident, you learned and you had put into your officer's report that Tupac Shakur was picked up with some people, looks like around 10 o'clock at the ballet. Do you recall that?
I don't think I did an officer's report reference the ballet. No.
I have a document here. Looks like your signature is at the bottom as the officer.
If you could show it to me. Like I said, I've seen some documents from this that I don't recall. But if you have it, show it to me. I'd be happy. And
do you want me to run it right over for you right now?
Yeah, if you could show it to me.
Let me do this.
Recall it.
Now, I believe that we had submitted some documents for your review as well. Do you recall the documents that we reviewed?
I remember, because I remember you showing me a document from L.A. that I didn't remember too. So,
right.
But it's been a while. So
this would be titled the Murder or Attempt Murder Supplement. Do you recall that document?
Okay. Wait a minute. Is this the report with Beard on it?
Correct. That's right.
Oh, okay. That report. Now I remember that report. Yes.
Right. And I apologize if I wasn't clear enough.
Yeah. Okay. I remember that report. Yes.
And in that report, for instance, there was a discussion about the number of vehicles that had pulled up to pick up Tupac, and one of the vehicles that was there was a Cadillac that was white with 4 black males in it. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Okay. So the way we're looking at it right now is Tupac comes out of the Luxor, he gets picked up in a long caravan of cars, and the last car is a white Cadillac with 4 black males in it. Right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's based upon your investigation.
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, we talked a little bit about the pen registers. Can you explain to the jury what a pen register is?
Pen register isn't the same as a pen register is more or less you're getting a number and you're more or less recording those numbers. It's not quite the same as you're recording phone calls and listening to them, where in that particular case you actually have people in a room and they're actually listening to calls, and if the call is not pertaining to your investigation, you're supposed to turn it off and not listen to it. It's something that's not pertaining to it. And that a pen register is more or less information to record calls. It's a tool to assist you in your investigation if it turns out to be something that's valuable. That was the intent.
Right.
When we did the pen register, we never got to do it because we did the pen register. You have to file it with the county, and lo and behold, the next day it was in the newspaper. So basically, it was a waste of time.
Well, I mean, for instance, the pen register would be you would target someone's phone number, right? And so
Correct. That was the intent.
And the pen register would record the numbers that were either going to that phone number or that phone number making phone calls out of that to other phones.
That was the intent.
Now, in this case, can you tell us, for instance, what Keefe D's phone number was at that particular time?
I couldn't tell you. No.
And with regards to the phone records that we had received, there were some numbers that were either from the Monte Carlo, and I don't know if it was from the Luxor, but do any of those phone numbers register back to a pager? Because this is 1996, right? So it's got to be a pager, or maybe, I don't know. I don't know what was around 1996 besides the pager.
I believe those phone numbers were actually the phone numbers to the hotels themselves.
Right. And so outside of that, we don't have any fact that Keefe D's pager or phone number was either dialed to or received in from either the Luxor or the Monte Carlo, is what's been shared here today, right?
Not on those calls, sir.
Now, in addition to that, you had mentioned as well the search warrants that occurred in Compton. Now, these search warrants that occurred, fair to say that they also they were doing these search warrants to try to retrieve firearms to help quell or to suppress any potential violence in Compton. Is that the reason or purpose for those search warrants?
I don't know what it was. Their search warrant. I can't tell you what the purpose, other than my understanding was there was an arrest warrant for Orlando Anderson. All that other stuff, that's Compton's thing.
Yeah.
It was their search warrant.
And in terms of that search warrant, did you ever see the results, or was Keefe D's house or residence in Compton searched as well?
I don't remember. I'd have to. The return had so much information on there. I'd have to sit there and look at it again. I just don't remember right off the top of my head if Keefe D's house was on that return or not.
No worries, sir. And in terms of your investigation, did you ever have to deal directly with Reggie Wright Jr.?
The only face-to-face, and it would have been brief, would have been at Compton when he brought Malcolm Greenidge in, but I don't think there was any talk. And the reason we probably didn't talk to him was because his dad was a lieutenant at Compton.
And what did that mean to you as to why you wouldn't talk to him because his dad was a lieutenant?
Right, wrong, or indifferent, our feeling was, well, if your dad's a Compton lieutenant and you're the head of Death Row Records security, I just have a problem with the communications line there. Maybe I'm being distrustful on that. I just worry about what's being said between the two parties.
Were you aware during the course of your investigation that Reggie Wright Jr. instructed his people to lie to you?
I was told later on by Frank Alexander that he said that, yes.
In addition to that, we had talked a little bit about the video footage that was captured at the MGM. Did you at any point when you looked at that video footage observe or see Dwayne Davis, Keefe D in that surveillance video?
No.
And then finally, your recollection is, so you wake up in the morning, you get the call, you arrive on scene, and when you get there, you had said, and this might be an old Nevada saying, but everyone skedaddled before I got there. You remember saying something like that? Did you, during that time period, ever observe a white Cadillac sitting there waiting for somebody inside to talk to either yourself or any other police officers about what happened at the scene?
No.
And then finally, you had mentioned a little bit about Suge Knight, and you had said that you believed that he was timid or afraid when he showed up with 3 attorneys to talk to you.
Yeah, I think he was rather timid, yes.
Sure. And it would be fair to say, of course, that you don't know why he was timid, right? I mean, he's walking in with 3 attorneys. I mean, is he worried that he's going to get caught doing something wrong, or is he there because he's worried about something else? You don't know, right?
I don't know why he was. It's just I'm sitting there thinking, one, why did a victim showing up with 3 attorneys? That was just an odd thing to me.
Right. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Duckman? Okay. Of course.
All right, Detective. I'm going to jump in here just a little bit with you. Hold on one second while I get ready so that we can share some screens here. And of course, now I can't get that thing to come up so I can share the screen because this is in the way. There it is. I found it. Here we go. I want to start with an aerial that's been admitted as State's Exhibit number 1. I'm going to put it up big for you here. Can you see that?
Just a minute. Okay, yeah, now I do.
So, your understanding is that Suge and the entourage were coming down this way, westbound on Flamingo towards the 662 Club.
Yeah, Flamingo towards Cole, yes.
And after the shooting, what's your understanding as to what Mr. Suge...
Did you say westbound or eastbound?
I'm sorry, they were heading eastbound towards the 662, correct?
Correct.
What's your understanding as to what Suge and the majority of that entourage do after the shooting?
My understanding is once the shooting happened, they made a U-turn, went westbound on Flamingo, southbound on the boulevard, Las Vegas Boulevard, and came to a stop. If that red dot is at Las Vegas Boulevard and Harmon, that's where they came to a stop.
And it wasn't just Mr. Knight's vehicle that was stopped at that location. There were a number of other cars that were part of that entourage that remained at the scene for photographing. Is that correct?
My understanding, because obviously Frank Alexander and the other 3 gentlemen were there, so their car must have been there. If Kevin Woods got talked to, and I think there was somebody else, so I'm guessing their car was there. If there were other cars there, no one said anything about it. So I don't know how many. I remember the car that Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur were in was there in the intersection.
Right. And two of the wheels have been blown out from hitting a curb.
The rims were banged up from going over the median there in the middle of the Flamingo.
So, and then the entire crime scene would have been taped off by initial patrol officers, correct?
Yeah, I remember the street was pretty well taped off from what I recall.
And when they put crime scene tape up, they put crime scene tape up around the entire area they're trying to protect. Whether or not the people that were in those vehicles stayed at that location, there are more than one vehicle that's taped off in this scene. Would you agree with that?
They should be. They should be taping off a wider area than a smaller area. It's easier to come in than to go out.
So this is going to make me kick me back in and out every time, but let's go through this.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you're going to tape off an area, you'd rather make it bigger than start smaller, because it's easier to start bigger and close it than to start small and make it wider, because once you've made it small, you got looky-loos, everybody coming in, and it's tough to get people out then.
So now I'm going to share this photograph. That's the rear of Mr. Shakur and Suge Knight's vehicle, or at least appears to be, correct?
This is at the scene, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I see the tape in the distance. Okay. And then,
that's exhibit number 6.
okay. Is this on the boulevard?
I believe the testimony is that this vehicle is Las Vegas Boulevard in Harmon.
Okay, I see the black and white up ahead just because I see the reflective from the door.
So I'm going to go through exhibit number
What's that white car?
Well, we're going to go through all of these for you in
Okay,
just a second. Of course, I got to do this the hard way. So now I'm going to show you number 20. Give me a second. I don't know why this thing won't roll up for me when it's photographs. There's obviously a different black BMW that's inside. If you look real close on the right side, the crime scene.
Okay. Okay.
There is 22. Oh, I'm going to click out of this.
I'm guessing that license plate number is on the report, so.
You just click through. That's 23. Now we're looking at 24. Share my screen. There's a black Lexus within the crime scene tape.
Okay.
Stop sharing.
So all those cars that are in that line to the side is just regular traffic being going by, I take it.
Then within the tape, this is State's exhibit number 24. There's a silverish Mercedes.
Okay. So is Kevin Woods is probably in at least one of these.
And then 26. Share 26. Also in the tape, there's white. I think if you zoom in really close down here, which I don't know if I can do on here. But
Yeah.
oh, I can do this. There you go.
It's probably the license. Oh, it's a
Dodge Avenger.
A Dodge Avenger. Okay, and the license plate number. Because I remember on the original crime report, there are license plate numbers on vehicles, and I'd have to look at it to see what they match up to.
And then Mr. Sampt asked you questions about going to the Luxor.
Okay.
You recall those questions?
Yes.
Would it refresh your memory as to exactly what you found out at the Luxor to review that report that you generated?
Uh-huh.
Okay. There we go. Why is it not coming up? Share this one more time. Let's see if this works. There we go. All right. All right, here we go.
Right, Brian Beard, yeah. Okay.
So the beginning is just sort of a little paragraph that you wrote about what the investigation is about.
That's just a very brief synopsis about what happened the night of the shooting, yes.
Now, you indicated you talked to Brian Beard, who was working security at the Luxor.
Correct.
At about 10 p.m., he saw Mr. Shakur with a large group of people at the valet. Shakur and his group entered numerous vehicles and drove onto Las Vegas Boulevard around 10:30.
Right.
Beard recalls a black two-door Mercedes, a dark-colored Hummer, a two-tone van, and a black four-door Mercedes or BMW in the entourage.
Yeah, and the Hummer was supposed to be MC Hammer. I remember that.
Okay. And then you also talked to Angel Zavala.
Right.
Zavala. He was working as well. His recollection of the vehicles were there was a white Dodge Caravan, a black BMW or Mercedes, and two other black vehicles. Two white vehicles were also behind the group. Zavala said he thought the last car was a Cadillac or Buick with four black males, was what he reported.
Right. That correct.
Thank you, Judge. I have nothing further.
Okay. Any requests?
Just real quick, Detective Becker, with regards to that last line, the last line is that the last white vehicle was either a Cadillac or a Buick, right? So the Cadillac was a white Cadillac.
Correct. That's the way that's worded, yes.
All right.
Either a white Cadillac or Buick, yes.
All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Anything else?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing no hands, thank you. You are excused. Have a good day.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, State. Any additional witnesses for today?
We approach it.
Come on.
Okay. I'm wondering where this is going. I'm wondering where all this is going. I will say that. What say you guys so far? This is very interesting. And Messi, I thought you were like watching the Lindsay Clancy situation, the Lindsay Clancy trial that's going on, right? Is that on a break or something? What happened? I mean, happy to have you here. I'm just saying. I thought it was Lindsay Clancy all day. So I'm curious. What's going on with that? Because the other thing is I heard. Is it true that prosecution is supposed to be wrapping today in the Lindsay Clancy case? I heard that too. So here's the thing. I'm going to tell you guys this while they're doing their little sidebar thing. I'm going to do my best to have this trial running live tomorrow. I'll be able to watch like the very beginning of it, but I won't be able to be here for the whole thing. But if you are wanting
to take another 15-minute break while we try to get some Zoom things going. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else.
Okay, so they're taking a 15-minute break. So I wanted to say, like, so they're done for the day, and then in Lindsay Clancy case. Interesting. Yeah, you got a point. Different time zones. Good point. Prosecution wrapped, and then defense started today. Okay, cool. Thank you so much for letting me know that. So here's the thing. Tomorrow I will most likely be rolling, playing a good chunk. Or I'll be showing the whole thing, the whole trial most likely tomorrow. I'll be able to start it, and then I'm going to have to, but I'm going to be watching remotely as well, because of this other thing I got going on tomorrow. So that live feed, that will be going on, just so you know. So you can still come here and watch the trial here. All right. So just giving you guys that heads up, because I know that people want to know what's going on in this trial and all that. So I will be watching this and, checking things out in the very beginning, starting this live. But then I'm going to have to go, because I got this thing I got to take care of tomorrow. And like I said, it'll all make sense tomorrow. I'll explain everything tomorrow. All right. So tomorrow will be something, I'm going to try something new. Okay. Because it looks like I'm going to be doing like 2 different lives at the same time. Okay. So you'll have the trial going on. And then I'm planning on doing like a little, kind of like a behind the scenes little BTS IRL stream tomorrow while we're, getting things set up, getting everything going before this interview. And then I'm going to introduce you guys to who I'm sitting down with for tomorrow, before we like end the feed and then sit down and do the interview. So it'll be an interesting test run to see if we can do, 2 different, 2 different lives. You know what I mean? So yes, here's the other thing. Mimi, thank you so much for asking that. Project Damn, it looks like this end of this month, end of August, we are going to be finally starting to put together the wall. So that's some great news. Took some time to get the right kind of contractor, of course, something within the budget and all that as well. So it looks like we're on and popping at the end of this month, getting phase 1 of the of Project Damn started. So I'm very excited about that. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be happening soon. Yeah, so that's what's going on. So tomorrow, I'm going to be wrapping the show up today, for now. Okay, but tomorrow, yeah, I'll be starting the show with you guys, starting the trial with you guys, and then I'm gonna let it do its thing, let it cook, while I go and take care of what I got to take care of. But I'll be watching. I'm still going to be keeping an eye on this and watching the trial from here. I'll just be watching it remotely, basically. Okay, and then we'll just continue on. Okay, so yeah. Love the purple. Yeah, I love the purple too. Yeah, Elements of Purple will be back. You know what I mean? And Jess, yeah, it's not like I'm gone. I'm gonna be here, but I won't be. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be in the very beginning, and then it's gonna continue. You guys are gonna be able to watch it, continuing here, and all that, and then we're gonna get into it. Okay, so yeah, Project Damn is about to get started. I'm very much looking forward to it. It's about damn time, and yeah, we got there's a lot of stuff coming up. I'm just like looking at my notes of all the things that are coming up. There's a lot of different things that we're doing over the next couple weeks. Is going to be insane. This week, later this week. Okay, I will say this, something very cool. A lot of cool things are happening over the next 2 weeks. Something really big is happening for me on Friday. And we will be doing an IRL thing for that as well. So I'm really looking forward to sharing that with you guys when the time is right. I'm waiting for us to get a little bit closer to Friday, and then I'll tell you what's going on. But Friday, we got some really cool stuff going on. Actually, this whole weekend, there's a lot of really cool stuff going on. So there's a lot of, it's going to be a lot of like IRL streams coming up over the next couple weeks. A lot of events, a lot of things that I'm really looking forward to. And then again, of course, having my cameraman be there and, ironing out the kinks because, we did that golf event, which was really cool. I appreciated everybody coming in, tuning in and being a part of that. But that was the first time I ever worked with like a cameraman in that regard, like, following me around and everything. So we troubleshot a bunch of stuff after that golf event, and we got a few things figured out. So I'm really looking forward to this, the next few IRLs. There's a lot of IRLs coming up. So tomorrow's going to be just like, just a fun little live BTS type of thing, just to have some fun. But yeah, like I said, bunch of stuff coming up. Like it's going to be crazy. And then, we got the holidays stuff coming up and everything. So we got a lot of stuff coming up for you guys. That's beyond just doing gloom and doom. You know what I mean? IRL, Missy, you're asking what is IRL? In real life. That's what it's called. So it's basically like a live stream vlog, for lack of a better term. Okay. So it's just it's basically a live stream behind the scenes or like vlog where you just have one video, one camera. Some other guys do like really elaborate stuff. We just don't have the budget for that. Not yet, at least. But it's just like, camera follows you around. You're hanging out, you're talking to people, you're just doing your regular life stuff, but it's all live streamed. Instead of it just being like a glorified vlog that's done in like, 20 minutes, you're hanging out with people and they're part of the experience. You're talking to the people who are chatting with you, so on and so forth. You know what I mean? It's a big interactive thing that, and that's one of the main reasons why I got, the backpack, which is amazing. Okay. Bring back the Halloween tree. Well, there might be something better this time around. So just get ready. Like I said, we get a new background. Okay. We got a new set that we're about to build in the next couple weeks, which I'm really, really excited about. And then we're going to be able to do a whole lot. Okay. With this, Missy, yes, it is on YouTube. Yeah. So I don't know if you remember, but I did a live golf. Okay. I did a golf charity event last Sunday. I think it was last Sunday. But anyway, I did a live golfing event with St. Louis Cardinals player John Jay. And then there were a bunch of other names and people there as well at the event. You got to see me, hit a couple balls and hang out with some people and just talk to people and stuff like that. So it was all on YouTube. You can go check it out right now. It's literally on the live. If you go on, if you just go to the channel, go to, our YouTube channel, you can see it right there. But like I said, we got some really great stuff. So, and we got some really great stuff coming up. That's going to be even better. You know what I mean? Yeah. Well, no, I didn't know, Missy. I didn't throw out the black tree. The black tree ain't gone. Okay. The black tree ain't gone, but I think it's time to upgrade. So, this Halloween season, you might see something different. You know what I mean? But first things first, it's building this damn wall, right? It's getting this wall. It's getting damn done and gone. Okay. So we have a better looking background and then adding more to that. Court is not done for the day. They are doing They're on a 15-minute break, and then I guess they're bringing in another witness to testify. So I may, yeah, there it is. There's the golf, the live golf thing, and I'm in talks with some other people as well about doing another golfing event, covering it and doing like a IRL type thing as well. So yeah, like I said, I wanted to get this rig to do a lot more live, in real life type of stuff. It's almost like I'm taking you guys out on dates. You know what I'm saying? We're getting out. We're getting an opportunity to see, other sides of the world and go to events and just have some fun. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm doing. It's like taking you guys on dates, and just have some fun, So again, I am really looking forward to it. It should be really good. Got a bunch of things coming up. Big stuff, a lot of stuff going on over this weekend. A lot. So, really looking forward to it. But yeah, tomorrow we'll be that's what's going to be wild. That's the reason why I'm saying I'm going to be experimenting, because tomorrow this live show, like this live watch of this trial will be happening. But then I'm also going to be live streaming my behind the scenes, like setting up the interview and, sitting, the whole thing, right? Leading up to the actual interview. You guys are just going to be hanging out with me. So you have two choices. You can watch the Tupac Shakur trial, or you can hop over and check out what I'm up to behind the scenes. You know what I mean? Or you could just hop back and forth. No biggie. You know what I mean? No pressure. So that's something I'm going to try, because I've been seeing some people who've been able to live stream on at the same time, like have two different live streams happening at the same time. Like I just saw, I mean, Court TV does it all the time, but I just saw another content creator do it as well. Like they were following the Lindsay Clancy case, but then they were also waiting for the Courtney Clenny sentencing as well, right? Her plea deal and her sentencing as well. So I'm really, really interested to see if I can do that same doggone thing. You know what I mean? So yeah, because if I can, that could change a lot of things on this channel. A lot. So just something to keep your eye on for the near future. Okay. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's going on over the next couple weeks. I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of updates, a lot of stuff coming up. So, parasocial dating. Yeah. Isn't it crazy? But no. But yeah, we're just going to have some fun, and do some different things. And this is kind of a test to something. Hopefully, if everything goes according to the plan, these things that I'm doing could expand and become bigger. So I'm looking forward to it. Should be a really, really good time. Yeah. Seriously, I got some behind the scenes stuff, like going on sets to other shoots and stuff like that, if that makes any sense. There's a lot that I got in that I'm working on, and just kind of throwing a bunch of things against the wall and seeing what sticks. So yeah. So tomorrow it'll be a little behind the scenes. Yeah, even a cooking with me, just in full on IRL live, me cooking something, or like me making my like my man, people love my pho, okay? But like cooking some pho or my birria tacos, because those are fire too. You know what I mean? Yeah. Stuff like that. Your boy can cook. Few tunes, yes, maybe, possibly, maybe, Possibly. Yeah, Pascal on the streets. Yeah, pretty much. You know, it's just right now there's a lot going on. There's a lot of events going on. So there will be a lot of like me getting out there. Like I said, there's going to be quite an uptick here in just a little bit of these like live on the street type stuff, which I'm really looking forward to. I have a lot of fun. I love talking to people, you know? So yeah, we're going to be doing a lot of that. And then some going out to dinners and stuff like that. So it's going to be dope. It's going to be fun. And we're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to have a lot of good times. And hopefully it can turn into something bigger. But we'll see. We'll see. We're working on it. But guys, so I'm going to wrap up now, okay? But I will be back, okay, tomorrow. There is some stuff that I need to do with you guys or tell you guys about some other cases that are going on, so I'm going to do that too. But I'm going to wrap up the show for now on this. But tomorrow, we'll be back to this, definitely, and covering and watching all of this as well. So be on the lookout. We got some things to get into, y'all. We got some things to get into. So that's the show, guys. I appreciate all y'all for being here. Really means a lot. Thank you so much. Midterms are coming up. Yep. Get ready for that. But guys, again, I appreciate all y'all for being here. Really means a lot. Thank you so much for tuning in and being a part of the conversation. Please do me a favor before you head out. Hit that like button down below. Crush it, do it, do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on these other platforms. And if you are watching on these other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, I'm on all them mugs, so make sure you hit that follow button. Also, please subscribe to my Twitch, okay? Become a subscriber over there. You know, I got some subscriptions over there as well. So if you want to support and you're watching on Twitch, go on over there and become a subscriber. But don't forget to subscribe right here on my YouTube channel. Subscribe right here. Go to my second channel, The Pascal Show. I also have Pascal Shorts. If you want to, please go over there and subscribe to those channels. Hit that notification bell on all those channels so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because honestly, it is random. Hit that join button down below, become a member, check out my Patreon, and of course, check out PascalMerch.com. PascalMerch.com, we got some really great stuff. Go check it out, PascalMerch.com. Anyway, guys, it is time to get going. Much love to you guys. We'll be talking to you very, very soon, okay? Stay safe out there and keep that smile on your face. It looks amazing. Anyway, be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. This is The Pascal Show.